Prologue. If someone would have told me a year ago that my life would be irrevocably wrecked, I would have laughed in their face. You see, I was once a good-natured person. A fun-loving, devil-may-care woman, who laughed a lot and partied until the sun came up. Yes, I was a party girl. Why? Because it was fun, and I had a blast dancing and flirting with guys. Flirting was my thing. It was my specialty. Even though I partied, kissed, and sometimes ended up doing more with these guys, I never loved any of them. Do I have any qualms about falling in love? No, never that. I always wanted to fall in love, but none of the guys made it happen for me. Well, at least none of the guys I kissed and hooked up with anyway. That is, until Harry. Harry was the perfect man. Unfortunately, he was perfect for my cousin, Harry's wife, Becca, too. Yes, Harry's married to my cousin. Did I plan to fall madly in love with him? Never. But it happened, and there was nothing I could do once it did. I was sucked into this unique world. A world where all I could ever do was follow where my heart would beat at a speedy, exhilarating rate. I lived for Harry. I breathed for Harry. I loved for Harry. Even though I knew having an affair with him was immoral and, without a doubt, scandalous, I didn't care. Nothing mattered then. No thought, rhyme, or reason could deter us. Once our lips touched, the flames were instantly ignited. The fire was consuming, searing, and hot. If I were a wiser person, I would have known that fire, once it gets out of hand, cannot be controlled. It spreads, destroying everything it could reach, and everything that was in its way. It devours all, with totality. And sometimes it causes fatality. I could have prevented this devastation if I had not succumbed to the wills of my heart and body. One kiss was all it took to destroy me. One gargantuan mistake was all it took to end me. A month ago, Harry killed me. But he didn't know. No one did. 1. Trista. About a month ago. Congratulations. You're going to be a new mommy. The enthusiastic, middle-aged doctor announced. I sat there immobilized and speechless as her words rang in my ears. Oh. I am? I whispered, wholly aghast. Pregnant, with Harry's baby. The thought alone brought happy and sad tears into my eyes. The doctor dimmed the lights before she started to prep me for the ultrasound. She was telling me a story about some pregnant woman, but I could barely hear her. Quite simply, I was distraught and horrifically panicked. When the doctor lifted my gown and exposed my belly, she kindly warned me that the gel would be a little cold. I moved my head to the side, away from the small screen, as the realization of what my thoughtless actions had borne with them. Before I knew it, the whole room was surrounded by a loud whooshing sound. A heartbeat. My baby's heartbeat. Let's see. You're about 13 weeks, the doctor continued as she started to point on the screen, telling me which part was what. She pointed out the baby's head and told me what was developing at this stage. Curious, I made an effort to watch the tiny screen. I barely nodded at her while I stared blankly at the screen, seeing the tiny seed that was my baby, but really not seeing it. How had this happened? We were always careful. Harry always wore protection. Every single time. Do you have any questions for me? The jovial doctor asked, while she maneuvered around and studied the screen closely. Tons. I had so many to ask but no answers for her to give. I think you've explained everything, I responded flatly. This was the worst possible outcome of our affair. All the possible bad scenarios played in my head, as the doctor did her own thing. The first one was Harry's reaction. The second one was the outcome of this pregnancy. I barely registered what the doctor was talking about, as she carefully cleaned my belly off and slowly pulled my gown back to order. While giving me some sort of pregnancy advice, she was jotting down a prescription for my prenatal vitamins and whatever else she thought I needed. The doctor was rather oblivious to the horrified expression I have had ever since she announced the pregnancy, less than an hour ago. When my period didn't come as scheduled, my intuition pointed towards stress, but never pregnancy. I was about ready to leave when the doctor immediately got up and handed me a few of the ultrasound pictures. Here, I forgot to hand these to you. Be safe now, and don't forget to stop by at the pharmacy to get your vitamins. I will see you sometime next month at your next appointment, when you're in your second trimester. She smiled kindly at me, blind to the turmoil I was emotionally going through. Could she not see the sadness in my eyes? I murmured my thanks without glancing at the pictures before leaving the room. My legs felt like jelly, numbed inside. With utmost determination, I huffed out a deep breath and started to walk out of the medical building. My off-white Mercedes SUV was parked closely. Once I was in the safe confines of my car, I summoned all of my energy to brave it out and look at the ultrasound photos. The 2x2 black and white photos stunned me. My finger traced the tiny white form on the picture as tears gathered in my eyes again. Harry and I were always careful. What the hell do I tell everyone, most especially my parents? This was going to be a big mess. A mistress with a baby. My mom will die if she finds out her first grandchild is going to be a bastard. She will say it and see it as such. My thoughts ceased as I heard my phone ring. Harry. I wiped my tears away before I took the call. Hey. I tried to sound as normal as I could. I'm at the hotel. Where are you? I only have a few hours, and I want to make use of those hours buried inside you. Harry tried to sound seductive, yet he failed miserably. He used this tone when he was stressed out. I knew for a fact that my cousin Becca was having a hard time with her pregnancy, and she always lashed out at him because of it. I'll be there in 20. See you. I started the engine before I ended the call. For the entire ride, my thoughts provoked me. Truth be told, I wasn't sure what Harry would really feel or think. Maybe when he's made his choice, maybe then, I can allow myself to think what I really feel about the whole pregnancy. Because as of right now, the only feeling I have is indifference, numbness. I was meeting up with Harry in our usual hideout, in the Four Seasons cottage, always booked every 2 weeks for 2 nights. I used to count down the days until he was mine again. Before Becca got pregnant, I used to get 2 nights with him. In these nights, we were simply a man and a woman, but now, I only get a few hours a week or a night here and there. I wasn't happy about it, but I didn't have a say in it. It's either I end it with him or stick to what he could offer me, and I always chose to be with him. Always. It took me approximately 20 minutes to get to the hotel. Add another 10 to park and walk towards the cottage. I took 3 calming deep breaths before my finger pushed on the buzzer, and the door was opened after only a few seconds. Harry stood there wearing his gray suit, and I paused to drink him in. He looked polished and put together. He was about 6 feet tall, dark slicked back hair with chocolate eyes. His build was on the lean side, and he had that roguish sex appeal. You're looking at me like you haven't eaten for days. I promise I will feed you, Trista. Harry laughed as he pulled me into his arms and kissed me thoroughly. He was right, I was hungry for him. I showed him how much I hungered for him through my kiss. As I pressed my body against his, he made a deep growl against my lips. Harry swiftly pulled us inside without breaking lip contact. It was always like this. Crazy hunger took me over. It was in charge of my body, and I ached to be with him and only him. He hastily used his foot to shut the door closed. I was moaning against him when he lowered us both to the foyer floor. "Trista," he grunted, still kissing me. With one hand, he swiftly took care of his pants. I could hear the tear of the condom packet before he brashly lifted my skirt up. His fingers hooked the sides of my thong, pushing it to the side, and I buckled when he parted my wet folds, stroking me passionately. It took him less than a minute of foreplay before he was sliding inside me. Harry kept saying my name each time his cock entered me. His lovemaking was hard and fast, like he knew our time was running out, and he wanted to get as much as he could from me. "Harry!" I sobbed when I felt my release run through my body. On cue, he started to pummel me more. I felt him tense. After a few more hard, rough strokes, he came. He took my lips and kissed me a few more times. "I've missed you." He smiled at me with love in his eyes. With the back of his finger, he gently stroked my cheek. I love him so fucking much it hurts. I think my heart started to crack from then on. That smile he usually gave me, the kind where it showed how much I meant to him, might be the last he'll ever give me after I tell him the news. I lovingly looked at him and smiled back. "I've missed you too, very much." I started to get choked up, knowing what I was about to tell him would make or break us. Yet I knew I had to. I had to tell him the lowdown of what happened at the doctor's office. Harry softly chuckled against my neck before he started kissing it. He was still buried deep in me, but it was obvious that he was starting to get hard again. I was ready for another round, always. "We have to talk, it's very important." I trailed off as he started to slide in and out of me. Fuck, he felt so good. "Can it wait until after we finish? I can't help it if I always want you. You're so beautiful, baby." His hand found my breasts, roughly caressing them. "I love these," he rasped out as he started to pick up his pace. "I love you," he growled as he went in and out of me. My betraying body responded to his lovemaking, but I knew I had to do it now. Although the idea of waiting appealed more, I simply couldn't wait to spill the news any longer. I needed to tell someone, now. It can't wait. I have to tell you. I paused and shut my eyes, but Harry seemed to be too occupied with his rapid strokes to hear me. "I'm pregnant." I waited a few more seconds for it to dawn on him, but he was still fucking me. Did he not hear me at all? Goodness gracious. "I'm 13 weeks pregnant." I yelled at him, loud enough for him to hear me through his labored pants and grunts. That did get his attention. "For fuck's sake, are you serious?" Harry looked incredulous. "Dead serious. Like I would joke about something like being pregnant? Fucktard." "Yeah, because I have a sick sense of humor, idiot. Of course I'm serious." I spat back at him. He immediately looked stony before he pulled out of me and got up, pacing. As he paced, he took care of the condom, throwing it in the trash bin. Fuck. Fuck. Becca is pregnant. You're pregnant. Fuck. Becca will kill me. Shit, your entire family will murder me, your father will be the one to stab me first. He purposely knocked the vase on the foyer's table over, before he started to cuss and pace about again. Granted, I expected him to freak out, though I didn't see him acting all paranoid. I gathered myself up and fixed my clothes before I walked to where he stood. He needed my reassurance, and I needed him to calm down before we could discuss things like rational adults. You have to get rid of it. There's no other way to fix this and solve the problem. That baby will be the end of me, end of us, and my marriage. Yeah, I was always the second place. I knew that, but it hurt every time he chose to remind me. What if I want to keep it? We could move and live somewhere, just you and me, and our baby. I suggested mildly. The idea never occurred to me before, but now that I think about it, it made perfect sense. I wanted to be with him. I loved him without a doubt. I'd give up everything just to be with him. Harry glared at me like I suggested the most horrid thing. His dark eyes sliced me in two. Don't be stupid. I will be taken out of my parents' will if I do. I stand to lose more than you do. He inched closer to me, eyes hard. Prove this love you speak so highly of, Trista. If you truly do love me, you will do this for your family and me. I will arrange everything. All I need you to do is say yes. I stood there frozen, torn between my child and the man I loved, but deep down I knew he had a point. My family would disown me. Or they would hate me, and I would never live it down for the rest of my life. The shame, the humiliation that it would bring to my family, would be hard to endure. Harry impregnated cousins a few months apart. How does one fathom the idea? It was inconceivable. Give me a few more days to think about it, I murmured, not looking at him. My response got me another menacing glare. You have until Sunday. I will have everything set up the following day, to get rid of it. This is fucking serious, Trista. Think of Becca, and what this will do to her. If it comes down to it, I will choose my marriage over this. I never wanted this to end, but it's inevitable, now. Harry walked off towards where he left his pants in the foyer. He quickly dressed, and stood a few feet behind me. No, don't say that. I was crumbling inside, but he didn't seem to care. My tears flowed and I couldn't be bothered to wipe them away. I was beyond caring. I wanted to scream, yell and reason with him, but his cold-hearted demeanor stopped me. He already made his point clear. His family comes first. I simply couldn't compete with that. Expect my call on Sunday. I will not speak to you until then. Harry stood there for another minute before he sighed and walked out of the cottage. I felt betrayed by him. I understood what I needed to do, but what I couldn't fathom was his harsh treatment of me. For the very first time, I really felt like a mistress. Harry's sex puppet, something to be used and abused until it was time to be thrown out. I had no clue how long I stood there, silently crying. There was no one to blame except me. Being a mistress was always a disadvantage. Every woman knew that. It didn't stop me though. The temptation was too hard to resist. Harry's seduction was difficult to refuse. At the end of it all, I stood at the losing end. No matter how you looked at it, I was irrevocably defeated. 2. Trista. Present. Carter and I will be there in 30. You better get your stinky ass ready. Lindsay enthusiastically spoke on the other end. Yes, Lindsay, anything else? Yes, doll. Bring your fantabulous self because we're going to Greece, to frolic with hot European men. See ya. Lindsay hung up the phone, but I held it against my ear for another minute before I placed it on the table. I'm all packed and ready. This trip was planned a month ago, before Emma left to shoot a film in some private Greek island. I really was ecstatic that Emma was doing her thing, and a month ago, nothing could have stopped me from going to see one of my best friends. But that was a month ago. A couple of days after Emma left, my life crumbled before me. When I heard a knock on the door, I distractedly went for it. I was momentarily taken aback when I saw Carter standing outside, looking fresh out of the shower. So you're taking us to LAX, huh? I asked while I studied his frowning expression. I liked Carter, back before he broke Emma's heart. Yup, where's your luggage, Tris? He asked, glancing about the living room when I let him in. It's in my bedroom. Let me go get it really quick. I strode inside my room and was surprised that Carter followed me. Okay. I paused and looked at the infamous playboy again. He was acting rather odd. What gives? I need a favor, Carter murmured out of the blue. I knew it. He wouldn't have gone all the way in my room if he didn't need something. This favor would be about Emma. This douchebag womanizing jerk wants something, and I sure as hell won't do it. He had caused enough damage to my friend. If this is about Emma, you can forget about it, Carter. Let her go. You've done enough damaging shit. He suddenly looked offended at my unexpected retort. Possibly because I was never mean to him, but when he cheated on my friend in the nastiest way possible, that's where I drew the line. Carter handed me a white gift bag. Tris, you know I would never ask you if this wasn't so important. I love her, and I just want you to give this to her. Carter, I don't know about this. I bit my lip as I eyed the item he was holding. Whatever was in it, it contained bad juju. He exhaled a breath as he gripped the bag. Promise I will owe you one, Tris. Just this once, that's all I ask. Carter suddenly looked a little unsure. I saw him run his fingers through his hair a few times. Well, maybe he should have thought it through before he decided to get down and do the nasty with Cece, Amanda, and her trio of skankerettes. Let it go, Carter. Emma's doing her thing now. Besides, I don't want to be on Base Cole's bad side either. I mean, they live in the same house, they may even be sharing the same room. Why would I risk that? What's in the bag anyway? Carter's eyes bulged out. Live in the same place? He screeched. Fuck. Fuck. Motherfucker. Yeah, buddy, that would be you aiming at yourself. Sighing, I moved towards my table and got my tote. Let's go. When I spun around, I was surprised to see Carter, a little messed up. The hurt was so obvious on his face, I suddenly felt bad for him. Carter. I threw an empty water bottle at his direction. It went past him. Though his eyes flicked toward it, it didn't change his state. I huffed out loud and waited for him to snap out of his idiotic trance-like state. I should be a little considerate. After all, hadn't I gone through the same crap 4 weeks ago? Yeah, Carter and I are in the same boat on this one. I guess I should be a little sympathetic. We were both, after all, cheaters. Funny how admitting that now doesn't hurt any longer. I felt numb inside. I hoped being around my friends would help me get through the hell that I made for myself. How I wished Amber was here. She would help lighten up the mood, her dumbass jokes always worked like charm. Do you think Base will be successful this time? Carter asked, breaking my own thoughts. Carter, listen. The last time, Emma was super, hella head over heels in love with you. After that kinky debauchery you pulled though, I can't answer that. Base and Emma are like fireworks. They spark up and explode. Do you honestly think for a second that for the last month, nothing's been going on? Come on, dude. You're smarter than that. Fireworks, how would you describe Em and me then? Carter looked up and his dark depths caught me off guard. Sure, I grew up with this idiot, but I admit, there are times I get caught off guard, speechless, when it comes to his hot-o-meter. You and Em were like a ticking time bomb, hot and explosive, but it has a limit. I got her back after Base almost got to her. I can do it again. He sounded so sure of himself too. Whatever, dude. Sure, now can we go? I feel weird doing heart-to-heart with you. That granted me a smile. He begged me again about the stupid gift. Blah. Fine. If shit hits the fan, I am blaming you, Carter. And you owe me big time. Carter grinned at me sheepishly. Thanks, Tris. I knew I could count on you. Whatever. Now move your tight ass out of my apartment before your crazy sister starts looking for us. After 5 minutes, we were out of my place. Lindsay ran into my arms when she caught sight of me. God. I have missed you, doll. Are you ready to rock and roll with the Greek gods? Lindsay held me tightly, released me and pinched my cheeks. I admit, seeing my friend again made me feel good inside. I needed some light inside the darkness that I was in. Even a flicker amidst the dark hole was enough to suffice. Lindsay didn't say much until we were on the freeway. What was that in the white paper bag? She directed the question to her brother, who just happened to tense up at her unexpected inquiry. I was seated in the back, so I just sat back and watched the siblings interact. I was going to let Carter handle this shit. He was the one who brought the damn thing, not I. It was nothing, Linz. Stop prying. Carter answered her sharply, telling her that the subject was not open for discussion. Like that would really shut his sister up. Better be nothing, Carter. I don't think I need to mention it again, that Emma is better off without you. You fucked up 5 times in one go, bro. She's better off. Lindsay looked at his brother with a determined stare. Carter stuck to driving without glancing at her. I was sure the man got the point. Linz, that's enough. I think your brother knows the extent of his fucked upness. We all give him shit for it. I managed to voice out. We were all protective of Emma. Even the guys that we were friends with are all giving Carter shit for it too. He deserved what he got. Carter gripped the steering wheel until his knuckles were white. Emma might be with Base now, but how long will that last until he dumps her? If you guys think I'm dirt because I get tempted from all the girls that throw themselves at me, then imagine the kind of treatment a Hollywood actor gets. He will end up hurting her. Lindsay snorted and shook her head. Yeah, I get that. Emma gets that too, but it depends on the guy. Base might be a playboy like you, but he will definitely focus on our girl. He's that kind of man, Carter. Yeah, just stab it where it hurts, chica. Base was the hottest piece of yumminess, but I agreed with what Lindsay had just said. If anyone saw how that golden boy looked at Emma, like he was seeing the sun for the first time, his eyes glowing in awe and fascination, they would see that he only had eyes for her. That same fire was alive in Emma's eyes too. It was crazy to describe it like that, but that's how it was with them, honest. If you watch them long enough, you get burned from the heat they exude. The awkward silence stretched out, and I didn't want to ponder my own demons that were on a temporary leave in my mind. Where's Brody? I absent-mindedly asked. Probably fucking someone Carter already plowed through. Lindsay paused. If you need a run-through, let me update you. After Cece got deflowered by my dear brother, she had a threesome with Brody and Cooper. This all happened when we were in high school. That didn't change the fact that her venom expanded that far beyond that. Fucking gross bitch. You and your friends Carter are seriously nasty. You need to get yourselves checked. Carter snapped at those last words. I can guarantee you that I'm clean through and through. I already knew about Carter and Cece, I murmured. Cece was in love with Carter, and she didn't hesitate to grab the opportunity when Carter was drunk. Cece thought Carter would take her seriously afterwards, but when he treated her like nothing happened, Cece got desperate. She hooked up with Carter's friends to hurt him, but it never worked. I was completely convinced that to this day, Cece was still obsessed with Carter. Lindsay stabbed the radio button on and switched it to Kiss FM, not wanting to talk any longer. We rode quietly until we got to LAX. With all of stuff out of the SUV, Carter rounded the car and gave me a hug first. Don't forget to give her the present, please, he whispered in my ear, pleading. Thank you. Take care and have fun, Tris. he murmured before kissing my forehead. Carter then went over to his gloating sister and gave her a bear hug. I feel like you're leaving me or something. Weird, right? I'm going to miss your annoying butt, baby sis. Carter pulled out a credit card from his wallet, handing it to Lindsay. Here, shove your heart out. I don't want you to spend any of your money. Make sure you pay with this when you guys go to London and wherever else you guys are going. That gesture sure made Lindsay happy. Yay. You're the best. I love you, big bro man. Thank you. I love you too, Linz. Now you girls be careful and always stay safe. No going home with random men, got it? Or I'll haul both of your asses back home. Carter gave us one more hug before he started to back off and head back to where his car was. We started to drag our luggage inside to check in, but we heard him. He was yelling from his window. Hey! Don't forget to tell Emma that I'm still crazy about her. Bye, girls. We both rolled our eyes at him. He's one hopeless man, Lindsay muttered, smiling. It really was too bad that he cheated, because he and Emma would have been great together. It's impossible to compete with Bass in the picture now, though. I mean, how would Carter win against a man who was so devoted to Emma? Bass took her seriously, and Carter simply did not. All checked in and through the security check, we still had 1 hour to burn until boarding, so we were both seated with our eyes stuck on our iPads, reading, when my phone beeped. Was it him? He knew I was leaving today. It must be him. With my heart beating wildly against my chest, I checked. My heart sunk that it wasn't him, but I was a tad happy that it was Amber instead. Amber, hi doll. So sorry I haven't been in communication. But I should be home in a month. All I have to do is go through a treatment facility in Phoenix. I don't know why it's that big of a deal. My parents didn't think it was, so I don't know why my grandmother is. Guess I've really shaken the wrong matriarch this time, huh? It's my only chance to get back to school. Grandma won't let me go back until I finish. I will be checking out of the hospital tomorrow, and will fly out there afterwards. Please don't call. I don't feel like talking, but I love and miss you guys. Hospital. Fuck, what the hell happened? I freaked out. My eyes reread the message again, just to make sure I got it right. It was still the same, and I was left completely confused. What? What are you talking about? Lindsay jumped at my sudden freakout. With tears in my eyes, I shoved the phone at her so she could read it herself. Her eyes quickly scanned it. Oh fuck. Damn it, Amber. Lindsay stood up, and I saw her press the call button. She started to pace until she got the voicemail. Listen up, stop being a sissy and not taking any of our calls. We're all worried about you. I can't believe you always do this to us, each and every time. Damn it, we love you. Talk to us. Trista and I are leaving for Greece to visit Emma. Just in case you don't know, she's in a movie with Bass. Yeah, she's with him now, just in case you didn't know that either. When you're done getting your shit together, come back home. You'll hear me bitch you out some more, but that should be expected. That doesn't mean that I don't love you. I bitch you out because I do. Over and out. Bye. Lindsay sunk back onto her seat and flicked my phone back to me. She's so fucked up. I feel helpless, she stared at the floor. Heck yes, that woman was impossible. I know, but we can't do much about that. All we can do is be there for her. Always. We're all she's got besides her grandma. Lindsay clutched my hand and gave it a light squeeze. Yes, things might always fall apart around us, yet Amber could always count on friends to be there for her. 3. Trista. About a month ago. Those 3 days I had before the termination, I spent wallowing and pondering my situation. I declined all calls that went through my phone, including Emma and Lindsay's. I was not in the frame of mind to speak to either of them. Maybe because if I did pick up one of their calls, I would simply break down, and I couldn't risk that. No, I needed all my energy and focus on what was to come. I had to keep it all in and get it together. I had to. I deserved it. It was my cruel punishment for being a selfish slut. I only thought about what I wanted. Any guilt I felt towards my family, and most especially to Becca, I had pushed away and never thought of it again. Yeah, I deserved to be in this cruel sentence. Being a mistress bitch was never the answer to have a happy ever after, though I hadn't cared at the time. Thinking about my pregnant cousin now hurt even more. Becca was 5 years older than I. She's spoiled and gets whatever her little heart desires. She has a rotten personality and loves to demean people around her. She wants to be the only thing that matters wherever she may be, and she never fails to make that point. Ever since I was little, she would always make fun of me, most especially when it came to how I looked. Becca started to call me Ducky when I was about 5 years old. To this day she still did. Her parents and her other 2 sisters, Brenda and Belle, followed suit. They made a light jest about it. On the outside, I would smile and pretend that it was fine. Deep inside, I was humiliated and embarrassed that I was ugly. The ugly duckling, Ducky. My brother Tristan used to defend me against their taunting, but my defender died when he was 16 years old. A thrill-seeker that thrived by living on the edge, he was surfing in the middle of a storm. The waves were violent and we were told that he fell from his board while he tried to ride one out, but it was too much for him to handle. When he fell, the waves kept pulling him down and it didn't take long for him to drown. Some onlookers said that they called for help, however it was already too late by the time that help got there. My brother was beyond saving when they pulled his body out of the ocean. My parents barely recovered from that, and my family was never the same. My mom took it hard, and to this day she still gets panic attacks. My father, crushed as he was, tried to communicate with me, but it was difficult, and it didn't take long until the 3 of us retreated and started to deal with Tristan's loss all on our own. My father worked more, my mom needed therapy and pills, and I found solace in partying. I was a full-blown party girl by my junior year of high school. It's been 4 years now since my brother's death and nothing's changed. I'm still troubled, more so now. I trapped myself in the cage of my reckless actions. The thought of my parents now gave me grief. My mother will never recover from this latest disaster, if she ever finds out. My grandmother and the rest of my relatives will positively disown me. They were the conservative sort, and having Harry's baby would be criminal. Karma. It hurts like a bitch when it lashes back at you. Harry called mid-noon on Sunday. I had to strengthen my resolve before I picked up my phone to answer him. Hello? What's it to be, Trista? He rushed out straight to the point. There was no mild-mannered greeting or an inquiry about my condition. The Harry I fell in love with, the one who relentlessly chased me until I gave in to his advances, was gone. Hearing him this way made me feel absolutely horrible. Go set the appointment. My voice wobbled when I spoke. My tears were endless. Good to know that you've come to your senses. I'm pleased. The private clinic is going to be in San Diego. I can't risk you running into someone, so it has to be 3 hours away from home. I will text you once it's all confirmed. He didn't even wait for me to disagree or agree, he simply just hung up on me. What a fucking mean, cold-hearted bastard. All I wanted was a little kindness from him, but I didn't even get that. I mattered so little to him. That knowledge made me feel like the naive idiot that I really was. What happened to all of his declarations of love? Did it all go downhill the minute I told him I was carrying his seed as well? After a few hours, Harry texted me the information as he had promised. Appointment is for 11 in the morning. Don't eat anything past midnight. A car will pick you up at 7:30 tomorrow. Be ready by then. Harry worked everything fast. If I hadn't been sure before, it was definitely crystal clear now that he certainly didn't want this kid with me. For the entire afternoon, I stuck to the same spot. When nightfall came, I hadn't made a move. The entire apartment was dark. I didn't care for any light. Turning them on would only show the kind of rotten being that I was. Because I was rotten, filthy, despicable, deplorable, but most of all, I was completely abominable, a sinner with the large scarlet letter. Yes, I didn't deserve the light, hence the darkened surroundings. I sat in the dark, immobilized as I gripped my stomach with both arms. It was to be a sacrifice for love, a sacrifice atop my own. For I knew once this was all done, my soul was to be given up as well. It was an even exchange for the heinous crime that was to be done. Without sound, I stood up and went to the unlit bathroom. I needed a hot bath. Once the water was halfway filled, I slowly took off my clothes. Naked, I slid inside the warm water carefully. Here, in this solemn place, I prayed for my unborn baby. My palms stroked my bare stomach. My throat caught as I tried to speak. I barely just found out about you, and a couple of hours after learning of your existence, I had to make drastic decisions. I'm so sorry, but your father needs you to sleep, forever. Forgive me. I cried harder as the realization crushed me again. I'll sleep in the dark with you, my love. I'll stay by your side. You'll always have me there, with you. Sleep eluded me that night. I ended up curling up in my bed, staring at the clock, until it was time for me to get ready. I wasn't wholly baffled with Harry's attitude. One thing that truly mattered to him was his inheritance. He was the firstborn son, and he stood to get more compared to his brother Harold, who hated his brother with a passion. The feeling was mutual. Brotherly love was non-existent between the two. I'd met Harold a few times, and let me just say that the man was quite vocal about what he really felt about his brother. I never quite got why those two didn't really get along though. Thinking about all the consequences that could unfold made me sick with dread, but what really gutted me was the unavoidable truth. I would be the one to face all of them, to be castigated, and surely carry my family's scorn and loathing, if the affair ever got out. My pregnancy would definitely cause another string of explosions along the way. It would be like walking through a field of landmines. One explosion would lead to another, a never-ending chain of devastation. The damage would be severe, and I would have to wear the scars. Forever. Even if the scars that I carried were only emotional, I would certainly be shrouded almost completely by them. It would surely tear me apart. Frayed, that's how this is going to leave me. As promised, a hired black-tinted Audi showed up promptly at 7:45 in the morning. The driver greeted me, but I barely gave him a ghost of a smile. I was dressed rather odd compared to my normal summer clothes. I needed something warm and comfy, so I chose loose sweatpants even though it's nearly June. I had a soft sweater, and the largest sunglasses I could find on too. I wanted to crawl and hide somewhere dark and cold, locking myself in until this could all just blow over. I was simply scared shitless. A small part of me hoped that Harry was waiting for me inside the car, but that hope was immediately squashed as I peered into the depths of the car. I was going to have to do this all on my own. True, I could have had Lindsay with me to be there and hold my hand, but I wasn't ready for anyone to know. For the past few days, I endlessly thought of everything, the outcome and all the ugly scenarios my imagination could come up with. Although I knew I was without a doubt pregnant, I still hadn't wrapped my mind around it completely. Everything seemed surreal for me. From Harry's intensely crass treatment, to his brash indifference, to this journey to the abortion clinic, it all felt like a bad nightmare, and a major part of me wished I was going to wake up soon. Fairy tales were made for people with rose-tinted glasses though. Indeed, I never considered myself to be one of those. Granted, I may have deluded myself into believing I could be that kind of person, when I realized I was completely and irreversibly in love with Harry. That surely didn't last long, however. I knew sooner or later we would have to end. What I didn't expect was how short of a time we had, because I simply wasn't ready to let him go. Even after how he treated me, I still loved that twit of a man. I hadn't realized that we had arrived until the driver killed the engine and got out of the car to open the door for me. The private clinic screamed exclusive and expensive from their heavily tinted windows, to the fast-approaching well-dressed aged man striding towards me in a charcoal suit. This place must have cost Harry a good penny. I guess fucking Harry was really going to play the scared little boy, running away with his balls between his legs. The man introduced himself and held out his hand. I absently shook it, but didn't return his cheerful greeting. I just nodded and sent off a bitchy attitude. Hell, there was nothing to be happy about. I'm already mourning the loss of my unborn baby, and I suppose I was always going to. There was no need for me to pretend that it was all okay too. The nameless man, since I was too uninterested to listen to his yapping and didn't catch his name, ushered me inside the tinted building. After a quick elevator ride and a couple of doors, I was introduced to a female nurse. The sympathetic Latina woman didn't have to say anything. I knew she understood and was empathetic about my situation from the slight touches she gave me. It was somewhere in between. Be strong, no one is judging you, and you're not alone. I'm here if you need to talk about your fears. Of course, I never uttered a word, but it was comforting to know all the same. The nurse handed me papers to read through and sign. Afterwards, she instructed me to pee in one of those plastic cups and bring it back to her. I reluctantly did as she requested, handing her the half-pint-size container with my fluids when I was done. Thank you, Trista. I will be sending this to the lab. I will be back quickly. Feel free to make yourself comfortable. We will get to your blood work once I get back. She gave me an easy smile before she left me alone in the room. After 10 minutes or so, she was back. She then prepped me to get 4 vials of blood out of my weak arm. I hated needles, but I didn't even wince when the big thick needle pricked me. I was beyond the point of numbness. If someone would have slapped me right now, I wouldn't even have felt it. All done, hun? I will be back after we get the results. It shouldn't be long now, and then we can get started. The nurse gave me another warm smile before she exited the room. The room was like any other gynecologist's exam room, except it was painted in a nude tone, with a mural on one wall of the San Diego coast. Soft sounds of Debussy filtered through the room. I knew that every single time I heard his music from now on, I would associate it with this memory. I would never enjoy his masterpieces like I used to. I dug out my phone when I heard it vibrate. Emma, it said. Lately, she'd been calling constantly, and I knew I would have to pick up soon before she started calling Lindsay to check on me. Out of the 4 of us, Emma was the lucky one. Why? Because she was not a fuck-up like the rest of us. Lindsay was rattled by her parents' death at a young age, and from time to time she would channel her frustration and sadness into lashing out at men like Brody or Cooper usually. Amber had the most screwed-up childhood though. Her parents completely ignored her. I clearly remembered Amber's rebellion strategy, thinking that it would get her attention and the love that she craved so much, but it simply didn't work. Nothing did, it seemed, when it came to Mr. and Mrs. Harrison's only child. They remained blissfully unattached. Emma was the easiest to talk to, compared to Lindsay and Amber. Emma had that kind of personality where it's easy to unload all of your skeletons, because you knew she wouldn't breathe a word about it, and wouldn't dream of judging you over it, either. All good girls have an Achilles heel though, and hers was Carter Mason. Hopefully that stupid, lovey-dovey haze she was in was lifted off now that she knew what kind of man he was to her, and she was starting to move on with Bass. Girlfriend deserved better than hotshot cheating-ass Carter. When my phone vibrated again, I wasn't a bit surprised that it was Emma again. I finally relented and took the call. "Hey doll. What's up?" I greeted her in a flat, cheerless tone. My voice mirrored what I felt and what I was going through. I didn't have the energy to hide it. "What's wrong? You sound horrible. You okay?" Emma was obviously worried, nothing new there, though hearing her familiar voice gave me strength. "Not really. I'm just going through some difficult stuff. I know you're going to ask what, but I'm not ready to talk about it." My voice wobbled and the last few words came out in a whisper. "Oh no, let me go call Linz. She'll be there quick." Emma sounded like she was trying to help, but seeing Lindsay was definitely not one of the brightest ideas. I panicked at her suggestion and cut her off before she got any more ideas. "No, please don't do that. I love that woman to death, but I want to be alone. I will catch up with you guys once we get there in a few weeks, okay? I'm sorry I'm being rude, Em. It's just tough right now." She gave a helpless sigh. "Fine, I respect that. Make sure you get on that plane, okay? This island will heal you of whatever demons you're going through. Trust me on this. Just get on that damn plane, then we can weed through one problem at a time when you get here, comprende?" I smiled when she said comprende. It was a Lindsay thing, and hearing Emma say it made me miss her even more. I doubt there was a place on earth that could heal me, yet I didn't tell Emma that. Worrying her was the last thing I needed to do. Even if I want to miss the flight, I don't think Lindsay will allow me. 3 weeks will be here before we know it, and I will be there enjoying the Grecian sun with you. The picture I painted out did sound quite inviting, and being around my friends would surely lift my spirits up, whatever was left of them. "Damn straight girly. I look forward to seeing both of my doll faces," Emma said with excitement, but she immediately paused. I have something else to tell you. Carter's been emailing me on a daily basis. I haven't replied to any of it, but he still sends them. These emails are mostly about how his day went and whatnot. Do you think I should respond to any of them?" The hellish fucker, when would he ever stop with Emma? Listen up, Em. You're not obligated to reply to those emails. Ignore them and pretend they're not there. You will not open any of those emails and read them. You do get that this will fuck things up with Bass, right? I know you mentioned that you two aren't official, that you're in the getting to know each other phase, but you should know better. Unless you're not into Bass, that is. Then go right ahead and read them. It's only been a few months since Carter and Emma broke up. It's clearly normal for her to still have a wee bit of affection towards her ex, but come on. Base coal was hot and heavy for her. I didn't want my friend to mess that up. Base was the solid deal. Anyone with eyes would know that he was serious with Emma. That's just a simple fact. Seriously, I'm stupidly crazy about Bass. We've been inseparable. You're right, I will go on and ignore them. I've got to go. We have a bonfire going with some of the crew out on the beach. See you very soon, babe. I love you and I'm only a phone call away. Emma spoke with utmost sincerity. It simply made me tear up. I mumbled my thanks and told her that I loved her too, before I hung up. It was a good thing that I decided to pick up when Emma called. As short as the phone call was, it had alleviated a tiny fraction of the dark shroud that blanketed me. The door burst open and the nurse entered. She went to one of the cabinets and handed me a hospital gown. "Trista, here's the gown for you to change in. I'll be taking you to the surgery room afterwards." I took the gown away from her hands and stood up. "Okay," I murmured quietly before I went inside the bathroom. I changed into my hospital garb on autopilot. When I emerged from the bathroom, the nurse was still there, patiently waiting for me. "You can leave your things here. Everything is secure, so you don't have to worry about your items being stolen." She held the door open for me, and I stepped out of the room. The well-lit hallway reminded me of being in a movie where the person was heading for a death penalty execution, sterile and cold. A few more turns and a corridor later, I finally arrived in the surgery room. Positioned in the middle of the bright room was the execution table. The medical staff met me cordially before a female doctor greeted me, and from then on, things happened quickly. I was instructed to get on the daunting surgical table while they started preparing everything. As soon as I laid down, I immediately closed my eyes and tried to drown out the sound of everyone, only opening them when the doctor addressed me. "Trista, this procedure will be very quick. It's going to be over before you know it. How are you feeling?" The doctor's kind eyes probed into me. I blinked back a few times before I responded to her question. "I've been better. If I really had a choice, I would have stayed mum and ignored her completely, but heck, she was my doctor, I was obligated to respond." A nurse tapped my arm and searched for a vein to prick a needle into. "We're going to give you something to sedate you." The doctor smiled down at me before she nodded towards the nurse, which I took as a signal to start injecting me with the sedative. "How are we feeling?" "Still good?" the doctor asked me again after the nurse finished with my arm. I gave her a small nod, deciding to not really talk if I didn't need to. I saw her nod her head again, and I heard some stuff being carted towards us. The doctor then started shooting questions at me. I suppose it was a strategy to distract me from what's really going on around me. "What did you major in? What do you want to be? Do you like the beach? Do you like SeaWorld?" I mumbled my replies to all of her mild, pseudo-interrogation questions. She kept on going until I thought I couldn't stand it anymore. Then everything started to get blurry. Her voice had begun to sound like she was speaking through a glass wall, as my senses started to decline quickly. The noisy background heightened before my lids drooped low and shut completely, the noise fading right along with my consciousness. Darkness swallowed me whole. Silence filled me. I woke up disoriented and slightly drugged as I took in my surroundings. I might have grunted a bit, since a nurse immediately had begun seeing to me. "How are you feeling, dear? When you're feeling a little stronger, we have tea and crackers for you to nibble on. Do you need some water?" The nurse checked on my vitals as she went along asking questions. "No, I'm okay." I spoke with a dry mouth and explicit tightness in my chest. It was done, no more pregnancy. "Sleep some more. You did great, Trista. I will be back to check on you shortly." The nurse gave me a pleasant smile before she took hold of my hand for some type of affection. It was a comforting gesture that I appreciated greatly. Even in my drug stupor, sleep didn't come again. I laid in the silence of the room, my mind taking stock of the minute that slipped away. It took the nurse exactly an hour until she came by again with the promised tea and crackers. "Thank you," I murmured as my hand reached out for the tea. It shook slightly as I brought it to my lips. The nurse sat next to me as I finished the snack she had brought, silently giving me comfort with her presence. I had the impression it was mandatory to eat them, since we were barred from eating anything the night before, and because of the blood loss from the procedure. Before I checked out of the private clinic, the nurse gave me a year's supply of birth control pills, condoms, and was told to get myself checked 3 weeks later to make sure my uterus was intact and not scarred from the procedure. I bravely bid her goodbye before I left the place. The driver helped me to get inside the car. Once I was comfortably seated, I heard him clear his throat. "Miss Stevens, I was told to give you this." The driver handed me a letter. I dared not to open it until I reached my place. I knew what it was though. It was Harry's goodbye. The idiot wasn't brave enough to come and see me through this ordeal. He wasn't courageous enough to face me in person, to end our affair either. The letter was the best he could muster. After the 3-hour jaunt, I was finally back at my place. My fingers were fumbling as I tried to open the small piece of paper that held my life, my love. My eyes scanned the letter, but all I could see were the words, "I'm sorry to do this, but this has to end." My fears were right. I knew it was coming, and yet I couldn't bring myself to really believe it. Now here it was in bold lettering. With shaky legs and in a trance-like state, I sought the toilet. Something recoiled in my stomach and I tried to retch all of it out, but nothing came. I sadly laughed about it as tears flowed. I'm not even granted some release from the pain. Torture me some more, karma. Give me all you've got until all the fight's left me. 4. Trista. Present. We arrived in Aspasia mid-afternoon, on a Tuesday. Lindsay looked well rested since she slept most of the flight from LA to London, and another few more hours from London to Athens. I was glad she was wide awake during our short Cessna flight from Athens to Aspasia. I didn't sleep a wink on either flight, since it had been impossible. I was left alone with my thoughts, which liberally played havoc with my sanity, so having Lindsay final awake during the last leg of our journey had been a relief. I heard Lindsay make an excited squeal. Man, Emma wasn't kidding about these pimped-out golf carts. I saw her greet the driver and shake his hand. The young Greek male looked enthralled but a bit shy about it. I walked over to the cart and hopped inside. Lindsay was busy talking to the man. "How long have you worked here? How old are you? Do you watch when they start filming?" She kept going on and on about everything. "That's Lindsay for you." Okay, I admit that the island was absolutely gorgeous, and that I am a wee bit excited to be spending a month here. The beautiful Aegean Sea was breathtaking to look at. The soft, clean breeze that went along with the view helped ease some of my tension. From the looks of it, this private island was well equipped with everything. The lavish design and architecture showed understated elegance. It was modern meets old-school Mediterranean style. When the driver stopped at the very last cottage on the lane, Linz and I immediately hopped out. "Your belongings will be delivered shortly. Miss Emma is still out filming, but someone is here to welcome you. Enjoy your stay in Aspasia. More importantly, have a lot of fun in Greece. You have never seen true beauty until you've seen Greece." The young man grinned at us and gave us a nod before he left. Oh God. I think I really love the idea of being friends with a celebrity now. Lindsay announced gleefully before she strode towards the cottage and pushed the buzzer. I was about to respond to her statement with some smartass remark, but the door was yanked open by a guy who was only wearing beach shorts and nothing more. Ripped tanned muscles up close and personal was such a heady thing. His hazel eyes looked amused as he watched both of our faces. "I'm Taylor Montgomery, Bass's friend. Come on in. They should be here in a couple hours or so." Lindsay held out her hand. "Lindsay, Emma's best friend." Taylor jovially shook it, smiling down at her. She then pointed her thumb at me. "This is Trista, second in command." I wanted to roll my eyes at her statement, but refrained from doing so. "Second in command of what?" Taylor inquired as he smiled down at me. His eyes twinkled mischievously. "Now, Why wasn't I surprised that Bass Cole's best friend was another version of him? True, Bass rocked his own hotness planet, but this Taylor dude was not far off. He could be the moon of that hotness planet. Bass was, well, just Bass, but this dude was sculpted more, and it was topped off with a pretty face. In what sense? You couldn't find a single fault with his facial features, that's what. Not like I could find any with Bass, but there was just something more to his friend. Top secret girly protocols. Lindsay started to stroll towards the living room, leaving me with Mr. Pretty. Are you an actor too? I asked while I followed Lindsay inside. Taylor gave a light chuckle before he shook his head. Nah, nothing like that, though I model from time to time. I'm a law student, actually. I perked up from his response. Mr. Pretty Boy is loaded with legal mumbo-jumbo, interesting mix. I definitely didn't see that one coming. He looked like he wanted to chat some more, but I wasn't up for it. He and Lindsay could do that without me. Do you know which rooms are available? I want to rest for now. Lindsay immediately spun around from the wide-open sliding doors. Oh boo. Come on, we're in Greece and you want to rest? I'm only going to let you off if you promise to join us once Emma and Bass come back, comprende? She pouted while folding her hands underneath her breasts, making them pop out more. I smirked. One thing I admired about my childhood best friend, Lindsay, was her power to use her body like a weapon. It came naturally to her, but when she's on a hell-bent mission, that shit is absolutely lethal, a definite must-see. Just ask all the fallen, besotted men. It was never a wonder to me why Cece hated her guts. Bitch hated Emma too. I had reservations with Cece before, but she declared war when she and the Skankerette Club betrayed Emma that way. Yes, Miss Nazi, I hear you loud and clear. I genuinely smiled back at my friend, a real smile after weeks of not having one. Lindsay blew me kisses before she took her wedge sandals off and went out on the patio. She certainly was not going to waste any time enjoying her heart out of Greece. I made a quick glance at the man close to me, who stood confidently like a goddamned gladiator, taking in his features once again. Taylor Montgomery was your typical pretty boy. Blonde hair with hazel eyes, tan skin, awesome six-pack, cherry red lips, and facial features that could easily make other people jealous. Taylor cleared his throat and gestured towards the other end of the hall, breaking my thoughts. Bass will be sleeping in Emma's room since he gave me his. There's 2 more available, so you get first dibs. He played host and gestured towards the other 2 oak doors on the left. I didn't even bother checking out the rooms. I picked the last one and strode towards it. Surprise caught me when Taylor came up and managed to open the door before I did. How chivalrous of him. I murmured my thanks and strode inside the room, checking it out. Just in case you can't nap, there's a nice alcove half a mile from here. There are also a few taverns and a tiny fishing village if you walk towards your left. The family that owns the island have their own people, I guess. It's a pretty tight-knit community. You'll like it here. Taylor stood against the door, his face animated. Okay, right on. Could he shoo himself out now? Great, thanks for the deets. I'll see you later. I know my dry attitude didn't match the earthy, light atmosphere of this place, but it was impossible to let go of my dark shackles. They're there, and I was bonded to them. I was glad when he took the cue and bid me goodbye. I guess that smart brain really did work, I mused darkly. I looked around my room and felt right at home. The light blue and white color schematics worked and blended perfectly, along with the wide windows and the rustic accented furniture. I placed my purse on the cushioned seat and started to take my clothes off. With only my underwear on, I slid inside the bed. The instant my head hit the pillow, my brain, for the very first time in a month, shut down completely. 5. Trista. I woke up when I heard Emma's shrieking laughter. Get in the shower now, woman. You can't tease me like that and expect to get away from it. I could hear Bass laugh from the hallway. I could also make out Emma trying to hush him, but Bass only growled, and I suppose he picked her up since Emma sounded out of breath. Put me down. A few heightened giggles, a light slam of the door, the house became quiet again. I shifted on my side and smiled at the thought of them. Those two were crazy about each other. I'm glad that she'd stopped taking notice of Carter's emails, but who am I really to say? If Harry asked me back again, I would most likely think about it for a few seconds and say yes. I admit it's beyond pitiful, but the heart wants what it wants. It doesn't think for you, nor does it make decisions for you. It only beats like a drum roll, marching you toward the person who took your heart. It's deplorable to even think of him after all that's happened, yet here I was, thinking of him, wondering if he's thinking of me too. Languidly, I got out of bed and looked outside. It was dusky outside, and I could hear the light, chirpy sounds of cicadas. Beautiful, I thought as I closed my eyes and smelled the pleasing mixture of sea fresh air and heady blooms. After a good 5 minutes of appreciating the view, I strode towards the light switch. I was surprised to find my luggage next to the door. Instead of going through it, I went to grab my phone inside my purse. There were still no messages or phone calls from Harry. I guess he really meant it when he said he will try to cut me out of his life. Well, good for him, I thought dastardly. I'm the one who went through the traumatizing shit and was treated like a piece of ass. Ah, great, just mighty fucking great. Dejected, I opened my luggage and immediately gathered everything I needed and headed for the shower. Life goes on, with or without me. I best snap out of it before it forgets that I exist. I've been out of it long enough, maybe. After a quick dry of my hair and light makeup, I declared myself ready. I wore a short pistachio-colored cotton dress and jewel-encrusted flat sandals. It was light and perfect for beach ambiance. I stared back at my reflection, a little unsure. Happy face, Trista Stevens, fucking put on your happy face. When I strode out of my room, I saw Emma and Taylor outside, laughing and drinking together. When Emma's eyes saw me walk towards them, she immediately got up and gave me a tight, "I miss you so much" kind of hug. I hugged her back with the same intensity. So happy to see you again, Tris," Emma exclaimed, as she wrapped an arm around my shoulders. "It really is great to see you too, boo," I said, and meant every word. Emma guided me to one of the rattan chaise lounges, across from the shirtless Taylor. "Going to get you something to drink, BRB. Lindsay's in the kitchen and, as you can see, Bass is over there on the phone." Emma pointed towards her man, who was well engrossed in a conversation, also not wearing a shirt. He was muscular perfection at its finest. What's up with these fellas not wearing any shirts? It was a total mind fuck to all the girly hormones around the perimeter. The setting they had out here was impressively awesome. Outdoor bed, dining tables and chairs, but what I really loved was the large table around the chaise lounges. It had a Middle Eastern feel, where they shared their meals and broke bread amongst trusted folks. Complete with dim lighting and lit candles scattered about, it was purely soul-lifting and therapeutic. They ordered dinner from the villa's kitchen. It should arrive soon. "How was your nap?" Taylor eyed me casually. "Good, thank you," I politely replied. Curiosity won out and I blurted, "Is there a who's got the best six-pack competition around here that I should know about?" Taylor barked out a loud laugh. It was deep, throaty and very manly. It was the opposite of Harry's polished, restrained and practiced one. "Why do you ask? Does it offend or please you?" Taylor smiled at me before he took a long gulp of his beer. My eyes instantly darted towards his neck where his Adam's apple was bobbing up and down, mesmerizing me for a mere second. Taylor caught me staring at him, but I didn't even blush or stand down from his penetrating gaze. I'm sure Pretty Boy was used to this kind of attention. Sure, he may be good looking to some, but he's not my type, no matter how much I may enjoy ogling him. Honestly, it doesn't offend or please me at all. You could say that I'm indifferent about it. That caught his attention. Even the ever-drooled over base coal doesn't affect you? Taylor looked pretty much entertained. Okay, maybe not Bass. Honest to God, I don't know a living soul who doesn't have the hots for him. Not one. I think it's already a given how the entire universe sees him. I'm not immune to it, no one is. Taylor leaned over and studied my face with such concentration. To me, it looked like he was trying to read me, or better yet, read my mind. Is this your subtle way of telling me that you don't find me attractive? Damn it, he's pretty forward too. Him. I wasn't trying to tell you anything but to answer your question. No, you're not my type. Taylor's face lit up with a devilish grin. Women with excess baggage are unattractive to me. Good to know that we have something in common. He then stood up and saluted his bottle at me before spinning around and heading towards Bass. Staggered speechless, I stared after his form. What the flying fuck was that? How the hell would he know that I have excess baggage? Do I have a fucking tattooed sign on my forehead or something? Oh, looks like you influenced Trista, Lindsay. Emma chided Lindsay as they approached me with a tray of assorted alcoholic drinks. My eyes happily took in all the amazing concoctions as Emma placed the tray on the table. Lindsay and Emma then settled on separate lounge chairs. This is why girlfriends are the best. You can always count on them to cheer up a down-and-out friend, I happily said, as my hand grabbed a martini glass with a bright blue liquid in it. Now, if this drink would only turn out to be an AMF, adios motherfucker, I would be an even happier woman. The smile that stretched across my lips was absolutely genuine, as it turned out that it was. It was time to get back on Boozeville. I'm taking it that horrible Harry is no more? Lindsay asked while Emma and I took a sip of our drinks. You used to be like this when there was trouble in paradise with him, but now there's a dark edge to it. That can only mean one thing, you guys are kaput. Crap, Lindsay. She's too damn observant. This was why it was hard to open up to her, because she tends to just railroad everything and get to the point. She doesn't stall or prance around the subject. I love her like a sister, but at certain times, Lindsay could be scary as fuck. I took another gulp of my AMF, tilting my head back and savoring the sweet, fiery burn of the menacing drink. I am officially no longer a mistress. No more secret rendezvous. No more scheduled fuck marathons. No more secret codes. Yep, there is no more horrible Harry. I miserably downed my drink before releasing a cringing sigh. You know what's the saddest part is? I wasn't ready for it to be over. The stupid bastard dumped me. Stupid spineless piece of shit dumped me. Ha! Joke's on me. Lindsay growled. I could hire a hitman to end that sorry worthless piece of shit. If I weren't so emotional right now, I would have rolled my eyes at her already. That statement was just so Lindsay. Emma got up, sat next to me, and gave me a comforting hug. That stupid faithless prick didn't deserve your love, babe. It may not seem like it now because everything's still new. Give it time, you'll see what I mean. Lindsay then came and joined our hug. I've got a solution. We'll make that fucker pay. I was about to protest, but she shushed me. Okay, I was kidding about hiring a hitman. Okay, maybe I was serious but only a little. I've got a brilliant plan though. I could set him up, seduce him, and make a video. I'll send it out to all of his associates, and shame him for life. With my face blurred, of course. It's the brightest plan, isn't it? It should teach the cheating cad not to fuck with my bitches. These were only a few examples why Lindsay was scary as fuck. I glanced at Emma when I heard her laugh. Seriously, what's so funny? None of her solutions were laughable. I'm not going to be a vengeful woman. I still love him, for crying out loud. Emma smiled at Lindsay before she responded to my question. Woman, I think it's a flawlessly perfect plan. I know your cousin is pregnant, Tris, but you have to see that Harry might have a new mistress already or is looking for one again. You don't want that to happen to another woman, do you? Fuck. Was Harry capable of taking on another mistress? If I think back now, he was way too slick about everything. From setting our schedules for meeting to every single minute detail of our rendezvous, it was well thought out and fully orchestrated. Only a man with practice and experience could achieve that without a glitch. The joke really was on me. The whole fucking time that Harry was making me fall in love with him, showering me with presents and kisses, professing his crazy love for me, it was all a load of practiced crap. To be blinded by love, to have had that love then taken advantage of, is the most humbling, the most eye-opening, the most gut-wrenching experience anyone can ever go through. However, do I want to humiliate Harry and Becca? No, I don't. I'm not for it, but I'll keep it in mind, okay? Thank you for all the crazy support. I stated with much more emphasis on the word crazy. Lindsay simply pouted and went back to her spot. Imagine if she was acting this way after only learning about Harry dumping me. I could easily see the she-devil incarnate and her coming out if I dropped the bomb about the terminated pregnancy. Definitely not a good idea right this instant. Emma glanced to my left and welcomed a few people who brought out a feast with them, instructing them to place everything on the long rectangular glass table that was close to the lounges. Emma then took out 3 $100 bills and handed it to each of the men accordingly, before they left us with the bazillion plates of food. $300 for a tip, Em? Isn't that a little too much? Lindsay asked as she checked out the platters filled with lobster, squid and shrimp dishes, as well as others I couldn't name. It all looked good, mouth-watering, dive in without care, scrumptiously good. Emma bit her lip. I ran out of euros. Besides, Bass always tells me to tip bigger for people who serve you. It's mandatory that way. He says that these people work extra hard, and they deserve to get more than they get per hour. Manual labor is harder work. Fucking Bass. Why does he have to be so perfect? You're such a lucky biatch. Now, I would really be pissed off if you went back to my brother, Lindsay announced. Her voice held a serious tone to it. Really, did she have to bring up Carter when Bass was around? Heck, I'm so invested in her love life. I would cut a bitch if they break up. I think it's safe to say that we're all living our fantasy through you, doll. All three of us laughed at that. This was really refreshing. I felt somehow hopeful again. I smiled and strode over to them. I eyed the gourmet food on the table with interest. Taking a shrimp by its tail, I took a luscious bite. Fucking awesome, I savored the delicacy. We all turned around when we heard male voices. Trista, it's good to see you again. Bass came over and gave me a welcoming hug. Holy fuck, my heart started to palpitate. I gave him a smile after he released me from his arms. Good to see you too, Bass. You still look sexy enough to give a woman a heart attack. Hell, I think I actually might have had one if he held me any longer. I did tell you my friend has got a fever for you. Bass laughed at Emma's response, who simply gave him a flirty wink. Lindsay and Taylor started to get their plates and forked out food from the table. Who wants wine? Emma asked as she poured Bass a glass of red and handed it to him. Thanks, Agape Mo, Bass murmured and gave Emma a lingering kiss before they joined us. What the hell does that mean? Lindsay wondered out loud once we were settled on the circular table. It means my darling, my love, my beloved, my sweetheart. Taylor provided her with quick answers. Damn, I need to find me a Greek god, Lindsay said in between bites of her salad. I had no doubt in my mind that she would get her wish. I'll join you on that worthy campaign, I added as I high-fived Lindsay. Taylor simply shook his head, like we were both crazy. We truly were, he just didn't know it yet. Ooh, this ought to be exciting. Emma cheerily eyed her girlfriends. Bass simply grunted on the side, disbelieving. Trying to ditch me already, Emma? You should try harder than that. Bass passionately eyed her, a sensuous dashing smile plastered on his face. Ha! I bet this dude would never forget the day that Emma backpedaled and chose Carter over him. Taylor choked on his food and started to cough, tapping his chest a few times before he cleared his throat. You're hopeless, dude. Maybe a good distraction was the best solution after all. Yeah, that's a big fat maybe. 6. Trista. The night progressed in a laid-back, easy manner. After a few more drinks, we were all throwing jokes at each other. Though Taylor and I barely conversed with each other, I was hyper-aware of him though. Pretty boy got to me after that cutting remark. He was right about everything he had said, and I despised him for it. Right about 1 a.m, Emma and Lindsay started to yawn. I'm going to bed. I have to wake up early tomorrow, Emma yawned. Bass got up with her and bid us all good night. Taylor, Lindsay and I sat about quietly. We stared before us, across the vast expanse of the dark sea. You guys want to check out Ios Island tomorrow? Taylor broke the silence. Lindsay stretched around her lounge, her fit body on display. It didn't surprise me that Taylor noticed. Sure, what do you have in mind? Lindsay sparked up, her exhaustion almost disappearing. Shit, 2 days with Taylor? That was so not a part of my vacation plan. Well, those two will be busy and won't be available until Saturday anyway. We could go for a couple of days and come back here on Friday. Or we could meet them up in Athens on Saturday. A lot of the folks go back to the mainland during the weekend. Taylor looked at us back and forth. I barely shrugged at him. I refused to be on friendly terms with him, and had gotten the feeling that he felt the same way. If anything, we were simply being civilized with each other. Does the plan sound cool to you, Tris? We could leave after lunch. Lindsay stood up. She covered her mouth when another yawn came. I nodded in agreement, because there was never any point in arguing when Lindsay was geared up to do something. Yeah, sounds good. It was then that Taylor's cell phone chirped. He glanced at it. A small frown crossed his pretty boy features. Lindsay was mumbling something about the trip tomorrow, but I kept my gaze on Taylor. He didn't seem pleased. Peace out, world. See you guys tomorrow. Lindsay gave a lazy wave and strode back inside the house. Going to make a call and turn in as well, good night. Taylor gave me a quick glance and disappeared inside. Fishy, did he make that excuse to avoid being left alone with me? Or to follow Lindsay inside? I stood up, shook my sandals off my feet and strolled towards the beach. I made a pleasurable sigh when I felt the warmth of the sand in between my toes. I started to make my way to the shore and chose a spot to sit somewhere dry, but that was close enough to the water for my toes to reach the tide. Immediately, my thoughts dragged me back to my dark place. I wondered if I wouldn't be as miserable if Harry hadn't dropped me the way he did. That feeling of betrayal, the gut-wrenching sensation of being bared open that leaves this massive deteriorating hole inside me, coming right back at me as soon as I am alone. It's like an infested monster. It eats, claws and pulls me in its shackles. Tears flowed freely down my face, and I couldn't be bothered to stop them. No matter how much I wanted to hate Harry, my heart wouldn't let me. I was angry and I wanted to kick his balls, but I didn't hate him. Why can't I hate him? It would make life so much easier. I didn't know how long I stared at the sea whilst crying my eyes out. This was the first time since Tristan's death that I had gone this close to the shore. I couldn't really do it before. I somehow felt like I was betraying my brother's memory if I allowed myself to enjoy the sea. Tristan was my champion, he looked out for me, and in return I worshipped my brother. He was the perfect son, and we all felt his loss. I missed him dearly. At times like these, I wished he was still alive to tell me what to do, to tell me that it'll be okay. Life had a twisted and weird sense of humor. It makes you yearn for things, makes you fall in love, but it's diabolical because it never fails to betray you. It stabs you in the back when you're not anticipating it. Love kills. The love of surfing killed Tristan. Love killed me inside. Death gnawed inside me, until there was nothing left except emptiness. I got up and carefully dipped my foot in the water. I was delighted that it felt warm on my toes. Out of the blue, I had this crazy urge to go swimming. With my dress on, I paced until the water engulfed half of my body. I huffed out a brave sigh and dived underwater. It was murky as I swam deeper, until it was pitch black. I stopped swimming and slowly looked up to see if I could see any light from the moon. There was none. Darkness surrounded me. So, I swam a little further out, until it was hard to continue. It was odd, but it gave me comfort. The tight heaviness of my chest told me that I needed to swim back up to get some air, but the darkness called upon me, soothing me, a complete balm to my shattered soul. It slowly pulled me downwards, drawing me in, calling me. I suddenly felt at peace. The nagging voices in my head stopped. They couldn't torture me anymore. My mind shut off, rendering it blank. Empty. I think I formed a ghost of a smile before I utterly surrendered to it. 7. Taylor. Megan. My girlfriend of 3 years, now an ex, just gave me a missed call. She hung up after one ring. I didn't know what to make of it. She and I parted amicably, or so I thought. We both decided that it wasn't working out. That was 6 months ago. Without much preamble, I dialed her number. After a few rings, I was sent to voicemail. I killed it before her recorded voice surfaced. She's been doing this a lot, a few missed calls here and there for the last few months. Each time she never follows through, never picks up any of my damn calls. I hated how she liked these idiotic mind games. If she needed to speak to me about something, then why play phone tag? I suppose this was Megan's subtle way to make me not forget her. As annoying as her technique was, it worked brilliantly. Fucking women. I grumbled as I chucked my phone on the bed. It was late, but I didn't feel tired at all. I contemplated if I should just call it a night, or join that hellcat of a woman outside on the patio. It doesn't take any Freudian ability to see how much baggage that woman carried. She might smile and laugh, but it was insincere. I saw glimpses of tortured pain in those eyes. Reading people was one thing I had always done well. I felt bad about what I said to her earlier, but she had to know I wasn't trying to hit on her or anything. I may have thought about it for a second when my eyes first landed on her. Both girls were hot, but for some reason Trista intrigued me more. That instantly took a nosedive when I realized how guarded she was though. Wanting to take my mind off everyone, I looked for my iPad. I could do with a good suspense book to pass the time, but it was nowhere to be found. I suddenly remembered I left it on the outdoor canopy bed this afternoon. I stopped halfway in the living room when I saw Trista dive in the water with her clothes on. Funny, I would have pegged that personality of hers to have gone naked. She had that bold sassiness to her. A confident woman who knew she was hot. Breaking my thoughts of her, I went outside. It didn't take me long to find my iPad sitting where I left it earlier. I started to make way inside, but something compelled me to see her one more time before I hid in my room. My eyes scanned the dark moonlit sea, but there was no movement anywhere. Fear started to spread through me as I started to walk towards the shore. The sea was still, not an ounce of movement anywhere, silent. I dropped my iPad on the sand and hurriedly went in the water. Something told me that she hadn't planned to come out alive. Fuck, I had no idea her shit ran that deep. I prayed that I wasn't too late. It was hard to see anything as I got further in, but my determination didn't stop me. I dove in deeper, my eyes scanning the dark water. That was when I saw a glimmer of something ahead. I accelerated my speed and swam towards it. It could have been a fish for all I knew, but it gave me hope. My heart lurched when my burning eyes found her slowly sinking to the bottom, eyes closed, auburn hair floating, arms lifeless. A diamond sparkled on her exposed neck. I quickly got to her and wrapped one arm around her waist. I used my other free hand and both of my legs to propel us upwards. My lungs burst wildly when I reached the surface, gulping air into my chest, before I summoned all my strength and started to swim back to shore. When my toes touched sand, I gathered her in my arms and hurried to the shore. I carefully placed her limp body on the sand, her head propped carefully on my folded knee. It was obvious that she wasn't breathing. Urgently, I placed my hand over the other, and used the soles of my hands to apply pressure against her chest. I used enough pressure to compress her chest that it recoiled. Panic started to flourish as each new try proved unsuccessful, but I squashed it like the pest that it was, opting instead for a different method to try and save her. My hands instantly parted her lips for mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After my third try, she slowly started to cough. Her body stiffly turned to the side and spat out water, coughing and wheezing it all out. My arm held her while my other hand tried to soothe her. Tears formed in her eyes when everything started to rush back to her. "I got you. You're safe now," I gently murmured. My insides knotted at the sight of her. What had triggered this? She was a bit distant earlier, but it was clear that she enjoyed being surrounded by her friends. Misery was imprinted on her pretty face. "You should have left me in there. You had no right." Trista started to bawl. Hatred laced her voice as she repeated her words, until her cries made it difficult for her to say them anymore. Hearing her openly admit that she wanted to kill herself shifted something violent inside me. She was sitting up now, crying. My hand captured her chin and forced her to look at me. "Is yourself all you ever think about?" I savagely spat at her, my anger evident. "You're on vacation with your friends. One of them is filming a movie. If you had died tonight, the entire production would halt to investigate your death. Emma's career depends on this movie. Lindsay looks forward to her summer, and yet you decided to end your life out here, jeopardizing the happiness of the people you claim to love. I call that selfish." It triggered the effect I hoped for. Good, I thought. She needed to see sense. She had to see sense. I didn't see it that way. "I'm sorry, all I could think about is Harry. He left me." Trista spoke in between sobs. "I love him so much it's too painful, remembering is painful." She wanted to end it all for a man who broke her heart. Why the hell do women do this to themselves? I fucking don't get it. I just fucking can't. There is no man or woman out there worth ending your life for. You can't just fucking give up when life rattles you to the core. That's the coward's way out. When she didn't reply and simply carried on her sobbing, I took the initiative and lifted her soaked body off the sand. She started to protest, but I ignored her insistence to be put down. "You need to shower and sleep." I never even broke my pace, I just continued to head towards her room. Once in the marbled bathroom, I gently placed her before me. She gasped when I lifted her dress off her body, like as if I was taking advantage of her state. "What the hell are you doing?" Her arms instinctively covered her breasts. If this were under normal circumstances, I would find it amusing, but it wasn't. I was beyond angry. There certainly was no pleasure found here. I checked the water's temperature before I ordered her to jump in the shower. My annoyance jumped another notch when Trista glared at me. "Get in the damn shower, or I'll haul you in there myself. You choose." My voice was deadly, and she knew I would carry out the threat if she wasn't going to comply. "You stupid son of a motherfucker," she outraged. I didn't leave the bathroom until I saw her get in it. I left the bathroom door slightly ajar, not willing to risk her life again. I'm not going to take any chances this time. If I had to watch her like a hawk, then so be it. Her broken heart be damned. I retreated for a quick shower of my own. I made sure to fetch a few bottled waters in the kitchen. I placed a couple on her side table. Before retreating to check her, my eyes darted at the luggage that sat openly on the floor. I freely browsed through it until I found her soft cotton slip-on nightwear. "Are you done?" I called out after a few knocks on the bathroom door. "I am." My hand slipped inside the door and handed her the scrap of cloth. Her soft hands yanked it from me. That feisty gesture made me smirk. After a minute she came out with towel-dried hair, wearing that skimpy sexy nightdress. My gaze moved away from her body. The man in me easily found her body attractive, but reason and propriety won over. Grabbing one of the bottled waters, I broke the lid open and handed it to her, not muttering anything. Trista gulped down half the bottle, thirsty as hell. "I'm going to bed." Thanks." What was the proper reply to that? "You're welcome, as long as you don't do it again." I rounded the bed and gestured for her to get in. She cautiously slipped in the sheets, her green eyes not leaving mine. "Don't tell me you're planning to sleep here too," she asked when I didn't move to exit her room. "I'd be more comfortable knowing that you're safe. The only way to achieve that is to sleep here." I briskly moved towards the other side of the bed. I slid inside the sheets and turned to my side. Sleep was out of the question tonight. Trista was very still, not one movement came from her. After half an hour or so, I heard her speak. "You're not going to tell them, are you?" Her voice was scratchy and wobbly at the same time. I had never planned to, unless she made another attempt, but this woman needed to understand how massive this responsibility on my shoulders really was. "I won't, as long as you behave yourself. I will be keeping a close eye on you, just so we're clear. I was not going to have her die on my watch. That's inconceivable." I heard her reply a small "yeah" after a few minutes. Good, like I would accept anything other than her agreement. "Taylor?" Trista asked again after a long stretch of silence. My thoughts were still back in the events that took place a couple hours ago. The image of her pale, lifeless body floating, slowly sinking in the sea, played havoc in my mind. I stayed put on my side. I was still extremely furious at her. Her shallow breathing was pronounced. I hadn't planned on it, all I wanted was to have a quick swim, but when I got underwater... Trista paused. I could easily hear her swallow. She sounded like her actions had shocked her too. I remember the feeling of surrender, and I felt at peace about it. If it were another guy in here with her, he would most likely coddle her and try to give little assurances, but I wasn't that kind of a man. I believed in fighting for reason, for truth, to free oneself from lies. Life was hard, so one must play hardball. Fight it tooth and nail. Courage, it's the best therapy to give oneself. I may understand the full capacity of your situation, Trista, but you must see how cowardly your actions were. If a person gives up every time shit is thrown their way, the human race wouldn't have survived. You have to learn how to fight, physically, emotionally, mentally. Face it bravely, even if the pain is too great, the consequences too frightening. At the end of the day, the only thing that counts is how much you've made a difference, progress. Fighting it is progressive. Fighting is reason. When I didn't hear her, I assumed she fell asleep. So I shifted a little to get more comfortable and rolled on my back, arms folded behind my head, eyes fixed on the ceiling. You know, for a pretty boy, you're insightful and sharp. I thought all your studying law talk was all talk, she murmured, shifting on her side. From my peripheral vision, I could see she was looking at me, but I didn't move from my current position. They did tell you not to judge the book by its cover, right? Now be a good girl and sleep. The island of Ios awaits. 8. Trista. I was jolted awake when I heard a light slam of what sounded like the front door. It was probably Emma, off to work. My face contorted when a migraine gave me immediate whiplash. I managed to spring my eyes open and found myself looking at Taylor's face. "What's wrong?" he asked, his face looking a little tired. His hazel eyes scanned my face. "Migraine, it just came out of nowhere," I mumbled and started to close my eyes again. I didn't want to keep looking at him. The feeling of shame, guilt and embarrassment of what took place last night came back with a vengeance. "I'll get you some painkillers, be right back," he rasped out. The deep timbre of his voice bothered me. I could hear him slide out of bed before he quietly left the room. I suppose I drifted back to sleep because I was a little disoriented when Taylor caressed my arm. I blinked a few times until there's enough moisture in my eyes. Taylor had 2 blue pills in one hand and a glass of orange juice in the other. I half sat up. Without looking at him, I silently took the pills and orange juice. Once I washed everything down my throat, I humbly thanked him. "Go back to sleep. I get up early and Base should be up soon. I'll be out on the patio if you need anything." Taylor still looked serious, not a smile anywhere this morning. I hardly blamed him after my idiocy last night. Once the effects of the pills vanquished my monster migraine, I retuned to sleep. My body simply couldn't get enough of it. "Knock knock, the witch is back," Lindsay called out after she opened the door. Dear Almighty, I forgot that she had a tendency of waking up people. Emma complained about it for much of the past year. It was one of the reasons why Amber and I didn't want to dorm with her. "Fuck Lindsay," I grumbled when I felt her get on the bed and start to jump on it like a damn little girl having the time of her life. "Oh come on, Granny. You missed lunch already. We gotta go and seek out Greek mahatis," Lindsay screamed at me, laughing in between sentences. One didn't need to see how happy she was. Yeah, and to think I almost came close last night, Taylor was right. I felt like the selfish, evil bitch he accused me of being, I truly did. Lindsay was smiling down on me when she saw me sit up, obviously giving in to her mad tricks. "Give me 15, I mumbled, weary and sleepy. She jumped out of the bed and landed perfectly on the floor. 15, got it? Let the countdown begin." "Tick-tock," Lindsay called out before she closed the door after her. Knowing how she was, she really would time me. Crazy woman, but I love her no less for it. Instead of 15, I was done in 10 minutes. I wasn't really up to putting any makeup on, so after I showered and lathered some lotion on, I was good to go. I was thankful when Taylor acted normal, as if he didn't save my life last night. Yet he still unnerved me somehow. Lindsay and Taylor agreed that they would love to take the ferry to get to the other island, instead of the small planes they have around. I really couldn't care less about any of the transportation, so I just followed their lead. I was surprised when I found the ferry ride was actually relaxing. I half listened to Taylor and Lindsay looking over the travel guide for us, planning places to check out once we were there. We arrived on Ios right about sundown and checked in at a 3-bedroom villa that overlooked the sea. On the way to the hotel, we saw crowds of people our age enjoying their drinks and lounging around the beach. God, I'm crazy excited. Lindsay couldn't contain her joy when she spotted a few hot men. Yeah, this was going to be a great night. Fight it, Taylor had said last night. Yep, I would fight it my way. I was barely getting my things out of my luggage when I heard a knock on the door. The men aren't going to disappear, you know. Give me half an hour then, I will be set to go. When the door opened, I was startled to see Taylor instead of the more expected, Lindsay. I'm attracted to breasts, so no, men aren't my thing. He gave me a knee-buckling kind of smile. Holy fuck, this guy was hot. I mean, I knew he was. But now I'm really noticing it, blatantly noticing it, big time. I bit my lip and looked away, hating that my body was reacting to him. Could this be hero syndrome? God, I hope not. That would be humiliating, to like someone who saw you at your lowest. Did you want something? I asked, still not looking at him. He strode forward and sat comfortably on my bed. He cleared his throat, and I could feel his heated gaze on me, but I didn't budge to meet it. How are you? I've been meaning to ask, but I never really got the chance to. Ah, shitcakes. I'm still reeling, I guess. You don't have to worry about that again, though. I looked up and finally met his probing gaze. It was a random thing. I assure you, it never crossed my mind before. Taylor got up and silently strode before me. That may be, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. Who knows how many impulsive, deadly endeavors there may be. I'm not a nutcase, not even close to suicidal. That was a one-off incident. One I won't be attempting again, I promise. I pressed my lips together, trying to gain some composure, maybe a little bit of dignity too. His moss-green eyes drilled into mine, causing my breath to hitch. Time stood still. I felt bereft and perplexed at the same time. Although most of all, I felt exposed to this man that I barely knew. I'm still watching you, Trista. Think of it like I'm your own personal guardian angel, a dark one. His scrutinizing gaze roved over me one more time. We'll see you in 30 then. Taylor left my room after parting with those words. It took me a few more seconds until I let out a long breath. My fingers clenched on the rim of my opened luggage, speechless. What the hell just happened? Was that a promise, or fucking sexual tension? I was beyond disconcerted, but I pushed myself to get ready and show Taylor how his actions and his soul-impaling eyes had no effect at all. We dined on a taverna that had tiny chairs and tables on the shore. I've traveled to a lot of countries, but I don't think there is another place on earth like Greece. It truly was a jewel. The beauty, the cuisine, the people, and the history of the country, it was all embedded everywhere you go. You just don't feel it, you experience it. It seeps into you like a mating of souls. You knew you'd never be the same after that kind of experience. After the simple and yet very commendable dinner, we went to an outdoor club that was packed with tourists, just like us. Woot woot! European Mahadis in the house. Lindsay danced her way in, checking out men here and there. Her signature tight-hugging dress contoured her fabulous figure. Lindsay was stunning, beauty and brains kick-ass stunning. Taylor, like a true gentleman, guided both of us girls to a table. Once we were all seated, I excused myself to go to the bathroom. What you do want to drink? We'll order it for you. Taylor threw me a question before I left the table. I waved my hand like the question was irrelevant. I'll drink whatever you guys are having. It's no biggie. Call me a coward, but I couldn't bring myself to look at him squarely when he talked directly to me. He simply made me feel odd. Tonight he wore white chinos, a white dress shirt with sleeves that were folded and pushed up on his elbows, and light brown Armani loafers. He looked like the model that he was, sexy and oozing some astronomical sex appeal. It did not help that he unbuttoned the first few buttons of his shirt to reveal his muscular perfection underneath it. Yes, I was now seeing everything he did, and not in the angry way that I had the night before. I took note how he liked to bite his thumb when he found something amusing, but was trying to withhold his laughter, or the way he didn't really care how his wavy hair goes about. Messy, swept back, partially tamed or hung loosely around his eyes, he still looked gorgeous. The bathroom excuse was a way for me to regroup my thoughts and tame my betraying body's reaction to the man. I comforted myself that it was simply a hero syndrome. I mean, what else could it be? I sure wasn't into him the first time I met him. My heart hadn't changed much though. It still bore Harry's name, like a curse or fate, across it. I gave up trying to nitpick why I felt the way I did when it came to him. It was what it was, I was not going to deny it, or even try to understand it. Matters of the heart were a mercurial subject to sort and ponder through, especially at a club, in Greece of all places. It was one thing the brains and the whizzes did not have an answer to: stupid hearts, stupid love. There were simply no explanations out there that could provide answers precisely why that was. That's why it's all feeling and not thinking. Once I was finished using the bathroom, I came out and weaved through the throng of swaying people, dancing to the beats of Tiesto's Traffic, one of my all-time faves. I halted when a hot-looking woman pulled me with a small pressure on my arm. "Let's dance. Dance with me." Her accented tone was heavy. Spanish, perhaps? In return, I gave her an approving smile. Sure, I could do this. I could dance for a bit. She guided me towards a few steps that screamed VIP only. We joined a table that had a barely aged teen, looking all smug and pimpin' it. The young man looked like he was probably about 17 or so. He surrounded himself with 6 women, plus me, and the accented woman who had grabbed me. It didn't take long for us to start dancing to the beat. Before I knew it, we were dancing right in front of the young kid. He was clapping like an idiot, his eyes greedy, checking me out. It was stupid, but this kid made me crack up. He just looked too confident and too smug for his age. The effect was hilarious. When the music ended, I said goodbye to the woman who hadn't given her name, but we both smiled at each other in an understanding that it was great fun to dance with each other for a bit. "Wait, dance more for me?" the boy kid asked, his accent obviously Greek. "You're a naughty kid. I already danced and you watched. You got the full viewing." I spun around and went towards his table, that had a variety of alcoholic drinks. I picked up the rosé bottle and saluted it at him. "See you around." I gave him another smile before leaving. Boy kid bunched up his fingers and kissed them with his lips. "Goodbye, beautiful." He was obviously drunk already. I waved him another goodbye, walking with purpose, seeking Lindsay and Taylor. I was surprised when I found the two talking, drinks in hand. Lindsay looked up when she found me walking towards them. "Hey. Where have you been? You look flushed." Her eyes took in my state. "Where did you get the rosé?" I pointed towards the opposite side of the room and smiled at them. I took the champagne after I gave that small big pimpin' kid a mini lap dance. Taylor's reaction was a Kodak moment. "Cheers." I nodded at him before I took a long gulp of the mighty fine bubbles, straight up from the bottle. What? I would have loved to have seen that. What a bummer. Lindsay looked like I just told her that she couldn't have margaritas anymore. I gave her a big, goofy grin. "Am I Scoozy? I'm Eliza and this is Mia. We're from Roma. We were wondering if you were that Armani ad underwear model. Taylor, see? Two odd giddy teenage girls eyed Taylor like he was edible. Lindsay and I both looked at each other, then at Taylor. The man in question stood up and shook their hands. I am that Taylor. It's nice to meet you, Eliza and Mia from Rome. The girl, who introduced herself as Eliza, gushed and turned tomato red when she got up close to Taylor. She ordered Mia to take pictures of the two of them together. Taylor was an Armani underwear model? Holy sexy man. I needed to Google that, like right now. Lindsay moved closer to me and whispered in my ear. Did you think he modeled for like the dollar store or something? Lindsay nudged me. She could easily see through my reaction. I flicked my hair to the other side, not caring that Taylor was engrossed talking to his fans now. Want to put your Greek plan in action? I asked the grinning Lindsay. Fuck yeah. It took you long enough. It's time to rock those titties of yours, woman. Lindsay gave me a wink. Her brown eyes sparkled wickedly with amusement. Ever since my breasts developed to full C cups, she'd always teased me about it. I mean, they're pretty decent, but since I'm petite, they look somewhat huge on me, and much more pronounced when I wear a tight top, like tonight. She held her hand out and guided us through the throng of people dancing. She stopped when we were squashed in the middle of those people, who were lost in the groove of the music. Reggae techno blared through the speakers. We started dancing like no one was watching us. I danced and drank from my bottle, having not a care in the world. After 10 minutes of dancing, 2 British men came to join us. I barely glanced at Lindsay because the Brit looked like Josh Duhamel, but with a British accent. Talk about loaded ammunition. I was sold. James, he whispered in my ear, his hands holding my hips possessively. I wasn't sure if it was the alcohol or how disarming his looks were, but I was melting in his arms. James could be my cure, the cure for my reaction to Taylor, not Harry. There was no cure for the kind of hangover that Harry had produced. Trista, I whispered against his cheek. I shivered deliciously when my cheek made contact to the light stubble he had on his jaw. Could I melt some more, please? I clung on to him as we danced together. I liked how he didn't really push himself on me, or feel me up like other men would. His hand stayed put on my hips, planted firmly. I finished off my champagne to the very last drop. Here, let me dispose of it. James took the bottle, tossed it away, and was back in a flash, looking too irresistible and without much restraint. I pulled him close and kissed him. As my kisses deepened, it earned me a satisfied moan from him. In under a minute, James weaved us through the crowd, half kissing as we went along. We both made a sighing sound once we were against a wall, somewhat hidden, close to where our table was, but I couldn't be bothered to check if Taylor was there or not. He was the last thing I needed to see when I was getting my freak on. James didn't hold back kissing me this time. I pressed my body against him, matching his fevered kisses, his hands wandering. One cupped my breast, the other holding my ass in place, pushing it against his raging hard-on. Yes. I silently screamed in my head. Make me forget. Even just for a little while. I just want to forget about it all. Then I heard his laugh somewhere. My eyes snapped open, searching to find where it originated from, still lip-locked with James. My eyes scanned the crowd, stopping almost right across from me. Taylor was talking to a woman, whose features I couldn't see because she was facing him, so close to him. In fact, she looked like she was about to begin kissing him. I was sure she's just waiting for the right moment. I loudly gasped against James's lips when he grinded his hips against mine. Forget Taylor and his lady brunette. I commanded my mind to focus on the kiss, because it was getting extremely hot and loaded. I tilted my head back when James sought my neck, kissing it. My front teeth sunk into my bottom lip when James gave my left breast a hard squeeze. That weird feeling of being watched caught my attention. my eyes connected to Taylor's. He looked observant but at the same time guarded and challenging. I broke eye contact when James parted from the crook of my neck. He placed his cheek against my own as he tried to level his breathing. It was not a great wonder to me, since I knew how tortured he was. The hardness of him poked me, sending warmth and excitement all over me. I apologize if I'm being too aggressive. You have completely broken down any self-control I had left. James bluntly admitted while his hands freely roamed, skimming my physique. Take me to your room, I said, looking up at him. I haven't been with anyone since Harry. For the first time in my life, I hadn't declined when the doctor offered birth control like I usually did. There was never going to be a next time. I was going to be extra careful from now on. A broken condom was simply not reliable, note taken. James seemed taken aback by my blatant invitation. Are you sure? I don't want you to feel pressured. He genuinely sounded like he meant it, but my mind was made up. It was best to get on with it. If I was to be a prisoner of my dark conscience, indulging in sexual urges was a small consolation. It was the only thing that was left for me to enjoy. Well, I hoped I would at least. Yes, I'm sure. I leveled my eyes at him so he could see how serious I was. James bent over and kissed me one more time before he ushered us towards the exit door. James took hold of my hand, leading me away from the club. Excuse me, but you're leaving with my woman. That stopped us walking. The voice of Taylor was quite close behind us. James spun around, pissed off. I have spent the last hour with her, kissing her. From where I'm standing, she's with me. Taylor sent me a murderous glare before he looked back to James. We had a misunderstanding. Trista did that to make me jealous. Well, mission accomplished. That doesn't change the fact that she's mine. So if you don't mind, could you kindly take your hands off what's mine and scurry off? Mortified, didn't even come close to what I was feeling at the moment. My cheeks suffused with blatant embarrassment when James gave me an accusing glare. Bloody fucking hell, women. I would rue the day. He shouted as he started to walk away from us. I gently pushed his chest, angry and frustrated. What are you now? Cock Nazi? It's none of your business, Taylor. What the hell? That was uncalled for. It was for your own good. You're obviously drunk. I didn't want you to regret it the next day. Especially after yesterday, I couldn't risk it. I had to stop you from making that error. Taylor slipped his hands inside his pockets while he regarded my reaction. True, I was drunk, but that didn't mean I didn't have a damn clue about what was about to happen. Heck, I initiated it. There were never going to be regrets, Taylor. I asked him to take me back to his room. I wanted to have sex with him. I knew what I wanted, and I just went after it. I wasn't a drunk damsel in distress that needed saving from you. His eyes flicked from my head to my feet and back up again. Why? Last night, you told me you were so fucking in love with Harry. Fucking another man is a stupid solution to that, Trista. Taylor frowned at me. An irritated laugh came from me. This wasn't about love. Maybe I just like sex. Have you considered that? Let's go back to the villa. You need to rest. You look tired. Taylor placed a hand behind my back and pushed me forward. I spoke to Lindsay earlier. She's with a bunch of girls from New York. She also has her cell phone with her, so we can reach her anytime. Now let's get a move on. The short 15-minute walk was silent. The fact that I was hyper-aware of his movements, his breathing and his smell, dampened my mood even more. The fact that his hand never left the warmth of my back didn't help at all. When we got to our villa, he refused to leave my room just as he had the night before. After his quick shower in his own bathroom, he came back to mine and sought the opposite side of the bed. After 10 minutes or so in bed, his phone started ringing. After a few rings, it died. The sheets made a crisp sound as he moved, reaching for it. I wish I could put this on silent, but Lindsay might call. His considerate, protective nature stretched to Lindsay as well, though that nature didn't seem to be as bad as it was towards me. I was a tad intrigued. Who called you? When my eyes made a quick pass to his face, I saw his frown. Okay, now I was fucking curious. He stretched out and placed his hands behind his head. My ex, Megan. She might call again, so I apologize ahead of time. His honest revelation surprised me. Most men wouldn't be too quick to respond about something like that. Most of them deny their pasts and cover up other women in their lives, but not Taylor. In that one moment he showed me that he's straightforward as hell. I was a bit ticked off. Why? I wasn't sure, but it bothered me to know that he's talking to his ex. Of course Pretty Boy was attractive, and I'm sure he had tons of women at his beck and call. However, I didn't want to see him that way. To me, he was just Taylor, the guy they first just recently had met, who saved me and infuriated me. Were you guys in love? I whispered, staring at the ceiling, like him. For a couple of years we were, but somewhere along the way, things fell apart. We agreed that breaking up was the best thing for both of us. She started calling 3 months after, that was 6 months ago. Taylor sounded like his thoughts were so far away, like he was remembering his relationship with Megan and their love. What would it be like to fall for someone who could freely love you back? To have them openly declare their love and affection? To be able to openly show people how much you care for each other? A one-woman kind of man. If she asked you to give it another go, would you go back? I wondered out loud. He took a good minute or two to consider my question. I'm not going to lie and say that the thought hasn't crossed my mind. Our relationship was great. Megan and I understood each other. We're both competitive in nature, and we both thrived on it. I guess we were good together, but somewhere down the line, we drifted apart. Why did it feel like I was being poked each time he mentioned her name? My prodding about his past didn't ease my curiosity. In fact, it got worse. I was imagining all sorts of things in my head. When his phone rang again, breaking the silence in the room, I reached out above his body for the phone. Hello? I answered the call. Trista, Taylor hissed behind me. His hot body almost touching my back, but he was careful not to touch me. Nah, he messed with my night with James earlier. It was my time to mess with his. Can I speak to Taylor? A soft, angelic voice came on the other end, a tad shaky. Taylor tried to grab the phone from my ear, but I outmaneuvered him and slapped his hand away. Taylor is unavailable at the moment. Can I take a message? I sounded flirty and buoyant. Possibly because I was still drunk, or maybe because I was having a blast making Taylor squirm. In any case, I sure was having a terrific time. Instead of answering my question, Megan went straight for an interrogation of her own. Are you his girlfriend? Taylor was behind my back trying to steal his phone from my tight hold, but I managed to move away from him and tried to crawl using my elbows. His hands were too quick though. He swiftly grabbed my ankles, pulling them towards him. With will and might, I tried to kick his hands off, except I somehow ended up being rolled over on my back. Looking away from him, I focused on the call. Taylor and I aren't like that. We're just fuck buddies, you know, I wickedly said, breathless. Megan gasped at my crude retort. She hung up a second after that. Oh boo. I wanted to toy with Taylor some more, but Megan cut it short. Here, she hung up on me. Megan sounds lovely, by the way. I could just picture her as ladylike and very proper. I handed him his phone back, but I stiffened in the midst of it. I was frozen on the fucking spot when I caught his eyes staring sharply at my slightly parted legs. I swallowed nervously, my throat suddenly dry at the dark intensity of his hungry, devouring gaze. I felt utterly clueless what to do next. I couldn't even summon enough energy to close my parted thighs. It was as if his eyes had the power of holding them in place, while they simultaneously showed me how badly he wanted me. "Why aren't you wearing any underwear?" Taylor was finally able to rasp out, his voice decadently heavy with desire, eyes still glued on my exposed bare genitalia. "I never wear any when I'm sleeping," I whispered before I urged my body to move. I counted from 1 to 10 and willed my body to do so. When it finally did, I was still shaken. Shaken from my response to him, but most of all, shaken from the desire I heard in his voice. "Taylor and I can't happen. That's that. Sorry, I didn't mean to flash you. I wasn't trying to seduce you, in case you'd think otherwise." "Right, I forgot, I'm not your type. Of course you wouldn't be seducing men like me. It never crossed my mind that you would." Taylor gave me a curt nod and removes himself back to the side of the bed he had been inhabiting, before we got interrupted by Megan. Once we quieted, I couldn't leave the subject alone. "You sound mad. Is that because you wanted me?" Taylor hissed again. Any man with a dick would be turned on at a close-up of a vagina. It was just a normal reaction for any hot-blooded male. You shouldn't dwell on it. His stupid tone irked me to pieces. Good to know. Sex with you would be a damn snore anyway. So don't even toy with the idea, I declared before rolling on my side. I waited for his reply, but it never came. In fact, Taylor was silent. I wondered if he was asleep, but my pride wouldn't let me check if he was or not. I fell asleep listening to his breathing. The last thought I had was him, and that look he had earlier. The one where his gaze told me how much he wanted to fuck the living shit out of me. 9. Trista. The next day, I woke up alone in bed. My eyes were stuck staring at the dent Taylor's head made on the pillow. My fingers softly trailed the outline while my thoughts brought me back to the events of last night. All he needed was a little nudge and things would have turned out hot and heavy, but I knew I couldn't go there. Dragging my body off the bed, I took a long shower. Once done, I managed to style my hair and put some makeup on. Memories of Taylor the night before made my heart skitter inside my chest throughout the routine of getting ready. I had decided that today, I would pretend like last night wasn't awkward at all. Taylor was a decent guy. I suppose he could be slotted in the gentleman's section. I gave my reflection a once-over and found satisfaction in what I saw. I perked up before I left the bedroom. What greeted me, though, was not what I had expected. There were 4 girls outside enjoying the mid-sized pool, overlooking the sea. What caught my interest was the fact that Taylor was with them. Engaging, and obviously enjoying the attention these women gave him. The outdoor dining table had food and pastries scattered about. Lindsay was on the other end typing her fingers away. She looked up when she saw me pull up a chair and join her. "Hey, you missed lunch again." I gave her a small smile. "Nothing new there. Go back to whatever you're doing. I'm going to eat and go through my phone." Lindsay quickly glanced at the playful women. Those were the New Yorkers I met last night. They seem to have taken a major interest in Taylor. I think they're trying to see who gets him first. It's like a competition. I don't care about him and his stupid women. That's awesome. The guy needs some lovin' too. I may not mean it, but it sounded believable. No matter how loud they got, I trained myself not to look in their direction. Instead, I poured myself a cup of coffee and loaded my plate with food. "You don't sound that convincing to me, but okay, whatever you say," said the doubtful woman as she typed away on her keyboard. I didn't even try to argue with her, I simply wasn't in the mood. In dire need of some distraction, I pulled my phone out of my purse and turned it on. There was a message from Mom, Amber, and lastly from Harry. My hand shook at the mere sight of his name on my phone for the first time in a month. Truly, I never expected him to contact me again. Like the true masochist that I was, I opened his message first. "Check your email, please." What did he want to say to me that he couldn't have sent on a text message? Curious, and certainly dying of desire to know what his email might be, I turned my attention to the woman still tapping away on her computer next to me. "Linz, is it okay if I could use your laptop? I need to check my email really quick. My data plan for my mobile didn't work around here. I forgot to inform my carrier that I was traveling abroad. Yep, I have to call home anyway. Not to mention, Carter's been really annoying. I have to call him back." Lindsay saved her work, and after a few clicks, she got up and handed me her laptop. I made sure she left before I checked my email. The noise the people in the pool made could barely mute the loud, thudding sound my heart was making when I clicked to open the electronic letter. There's no excuse for my actions. I know it hurt you, for that I am deeply sorry. You must see how complicated my life would be if I hadn't asked that of you. I hope someday you can find it in you to forgive me. I think you of every day. There's never a day that I don't. I guess that would be my punishment. To love someone I can't have. Are you having a great time in Greece? I try to convince myself that you're probably around men who are vying for your attention. I want you to be happy. A small part of me hopes that you aren't. I don't blame you if you've moved on though. You're young and free. You're free now, free of me. Goodbye, my love. I reread it again, my breathing ragged, my body slightly shaking from anger and his audacity. With all this pent-up emotion, I knew I couldn't just email him back. I needed to talk to him. My phone may not have internet, but I surely have the capacity to make calls and send messages. I made sure I logged out of my email first before I strode towards the other side of the small cliff. It led towards the shore, and would provide the amount of privacy I needed. The steps heading to the shore were steep, but my purposeful determination didn't even make me pause to be cautious. How could Harry be so selfish? After weeks of not hearing from him, he comes knocking like what he did wasn't that big of a deal. Was the email supposed to be a band-aid to the damage he had caused? But the most disconcerting part was that amidst all these hateful and furious emotions that had me strung out at the moment, I felt a little hope flourish. It was pitiful, pathetic, and absolutely absurd that I, after all that's happened to me, would still be pining and hoping that he might want to rekindle our relationship. Once I was safely on the sand, I was glad to find that there was no one around. The small strip of sand was nestled in between two huge boulders. I tried to gather as much strength and rationale before I decided I was ready to hear his voice again. My fingers trembled when I touched the screen to send the call. My heart shot up manically once I heard the first ring echo in my delicate ear. "Trista," Harry breathlessly said after the second ring. Oh God. I could feel my barriers slowly sliding off, easing at the mere sound of his voice. Fuck, I cursed repeatedly. Think of Emma, and how she reacted when she found out about Carter's betrayal. She broke down but persevered. Think of what Lindsay would have done if a guy messed with her. She would have made them pay. Harry had to know the kind of pain and hurt he inflicted on me. Loving him only gave him the power to hurt me this badly. He had to know that I could survive without him in my life. He had to realize that. I just read your email. I sounded terse and brisk. The total opposite of the raging chaos that was happening inside of me. I'm sorry. I felt like a total dick. He was going to try to justify his cruel actions, but I wouldn't let him. I gave a harsh laugh at his attempt. Yeah, you were a total dick. You were shitty, cruel, heartless, unfeeling, a brutal son of a bitch, Harry. You let me face it and go through it all on my own. No support or remorse came from you. That shitty love you kept throwing in my face was an absolute lie. And to answer your question, yes, I will be moving on. I don't care how I will achieve it, but rest assured, I will get over you, Harry. Bastards like you don't deserve to be loved. I know you're angry, but you don't mean that. You love me, Trista, and I love and miss you like crazy. He sounded like he meant it, but what did I really know? It ticked me off that his words stole my breath away. A big part of me wanted to go back and be with him, but then I flashed to the moment that despair had overcome me the other night. I couldn't keep hurting myself. I had to move on. It was pathetic that I kept making excuses not to, but I had none left. If I didn't do it now, I might never get a chance again. We're really finished, Harry. I'm dead serious about this. I will make it a mission if I have to, so please, stop reaching out to me. Goodbye. I hung up without even caring if he wanted to talk my ear off about his reasons. It was for the best. Nothing good could ever come out it. With shaky breath and legs, I decided that it was best to sit it out on the sand for a while and wait for my turbulent emotions to calm down before going back up to the villa. He's sorry. How trite and obnoxious could he be? Hey, you okay? I spun sideways and found a serious-looking tailor standing on the foot of the steps. My fingernails dug into the insides of my palm when I clenched my hand. Heck, I forgot about him and his watchful eye. Were you eavesdropping? Taylor's footsteps headed towards me. I held my breath when I heard him sit behind me. Come here, let me hold you. His toned muscular arms wrapped around my waist and pulled me against him. I curled up like an injured animal. My body nestled in between his legs, my head on his chest. His large hand rubbed a small place on my back, soothing me. Let it out. You've held it in for far too long. I'm here just to listen and comfort you, nothing more. Dang it, why did he have to say the right things? I didn't want to break down and cry my guts out, but I ended up doing it anyway. I cried like the broken woman that I was inside. Cried for the mistakes I could have avoided, for the life I could have had if I hadn't become a mistress. But most of all, my heart cried out to my innocent, unborn child, the collateral damage for our forbidden tryst. I have to forget him. It's time, I murmured, as much to myself as to Taylor. I hoped that the more I spoke and thought it, I would eventually believe it. I was not aware how long I cried my heart out, but the moment my loud cries turned into soft sobs, I took notice. All of my hair-raising senses were on high alert, conscious, enwrapped and aware of the hard perfection that held me. It left me flustered and dismayed. Why? Possibly due to the fact that I found myself liking being held in his arms, or the way he smelled, sexy with a cool, crisp hint of potent masculinity that toyed badly with my amplified senses. Taylor would have been the perfect, sexual rebound man. If he weren't so connected to Bass and Emma, I wouldn't even hesitate to lose myself in him. Alas, life wanted to play more ghastly jokes on me, testing my will and limits of temptation. Like Harry, it all started with curiosity, turned into temptation, which brought me to eternal damnation. Yeah, I wasn't ready for another head-to-head match with my mind and body. So I simply broke myself out of his hold, stood up and silently walked away without saying a damn word. The four Let's Play Under the Sun girls joined Taylor down on the shore for swimming and beach volleyball. I don't know why, but each time one of them tried to engage me in conversation, I turned into a bitter bitch. I noticed them starting to avoid me as much as I was them. I guess the feelings were mutual. It was just Lindsay and I on the patio. We were on our backs, bathing suits and sunglasses in place, working on our tans, when my phone beeped with a text message. Amber, I wished I was there with you guys. The only thing that keeps me from walking out of this place is the thought of seeing you all in a month. Since I am miserable in Arizona, please make sure you have twice as much fun. You get my fun card. Double the pleasure, double the fun. Tell both girls I said hi and miss them. I have so much to make up with you all. I love you, Trista Stevens. Thanks for not giving up on me. Is that horrid Harry? You look sad. Lindsay lifted her sunglasses, her eyes waiting for me to confirm her suspicions. Shaking my head, I rolled my eyes underneath the sunglasses. I knew she didn't really like Harry, well, no one did, but I was done talking about him. I didn't want to say or hear his name anymore. I meant it when I told him I was going to do everything in my power to banish him from my thoughts. No. I told you, Harry wouldn't be contacting me anymore. It's actually Amber. She's saying that she misses you guys and can't wait to join us back in SB, I replied, distracted with my quick reply to Amber's message. Tell her to focus on getting better and stop flirting with the doctors and the entire male staff. Lindsay muttered as she went back to her old position, with a slight frown on her pretty face. Amber was known for her excessive, sexual appetite. She's quite open about it to us and doesn't hold back the details. Knowing how she was, I bet she had the male staff under her thumb. Me, hey love. Wish you were here too. We're on the island of Ias with Taylor Montgomery, Bass's BFF. I'm looking forward to seeing you. BTW, Lindsay said to focus on getting better and not flirting with the male doctors. I know it's fun and all, but we're serious. Get better this time. We miss you. P.S. I'm here for you always. Love you, doll. After sending the message, I laid back and worked on my tan. I looked calm, but it was only a facade. Inside, my thoughts gravitated again to Harry, Taylor, and now Amber. The first two I could do without. The last one I couldn't. I gave a long silent prayer that Amber was getting the treatment that she obviously needed. I also hoped that she took it seriously. 10. Trista. After a full hour of serene silence, the Fantastic Four along with Taylor joined us around the pool. I held my eyes shut, not caring about the intruders. Hey Lindsay. We're going back to shower and change. We'll meet up at the same bar, let's say around 9:30-10? One of the FFs said. You bet. See you guys later, I heard Lindsay say. After a minute, she spoke again, to Taylor. You look pink, Tay-Tay. Too much hanky-panky under the sun? How drunk did those girls get you, hum? Hanky-panky? Was Taylor messing around with them? All four of them? Ah, another case of menage a fucktard. Men. When it comes to women, no matter the quality, quantity overrules simple common sense. The playboy of the day gave a riotous laugh, like it was the funniest thing he'd heard all day. Fine, I'm wasted. No harm, no foul. He admitted, leaving out the important detail of whether he had indeed had his fair share of hanky-panky. I just bet. Well, good for you. Hey, you're on a holiday. It's the best time of the year to get your freak on. Lindsay and Taylor both laughed at that. What was Lindsay doing cheering him on to whore it out tonight? Didn't she insinuate that something was going on between Taylor and I? Of course it wasn't true, but it kind of stung that if it happened to be true, she would suggest that to him. I'm getting hungry. Can we just order in tonight? I want to relax before we hit the party rock tonight. Lindsay was gathering her things as she spoke. She grabbed her iPod, a paperback, cell phone and her see-through beach dress, all stacked up together. Sure, I murmured. Taylor mirrored my answer. Awesome sauce. Don't forget to wear something killer tonight, Trista Stevens. It's on tonight, baby. We'll find you a sinful guy to hump and bump on, clothing optional, of course. I love my friend. She likes to mess with my head too much though. Now that's my kind of plan. Let Operation Forget the Bastard be put into motion. My inner cheerleader died when I heard Taylor snort at my response. You have something to say, pretty boy? Spit it out, I want to hear it. I raised my brow at him, my voice scathing. My hateful glare didn't faze him. In fact, he rewarded me with one of his own. Lindsay glanced at me. I saw her frowning in my peripheral vision. I'm sure my reaction to Taylor was already noted in that brilliant head of hers. I wasn't going to explain anything, or back down from the glare war we were having. Taylor simply got on my nerves. Since that night in Aspasia, we both had the whole I think I might, I think I won't down to a T add in my emotional drama, and my intense awareness of him, and it was a volcano packed with crazy, ready to erupt. We were a disaster waiting to happen. Like a ticking time bomb, our time was numbered until showdown. It would be a hateful mouth-off, one I was prepared for. He did tell me to start fighting, did he not? Well, here I was fighting. Come what may. Okay. I'm going to order some food. Lindsay started to walk away, but paused and looked back at both of us. You know, she said, pointing her hot pink-tipped finger at us, waving it back and forth, whatever's going on, freaking get to it. You guys need to fuck each other, already. The tension is just too damn much. Lindsay shook her head prettily and went back inside the villa. If my eyes had the power to sear people, Taylor would have been charred to perfection by now. The only tension I had at the moment was keeping myself from strangling this stupid man. I would also love to successfully swipe off that stupid smirk that just became pasted on his face while I was at it. What? I snapped at the infuriating man. His sudden amusement grated me to death. It was like listening to nails scratching on a chalkboard. Want to pay heed to her insightful advice, Taylor delivered with such infuriating confidence. Fucker. Hell no. My blood boiled like hot magma. I simply glared at him before cutting his sexual prowess to a halt. Over my dead body, Taylor. Keep dreaming though, pretty boy. I just hope your imagination can handle the heat. Something flickered in his eyes, something dark and unattainable. I was unprepared when he strode towards where I stood, all cocky and confident. The moss-green depths of his eyes pinned me down. The amount of heat that channeled from those beautiful orbs burned me up, all the way to my toes, causing my body to react acutely. I could feel it as my nipples tightened, my muscles clenched intimately, and a flush spread across my body at the potent intensity of it. Those eyes alone pierced me, drawing me in. The feelings had begun to overwhelm me, suspending my brain from thinking. All I could see was him bewitching me with his spell. It was a whimsical fervor that bounded and disarmed me. I can definitely take the heat. I don't dream about heat, Trista. I make heat. And once you get a taste of that, you will be the one begging me to take you. The deep timbre of his voice vibrated all over my heightened body. I wanted to scold my treacherous body for reacting to him, but it was futile. It was uncomfortable and yet pleasurable. If just his eyes could have this effect, I wondered what his touch would do to me. It would most likely light me up like a goddamned Christmas tree. I've never had this kind of sexual chemistry before, not even with Harry. That honest admission aroused something else inside of me, but I dispelled it as soon as I could. Taylor was Bass's friend. I didn't want to hook up with someone who I would eventually see back home. No, my life was complicated as it was. I didn't need to tangle myself in another hot mess. With my arms folded on my chest, I held his heated gaze with purpose. I guess it's a good thing that I'm not into you, pretty boy. This technique might work on others, but it doesn't do shit for me. Maybe it's high time you go and treat your pretty dick to some pussy showdown. I'm sure you could take your pick from one of those overeager New Yorkers. Taylor's eyes searched mine before he trailed them to my lips, those eyes burning with evident need and something else, almost like he was fighting it too. This weird pull was unnerving. Cautiously, he looked away and gazed at the sea. Yeah, you're right, he murmured as his fingers ran over his hair. With a resolute sigh, he went back inside without giving me another glance. I stared after him, knowing I did the best thing. Taylor might be irresistible, but I couldn't risk it. With my luck, I would end up being hurt again. Going through this emotional death and physical pain of losing the only man I had ever loved was the greatest challenge I have yet to conquer. Involving another man that I would be seeing for the next 4 weeks was not the brightest of ideas. That would be like asking life to shit on you some more. Yeah, not going there, not if I could help it. If I wanted to get laid, it better be with some guy that I would never see again, never get an emotional attachment to. Ever. That night, we went out to party again. I wasn't a wee bit surprised when those girls joined us, since they had already mentioned they would see us at the club. Their names floated around, but I never was interested enough to catch any of them. Lindsay seemed to get on with them, as did Taylor. He was different tonight, he seemed more guarded, unreadable. He wasn't a jerk or anything, he still talked to me, but the warmth and playful tone were gone. I was hardly surprised. Men like Taylor aren't used to the word get lost. I tried to ignore the odd feeling of his new treatment of me, so I paid extra attention to my drinks and danced with random people. I didn't even try to engage myself in any lip-lock wars with other men this time, because I didn't want to see Taylor pull another stunt like he had the night before. The other difference this time was that Taylor was openly flirting back with all of the FFs. The blonde twins, whom I was internally referring to as Buxom Blonde 1 and 2, or BB1 and BB2 for short, were certainly making their interest blatantly known, rubbing their tits on the side of his arm. It didn't help that they were voluptuously gorgeous. The urge to barf was strong, but I forced myself, though a difficult task to achieve, to look away and pretend I was enjoying the night. I really did try. I danced with countless men, but I didn't let it get past that. I didn't need another close encounter with Taylor. No, not tonight. Not when my emotions were at an all-time high. I simply didn't trust myself around him. 11. Taylor. Trista was behaving oddly tonight. The woman did flirt with men, but nothing big happened. I wasn't sure if she was trying to moderate her antics, or if she was merely trying to stay away from me. I tried to enjoy the night with the New Yorker twins, Allie and Ellie, but my eyes always ended up checking out what Trista was up to. Before I had gotten a great view of her nakedness last night, my watchful protectiveness would have been a normal thing, but after that nice flash of temptation, I knew it wasn't all for good intentions any longer. I wanted that feisty cat of a woman. I wanted to see if she could be tamed, and if she really drew those claws when I took her over and over again. I wanted her to fight me, and yet, I wanted her to give in to me. She was a raging hellcat to the highest order, beautiful, fiery, passionate, and very much uncontainable, but I was drawn to that beautiful feistiness. Her vulnerability couldn't be seen when she was around people, but I knew better. I had witnessed her breakdown. Maybe that's why I was so intrigued by Trista. Whatever it was, I wanted to get to know her. Hell, my body wanted to get to know her. She spat fire and oozed sadness. It was a heady mix. Her conversation with Harry earlier had shaken the woman. For a short time, she had let me hold her as she cried her pain away. Holding her when she was clearly heartbroken changed me. I vowed then that no matter what I did in the future, I wouldn't let a woman be this miserable because of me. I didn't have a sister, but if I did, I would kill the man who would hurt her this way. Harry was truly a sad son of a bitch. Though Trista tried to deny our attraction, I didn't do much to renounce it. It crackled when we were in the same room, and I badly wanted to explore that connection with her. Yet, she rejected me at every turn. It was a frustration that I had never been presented with before. We were back from the club, and here I was in the living room drinking as the twins rubbed themselves on either side of me. Twins had been a dream of mine back in the day, but staring at the girls didn't even get me excited. Sure, I was hard, but for the woman who was in the bedroom, the one who slept without a scrap of underwear on. I bid the twins goodbye when the sun was coming up. We were leaving back to Aspasia in the next few hours, and I wasn't even tempted to relieve myself with either of them. I'd rather savor the sweet torment the Hellcat bestowed upon me. Very soon I would have her underneath me, writhing for me, begging for me. Yeah, the woman certainly got to me in the most primal way possible. 12. Trista. Lindsay and I decided to go for a leisurely stroll back to the cottage, instead of taking a ride from the pier. We wanted to explore more of the island, but at the same time just catch up too. It had been months since we really had time to just have fun and not talk about problems. I could handle this side of Lindsay. We took the shore route after walking on the long winding path of never-ending rows of olive trees. Being this close to the sea, where I almost died, brought both sadness and comfort to me. Now I looked at the azure body of water as an omen, a sign, a challenge even. Together with the reality check from Taylor, it taught me that no matter how great the problem, I should at least learn how to endure it, tackle it, fight it. The only thing we could do in life was to survive it. It was the survival of the fittest. Seeing life this way altered my perception completely. Do you think Amber's really in rehab because her grandmother presented her with that ultimatum, or is it because she totally went overboard and got out of hand? Lindsay gave me a quick glance before she looked down to watch her feet as she walked when she asked me that question. This had occurred to me as well. Amber was pretty good at hiding her bad habits, even from me, her best friend. It was hard to tell when she was telling the truth or only partially telling it. Amber admitted once that she didn't outright lie, but spoke only partial truths when the situation needed it. So it was hard to gauge her text message. The thought crossed my mind, but I think she's telling the truth about the ultimatum. I don't know, but I guess we'll know the truth when she gets back in a few weeks. Lindsay blew out a long breath and shook her head. Amber is pretty messed up. I still can't believe that woman bitch slapped me though. That shit was painful. I snorted when I remembered the incident. I admired you when you didn't do anything crazy. I mean, knowing how feisty a woman you are, I expected you to slap her back to her senses or something, but you held back. That was out of character. We both started to laugh madly. Amber had bitch slapped Lindsay like she was on WWF. When our laughter died down, Lindsay spoke up again. Amber was hurting inside. I'm not that much of a bitch to want to add to her pain. Her parents already got the trophy for that. We became silent after her remark. I was sure her thoughts matched mine. Memories of Amber through the years, being treated with cold indifference and no apparent love, twisted my heart. I remembered in 6th grade Amber mentioned that she overheard her father telling her mother that she was a failure, since she couldn't even produce him a son. When I brought the subject up a few days later, Amber made me promise never to speak about it to her, or to anyone, ever again. Thinking back now, I think that brought clarity and answers for her, but then again, Amber has always hidden her real feelings when it came to her family. Funny, Amber was the one who finally caught me with Harry. I thought I had hidden Harry pretty well, but no, never with Amber. She was the female version of Sherlock Holmes. We could see people hanging out in one of the cottages that lined the shore. I assumed they were the film crew. They looked like the artsy, passionate types. When they yelled and waved, we greeted them the same way as we passed. As we drew close to the cottage, I sighed with relief. I had one more thing to do before we left for Athens this evening. That thing being Carter's present. One of the biggest predicaments I had was how to get Emma alone, without Lindsay, Bass or Taylor around. I would have to be more than just sneaky. Bass might hate me forever if he ever found out. Lindsay and I dusted our feet off before we entered the cottage, barefoot. I'm going to go get some agua, want some? I asked Lindsay. I frowned at her while she stood there frozen. Dude, I just asked you a question. Shish, shut the hell up. Be quiet. Lindsay barely glanced at me as she tiptoed towards the marbled hall, in the direction of the bedrooms. Of course, curious, I tiptoed and followed her cat-like pose. What are we doing? I hissed at her. Do you hear that? I think it's our girl getting her freak on, Lindsay whispered back. Her eyes sparkled wickedly. We looked at each other for a few seconds, before it clicked. Oh heck yes. Score. We obviously couldn't miss the down and dirty show, not where the famous bass was concerned. We started to hurry and listened for where the moans were coming from. I was giddy with joy and curiosity when we found Emma's bedroom door halfway open. Jackpot. Lindsay and I were both hyperventilating when we got close to the door. I poked Lindsay's arm out of excitement, but she flicked it off. We both mouthed, "Oh my God," as we craned our necks to get a closer glimpse of Bass. The first thing I saw was Bass Cole's golden ass. He was settled in between Emma's parted legs. They were making out. That was until Bass started to get down and got ready to show off his special masterful skills. Bass was whispering something in Emma's ear, as he started to slowly stroke her with concentrated precision. Boy, the dirty words that came out of that hot friggin' mouth. I wanted to die. It was so blatantly hot. I needed to fan myself before I passed out. Ladies? A voice came from behind us. Oh dang it. Did he have to interrupt us when the show had just started? I immediately stood up, as did Lindsay. Taylor was across the hall, arms folded against his chest with an amused expression on his face. He cocked his head at us, directing it towards the patio. He even had the gall to wait until we silently moved away from the holy hotness of the bass fuckery. Until the day I die, I will remember that image in my head. Emma was one lucky lady. Go get it, doll, I cheered in my head. Once we were outside, Lindsay and I shared a look, a barely contained excitement kind of look. Shit. Was that the hottest thing you've ever seen, or what? Lindsay wondered out loud, matching my thoughts. Hell to the motherfucking yeah. Did you see that ass? We both exclaimed, swooning. I was a little annoyed when Taylor cleared his throat, breaking our concentration from thoughts of sex and mental images of the sensual play we'd just seen. We were so caught up with our own thoughts that we forgot about him, standing there on the opposite side of the patio, watching us fawn and daydream about what we had just witnessed. I wasn't sure what he thought about us daydreaming nasty thoughts about his best friend's buns of steel, and I wasn't quite sure I cared because it had definitely been the show of a lifetime. I think 5 minutes is enough replaying it in your dirty heads, no? Those two will be joining us soon, once they've realized we have arrived. It would be awkward if Bass came out here and you girls looked all flushed. Taylor tried to hide the smile. He was definitely making fun of us. Lindsay grinned at him as she started to walk towards one of the chaise lounges, then sat, facing him. Come on, dude. I'm sure this thing always happens to you. He gave her a humorous laugh. It does, and it never gets old. So, did you guys ever like the same woman? I'm sure that's happened before. I mean, you guys are both exceptionally good looking, Lindsay said as she stared at Taylor, waiting for him to answer her direct question. He looked thoughtful a moment, pondering Lindsay's question with consideration. Nah, Bass and my tastes are different. He has a thing for exotic beauties with accents. On the other hand, I prefer brunettes. Lindsay frowned at that. That's interesting to me. Emma's not an exotic beauty with an accent. Why do you think Bass is with her then? Fucking good question there, doll. And what's with Taylor's thing for brunettes? Was he trying to tell me something? Fucktard. Taylor didn't even look worried about Lindsay's suspicions. The only one that could answer your question would be the man himself. Anyone with eyes, though, could see how crazy he is about her. In the end, I guess a person can't really control what they feel towards someone, even if that someone is not what one expected them to be. We don't do the choosing, our souls do. The last few sentences made Lindsay frown. Well, that's a fucked up thing to say, Taylor. You totally just screwed with my head. I say we need some hefty margaritas in our systems. She stood up and left the patio, heading straight to the bar inside. I knew Taylor's words made her think of Brody. That would definitely pissed her off. If Lindsay could ease up on her thoughts of Brody for a little bit, she could breathe easily. Then again, Lindsay was one stubborn-headed bitch. Not only that, but she has a notoriously vindictive personality to boot. Ever since our small weekend jaunt in Tahoe last year, Lindsay was bitchy when it comes to Cece. And that includes all the men Cece slept with, including the men who she was in love with since middle school. Emma, Bass and Lindsay all came out at the same time, bringing drinks and snacks with them. Bass was only wearing his ripped stained jeans. I blushed when he gave me a smile. Yeah, I was a little embarrassed because I was admiring his ass while he was having sex with my friend a little over half an hour ago. If he had known that, I wondered if he would still smile at me. Emma, on the other hand, gave me a happy kiss on the cheek. Her torso-hugging dress flared loosely from her hips to her ankles. It showed off her amazing body in an understated way. Yeah, Emma's one of those girls that appears as if they popped into this world looking like a damn supermodel. I caught Bass cupping her ass before he moved past Emma. He was trying to be subtle, but had failed miserably. The gesture made it obvious that he couldn't get enough of Emma. If he wasn't in love with her already, he was on his way there. I was glad that she finally found a man who adored her like mad. It wasn't hard to see the happiness that radiated off her. We were discussing our trip in Ios when a slight knock on the glass made us look up. All five heads turned to watch a blue-eyed, dark-haired Greek piece of perfection walk towards our table. Holy shit, this island harbored all the hot males. Good evening. I let myself in after a few knocks. I hope you guys don't mind. The Greek man spoke with a husky, accented voice. Girls, this is Dimitri's. We'll be staying at his place in Athens tonight. Bass introduced him to Lindsay and me. It was obvious that Taylor already knew him, since they greeted each other like long-lost buddies. You're an actor as well? Lindsay asked him, as Dimitri settled himself across her. To other observers, she might look nonchalant and blasé, but I knew better. Lindsay's eyes sharpened, her come-get-me boys look was in place. Sultry doll was definitely ready to play. The Greek actor looked like a devil-may-care kind of guy, but something about him told me that Lindsay might find her usual strategic games challenged by him. I play Emma's husband in the movie, Dimitri's murmured, before he helped himself to a glass of red wine. Damn. Emma's job was to make out with and be in the arms of two very fine, exceptionally good-looking men. Talk about super unfair. Emma reached out and touched my arm. "Tris, do you mind helping me make some more drinks?" she asked on the side, getting my sole attention, while Taylor and Bass, Lindsay and Dimitris were all engaged in their own conversations. Grinning, I reminded her of my bomb skills. "Sure, but you know how deadly I make mine." I knew Emma couldn't handle hardcore concoctions, but that didn't stop me from trying to get her to drink them anyway. We both stood up at the same time. She laughed, shaking her head, remembering fun memories of us plastered. "Yeah, don't remind me. Your drinks gave me the worst hangovers." Emma slightly ruffled my hair, before slinging her arm loosely around my shoulder, as we walked back inside the cottage. When her arm kept pushing us past the bar, I knew then that she was up to something. "He sent an email heading, 'Did Trista give you something from me?'" "Did he really send something?" Emma whispered, worried. Of course, unanswered emails wouldn't phase Tough as Nails' sexiness was named after me, Carter Mason. What Carter wants, Carter gets. If it gets tough, Carter aims harder. He wasn't the kind of man who would give up. Back in middle school, when our school banned those old-school Nokia phones from being used at breaks and lunches, Carter made a damn petition and nearly got the entire school to sign it. He then took it to the local radio stations and made sure that the entire city was made aware of the school ban. The school principal, of course, lifted the "no cell phones allowed" policy the following day. The principal even gave Carter an apology. Yeah, Carter was a lot of things, but giving up wasn't part of his DNA. "My room, let's go." I ordered her to follow behind me. I hastily opened the door to the room and waited for her to get inside. Once she did, I gently closed the door behind her. "I'll go grab it. It's hidden in the closet." It didn't take long for me to locate the item. I handed it to her. We were both sitting on the bed, anxious. Our eyes dauntingly stared at the white package. "Did he say what was in it?" Emma asked, obviously apprehensive. "Like Carter would tell me." I shook my head. "No, he didn't." I should excuse myself and leave her to open the present from Carter, but I was way too curious to have the decency to do that. I wanted to see what Carter Mason had up his sleeve, to try and win her back. The man was bound to do something monumental. Phew, okay. This is stupid. I don't know why I'm even nervous. Let's just get this out of the way, shall we? Emma sounded like she was trying to ease her mind, but it was obvious that she was a little shaken. Her fine, dainty fingers swiftly opened the bag and poured all the contents on the bed. My eyes took in the 4x4 picture frame of them kissing during Halloween last year. They looked utterly crazy about each other in this one. His current jersey, a DVD of the Pirates of the Caribbean, and a card. What really caught my attention was the final item, a black velvet ring box. I nervously glanced at Emma. Her blue eyes stared at it like it was dangerous. It was her Pandora's box. When her hand reached out to get the small square item, they were trembling. My heart was in my throat when I saw what that ring box contained. "Oh my God," I whispered in awe and shock. Holy fucking cow, it was epic. Epically crazy, epically ludicrous, epically original, but most of all, it was Carter epic. His great-great-grandmother's engagement ring. Emma screeched with shock and bewilderment. The antique oval-cut ring was truly magnificent, with a huge sapphire surrounded by flawless diamonds. What made this ring significant was that Carter's great-great-grandfather bought this for his new betrothed from a European royal who needed more money to continue supplementing his expensive lifestyle. The ring was a medieval piece of art that carried centuries of history. It was Emma's birthstone to boot. For Carter to offer his grandmother's ring to Emma proved his intentions were beyond boyfriend-girlfriend. The ring had been passed down through the family to his grandmother, who died when he was about 8, I think, and had been set aside for him, intended for the woman he would someday marry. The fact that he sent it to Emma was a statement that he had just made loud and clear. I remembered Lindsay mentioning seeing her grandmother's ring before, but I hadn't expected Carter to send it through me. I hid a ring that cost millions in a fucking closet. It was in my luggage and went through international customs. What the hell? That was messed up. What if someone had stolen it? Thinking about those possibilities almost gave me a panic attack. So not cool. When my eyes returned back to my friend, I started to worry. Emma, she looked pale, ghostly. Emma bit her bottom lip before she took hold of the letter and opened it, without parting with the ring. My Emma. The past 2 months without seeing your beautiful face have been the greatest challenge of my life. Your mind must be going nuts about my grandmother's ring. Do you remember when I was telling you about it this past Christmas? I hope you do. It was the first time in years that I didn't dread the occasion. There's no better way to tell you how serious I am than with this ring. You know what this ring signifies to me most of all. This is my way of telling you that I want my future with you in it. I don't want anyone else but you, Emma. You can keep ignoring me if it makes you feel safe, but that doesn't mean I will ignore you when you do. Our relationship was rocky, but we had a lot of good memories too. I don't know how to fully explain myself. You know more than anyone that I'm not good with expressing my feelings. All I see is you. There is no one else except you. Forgive me, Emma. I will prove that I will be worthy of you again. Forgive me for betraying your love and trust. Forgive me for fighting for you. Forgive me for loving you so much that I can't let you go. Ours was the kind of love that stays with you. You know more than I do that it's never going to be over, my Emma. I love you. Carter. This was like D-Day, the rounds just kept on coming. Carter blew my mind with this screwed up fucking ingenious gesture of his. Emma. I trailed off. I wanted to say, be strong and don't let him change your mind, but a quick glance at her made me stop. She was about to cry, but was trying to control it. What do I do, Trista? This is too much. Emma's small voice shook, troubled and confused. Oh no. She's reacting to him. Not a very good sign. Do you still have feelings for him, Em? It's going away. There are days that I don't even remember him and his betrayal. I'm unprepared for this. I wasn't expecting this. Emma gently wiped her tears away. Even if Carter was persistent, it still didn't change the fact that he had hurt her badly. Even though I grew up with Carter and have a soft spot for him, Emma needed a guy that was loyal and who was crazy about her. I believed Bass was that man and then some. Bass is crazy about you. If he knows you still have feelings for Carter, it could definitely complicate things. Bass was the true gentleman, but he too has limits. I knew this from Emma's stories. Emma tried to smile. I'm crazy about him too. Bass has been this terrific, perfect guy. I'm scared how our relationship is going so fast, but it feels like it was meant to be that way. Like being with him is never going to be simple or ordinary. I only have one heart though. Sadly, it holds 2 men in it. One I want to keep, the other I want to set free. How do I let the other free when he securely locked himself in, throwing away the key? Shit, Em. Yeah, I sucked at this. There was nothing I could say to make it better. She was going to be in a crazy battlefield of love, with 2 determined alpha demigods. Wishing her luck wouldn't do shit. After another 5 minutes, Emma gathered herself up and decided to stash her Pandora's box back in my closet. This time, I wouldn't be caught dead with that medieval historic piece of art. You can stash the rest in there, but I won't let you do that to the ring. You need to find a place to keep that safe. The problem was where. The only thing that I could think of was for her to wear it, but it was impossible with Lindsay with us. Fuck. I don't need this problem, Triss. Fuck, she cursed again. In the end, she was reluctant, but knew it was the best if she held on to it. We were staying in Athens tonight, and we'd be spending the whole weekend on a yacht. Leaving that ring in the closet, unguarded, was out of the question. It would be disrespectful to the ghost of Carter's grandmother, but it was also an absolute disrespect to the ring itself. It was way too beautiful to be treated that way. Yeah, I have a partial love affair for flawlessly beautiful masterpieces. 13. Trista. We traveled to Athens by a helicopter with Dimitris as the pilot, and Taylor next to him. Pretty boy looked like a kid in a candy store, ecstatic and giddy with joy. Dimitris landed on a helipad atop his building. He was a great host and showed us to the 7th floor, where the guest rooms were located. Apparently the other floors were for entertainment, dining and living room, with the gym and the penthouse being his quarters. His home was not decorated in an over-the-top fashion. Black and white with understated style left us all feeling comfortable. Taylor and I didn't speak to each other unless it was necessary, and I liked it that way. I hoped it would continue until the month was up. After a nice rowdy dinner, Dimitris took us clubbing. I caught Lindsay a few times giving Dimitris a look. The look. I planned to ask her about that once we were alone. We had barely finished our first mojitos when Lindsay stood up and started to dance, right in front of the guys. Come on, my pretty girlfriends, let's get crackin'. She took Emma's hand on one side and mine on the other. It was thrilling to be around my friends. Even though Amber wasn't with us, the feeling of security I got from Emma and Lindsay was enough for me. Tonight, I had to try to forget about everything. After all, I had less than a month to enjoy my time of being alone here. Once I got back to the motherland, shit might hit the fan. Who really knew what the future held? For a good hour, the three of us danced like old times. Emma and I were rather surprised, we were definitely surprised, when Dimitris interrupted us and asked Lindsay to dance with him. Maybe later? I'm still busy with my friends, Lindsay said with hesitation. Wasn't she flirting with him earlier? What had happened in that short amount of time from Aspasia to Athens for her to act odd? Dimitris turned his attention to us, Emma and I in particular. Do you ladies mind if I borrow your friend for a while? Go ahead. Take care of my boo-dee, Emma winked at Lindsay. Lindsay blushed. What the hell? It was rather odd to see her in such a shy, reddened condition. I'm okay with it, Lindsay likes her mahatis. I said mahatis in my best southern drawl to mask it from Dimitris, but Lindsay understood, and she just gave me a murderous glare. When I saw Emma gaze up to where our table was located, she was just staring with an enamored look in her eyes, at Bass, who was laughing with one of the guys who had just arrived to join him. Go be with him. You know you want to. I urged her on. She merely shook her head. He's great, isn't he? Duh, Emma? I think the whole world thinks he is. Look around, tell me, how many here think he's great? I pointed her chin to the gawking female fans vying to get a glimpse of the movie star. Suddenly, I realized how hard this must be for her. Someone always wanted a piece of Bass. How did she do it? You know, there were rumors that some of the extras made this bet as to who could get Bass in bed first. I know he won't, but it doesn't make me stop thinking about it. She bit her lip and focused those cornflower blue eyes at me, questioning, worried. When we go back to the real world, do you think we'll survive LA? Dude, I sucked at giving advice. Have you seen my life? Of course, I shut my trap and tried to be a good friend though. I can't speak for Bass, I don't know him that well, but from what I have observed, he's nuts about you, doll. I can't honestly tell you if you guys will be okay when you get back. You know more than anyone what kind of temptations are around Tinseltown. You have yours too, but no matter what you do, just try to stay real. I know it's freaking ironic that I would give you advice after what I've done with my life. However, you have a chance here at great happiness, Em. I want that for you. Emma's stunning face suddenly contorted at my response. You have to stop it with this shit about you messing up your life. You made a big mistake, but that doesn't mean you can't move on from it. That doesn't define who you are, Trista. Please, I don't want to hear any more of you degrading yourself this way. We all make mistakes that we aren't proud of. No more being sorry for yourself, okay? Emma reached out and gave my hand a squeeze. Her kind eyes made me want to weep. If you only knew the extent of what I had done, you might not think that. I'll try. That's all I can do. Now, why don't you go and keep your man company? I'm going to find one of my own for the night. I shooed her away. After a minute of convincing her that I was okay, she left and strode towards where Bass was sitting with the other actors that were in the film with them. Since I was in dire need of a drink, I ordered my adios, motherfucker. When I held out my card, a man shoved his card into the bartender's grasp instead. Stunned, I just gave him a "what was that for?" look. Instead of explaining himself, he held out his hand. Alexandros Pallas. The tall Greek man introduced himself. He was tanned with jet black hair and dark eyes, and a sexy drool-worthy accent. Sign me up, please. My fun, frilly self came out automatically. Trista, just Trista. I shook his hand, and didn't let go of it. We started talking about his life. He was 28 years old, and worked for his father in their family company. One thing I noticed with these Greek men was that when they were interested in a woman, they made it known in such a way that a woman knew his intentions, yet they did it in a nice fashion, like a dance. Take Dimitris for example, that man hadn't moved his eyes from Lindsay since the moment he'd met her. We all knew what his intentions were without him seeming overbearing. I suppose I could refer to it as court dancing. It was a refreshing thing to see for a change. I mean, I didn't have anything against the American way. "Ooh baby, you look mighty fine. Want to bounce and chill somewhere, or hey girl? You look hot. Want some beer?" There's nothing really wrong with it. To be quite honest, the words used didn't matter when the guy was good looking. However, it's nice to see a different approach to it, I suppose. We chatted for about half an hour. Alexandros was a gentleman, and I was pleased to know this. I knew deep down he must want to score with me tonight, yet it was amazing how unobvious he was. We drank and danced for an hour or so. He didn't even try to kiss or grope me on the dance floor, which I found rather odd. Men usually bust out their dry humping skills when dancing, he just danced. Although, I knew sooner or later, he would make a move on me. I was proven right 10 minutes later. "Do you want to get out of here?" Alexandros asked, lifting my chin to match his gaze. "Well, here it is." "Sure, that actually sounds good." I smiled at him. A big part of me wanted to go through this, just to get it over with. It had been far too long since I had fun with any man other than Harry, between the sheets. A small part of myself, however, told me that this might not be something I wanted to do. "Nay, I think tonight will be good for us." Alexandros took hold of my hand and guided us off of the dance floor. I knew that before I left the club, I needed to tell my friends. It would be disrespectful and irresponsible of me not to. I scanned the place for Lindsay and found her busy dancing with Dimitris. From the looks of it, something hot was brewing with those two, so I didn't really want to disturb them. That only left me with Emma to tell, who was back at the VIP table with Taylor, Bass, and a few of the other actors from the set, Mo McCormick, Tanya Welsh, and Vincent de la Cruz. I wanted to just leave and not go over to the table, but I knew they would be worried if I didn't tell them where I was going. Do you mind waiting here? I have to tell my friends where I'm going. I also asked him to call my cell phone, so I could give his number to Emma. I needed to make sure that it was really his phone, and not a phony one. I then had him text me his address as well, just to be sure. I may have no problem with a one-night hookup, however, I wasn't stupid enough to go off on my own with a guy without some kind of assurance that I would be safe, like get their entire background check. Okay, pure bull, but somewhere along the lines if possible. Other men would have reacted differently, but Alexandros simply wasn't bothered by it. I can give you my identification card too, if you need it. He gave a humorous laugh. He was teasing, but I also knew he meant it. No need. This is perfect. I pressed my body against his and whispered against his ear. I'll be back. As I walked towards the VIP section, I gave myself a mini pep talk. I had been so blinded by my determination to get over Harry that I didn't anticipate a little hesitation on my part. I knew I needed to get through this. I couldn't pine away for Harry. For a year, I'd been so blinded by lust and love for him, nothing else had mattered. There was no future with Harry though. What he did to me after he found out about the baby was totally inexcusable. Plain and simple, black and white, the man was a AAA asshole. When I got to the table, I smiled when Emma pulled me down next to her. Hey! I hollered. The rest of them greeted me back. I didn't risk glancing at Taylor. I just wanted to pretend that he was not around. The less eye contact I made with him, the better, and it seemed to be working quite fine. You look happy. Emma observed, smiling at me. You do too, doll. You look like someone lit you up. Do I? Well, I wanted to talk to you about that. Bass's head popped up next to Emma's shoulder. Want to introduce the man? Hold on, don't tell me you're leaving with him so soon. Bass was checking Alexandros out, as he was clearly visible from up here. Bass had no trouble picking out the right man. Alexandros' eyes were trained on me. I shot Bass a winning smile. I am, actually. I have his number and Addie. I will text it to Emma now. Is that cool? Well, I guess if you really have to. Emma was biting her lip. She only did that when she's unsure, nervous, or thought something wasn't a good idea. I was busy going through my phone and didn't look up until I was done. What? I questioned the handsome blonde couple. Why was Emma being a pooper? Emma pressed her lips together before she spoke again. I just don't want you in harm's way. We're in a large city now, a place you're unfamiliar with, a foreign country where you don't speak the language. Damn. The woman started busting out her formal speech. I had to get out of here before Lindsay joined us. If Emma was reacting this way, Lindsay would be worse. I was actually surprised Taylor hadn't butted in on the conversation yet. It was so unlike him, but who cares? There's nothing to worry about. I have GPS on my phone. You'll know where I am. We good? Emma went on, pressing her lips together again. I knew the rest of the table was listening to us talking, because they became silent. The music thudded loudly around us. Bass wrapped his arms around Emma's neck before he directed his attention to me. Promise us that you'll have your phone on at all times. Don't forget to mention that you know people who will hunt him to the ground if he doesn't return you in perfect condition. If he does something you're not comfortable with, we'll come get you at any hour. Be safe, all right? He kissed Emma's cheek before continuing, "Your friend here worries, as we all do. Warn him that you have Dimitri's Costa on your speed dial. That should scare him off." I had learned tonight that Dimitri's was from an influential family. They had a powerful lineage and a lot of money. His ancestors had a part in forming Greece's history. Who could thump that? I overheard this information from Mo McCormick, one of the actors, as he spoke in an animated fashion to Tanya Welsh. "Got it, boss." I gave Emma and Base a quick hug. "So cool. I'm tight with the badass BC." Before leaving, I bid everyone else goodnight, ignoring Taylor of course. When I strutted away from them, I could feel his eyes on me burning holes in my back. It bothered me that we have this weird push and pull tug of war with each other. A man that could make me feel this way without fully knowing him, one that I haven't even kissed, let alone had sex with, was perplexing. The only reasonable explanation that I could come up with, other than the hero syndrome, was that Taylor always seemed to be there when I was about to break down into tears. I hated that he got a glimpse of my inner scars, my constant pain, and what lurked in my darkened soul. When I was close to reaching Alexandros, I shoved my lousy thoughts away. "Ready, O Morphemo?" he drawled as he wrapped his arms around me, his eyes sparkling. Talking to me in Greek earned him extra brownie points. "What's O Morphemo?" It sounded off when I pronounced it, like I was a total wannabe. I sucked at languages anyway. Omorphi means beautiful. Mo means ma. My beautiful girl. Alexandros broke it down for me in such a cute way. I almost didn't want to think about how possessive he sounded when he said my. We barely just met and he calls me that in no time. I'm definitely not in America. That's sweet, but we should get going. My hand reached out to take his, before he guided us towards the exit. I let out a loud gasp when a large hand tightly grasped my arm. "I don't think so. Sorry bud, but you can't leave with her." Taylor's clear commanding voice hung in the air. I could hear the underlying threat in his words. By the look in his eyes, he wasn't about to be toyed with. "Who is this man to you?" Alexandros directed the question to me, his accent more pronounced. His patience looked like it was running out. "He's a friend of my friend. He's just looking out for me, nothing more, honest." When I felt Alexandros' hand grip mine, I knew I had to interrupt before he said something that would detonate Taylor. The last thing I needed was for them to fight. "Taylor, back off. This isn't funny anymore." My small hand tried to detach his fingers from my arm. Instead of letting go, he held it tighter. "Do I look like I'm cracking jokes to you, Trista?" Taylor hissed. His words were directed at me, but his eyes were glued to Alexandros, unfaltering. Seriously, how humiliating was this? "I'm sorry about this. Let me just talk to him for a second," I said to Alexandros. Glaring, I spoke to Taylor. "We need to talk. You have gone way overboard." Without much consideration, Taylor dragged me with him. My steps had a hard time keeping pace. He was acting like a major brute, and was pissing on my parade. Enough was enough. We reached a darkened turn. Taylor reached for the first door he could get open, made sure it was empty, then yanked me inside by my arm. An angry growl erupted from within me as I violently shook his hand off. "You stupid shit. I'm so sick of this idiotic damsel in distress rescue protocol you've been exhibiting." I screamed at him before he even closed the door. A grating laugh came from him. "You're calling me stupid? Well, that's very generous of you. You should look into the mirror first before you call someone else stupid." Ah, hell no. The claws and fists were definitely coming out now. Raging with violent ire, I closed the gap between us in a blink of an eye. With my hands, I pushed him backwards. "How fucking dare you?" I emphasized each word with a hard push, until he was against the wall. You have no right to get into my business. You saved my life, thank you, but that doesn't give you the right to fuck it for me. It's my life. My right if I want to fuck it up or not. In a flash he swiftly switched us, and now I was the one trapped against the wall. My crazy rant had little effect on him. My intentions clearly did not register. In fact, he was incensed with rage, absolutely livid in his own right. He looked like a man who was beyond his limit. You are a fucking selfish woman. Get out there and face reality. The world doesn't revolve around you, Trista. So, what if your boyfriend broke up with you? Big fucking deal. Toughen up. Life is a big boot camp. Grow some backbone, you self-centered brat. He furiously spat at me, our faces inches from each other. Slap. My palm connected to his cheek with a swift movement. Taylor made a harsh growl. His eyes looked completely dangerous. Yet none of it fazed me. I had never known uncontrollable rage until tonight. Where does he get off insulting me like he's known me all my life? How dare you? You don't know me, so you don't have the right to criticize my actions. Get off your high and mighty fucking horse, Taylor. In case you haven't noticed, I'm not perfect and I don't claim to be. I make mistakes all the time, but that doesn't make me a bad person. You can't just stand there and judge me like a bystander watching the drama unfold before your insipid eyes. You. No. Nothing. Taylor's face was an inch from mine, but I wasn't going to back down, never again. The room seemed small, and the only sound my senses could pick up and concentrate on were the sounds of our shortened breaths. Along with the frantic, manic speed of my heartbeat, I couldn't even hear the club music anymore. It became grave when he didn't respond immediately. When he did speak, I was a little surprised. Then make me understand. Why are you doing this to yourself? I can't ignore how your eyes always reveal pain. Yet, the only thing you want to achieve is to fuck it out of your system. Do you honestly know what you're doing, Trista? Do you really want to go through sleeping with all these men and regret it the next day? Taylor asked in a worried tone, but his heart and demeanor did not thaw, not one bit. Heck, people always used sex to get over someone. It's been a well-practiced theory ever since humans knew what heartbreak was. I do know what I want. I want to fuck nameless and faceless men. If you have a problem with that, too bad, because I don't give a flying fuck. My honesty seemed to throw him off, but it did little to ease the tension between us. It was maddening, and I badly wanted for him to fight back. I had so much to let off my chest, and Taylor made it easy for me to target him as my emotional punching bag. He closed the hair's breadth space between us. Cheek to cheek, my heart galloped loudly against his wildly beating heart. Fine, you want to fuck. You want to lose yourself in sexual gluttony, to forget whatever shit you're going through. Well, I've got the best solution for you. Why don't you use me instead? I'll do whatever you want. Use me however you want. His husky, downright seductive voice sent acute, electrifying waves of potent arousal into my core. My underwear suddenly felt moist. Shit. My body tensed and clenched as I tried to hold back from responding to him. His offer was tempting, but I couldn't possibly consider the idea. Taylor evoked emotions that were too troubling for me to entertain. I already feared I had the hero syndrome crap going on. He'd already rattled me. If I added sex on top of the list, it would be too much to handle. Besides the fact that I might see him in LA, yeah, I had reason enough to back away. I needed him to fight back and dash that idea of him as my stud slave. Who the hell do you think you are, swooping in like you're some cock in shining armor? This is stupid. I stomped past him. Taylor immediately grabbed my arm and dragged me back against the wall. For the first time tonight, my eyes examined my surroundings. A sizable square office table, a small couch, and about 8 filing cabinets summed up the space in its entirety. I noted how the room was dimly lit. The only lights were the small red dot on the smoke alarm and a tiny nightlight. Taylor extended his left arm to reach the door. I freaked when I heard the lock click. Ah, hell no. Who did he think he was messing with, a fucking Barbie? I moved and tried to reach the door. Get me the hell out of here, you stupid prick. I shoved past him, but his steel-hardened arm circled my hip as he swiftly dragged me towards the table. He planted my ass at the edge and his daunting body ensconced my tiny frame, trapping me until I was at his mercy. I peered at him, my body fearful yet thrilled at the same time at his crass, dominating attitude. What the hell, Taylor? His eyes were dark and formidable, unreadable. Utterly and completely menacing. Shut the fuck up. Trista. For once just shut the fuck up. He barked at me, before he savagely devoured my lips. He kissed like a man who was famished. It was voracious, punishing, and absolutely ravenous, like a man who was at the point of no return. Hell, I devoured him like he was my last meal on earth too. His barbaric He-Man behavior inflamed my body, and it surrendered to him without hesitation. One touch of his lips was all it took, all fight and conviction completely left me. I couldn't help moaning when he held me possessively, kissed me passionately. I threw my head back when he started to nip my neck. I promise I'll fuck you good. So good, you will forget about that guy that you're so in love with. Oh yes. The images his words paint in my mind were definitely what I needed. Dirty Mouth Taylor, now that I can sign up for. It was fascinatingly sexy and utterly delicious. It was a serious turn-on. Hell, I was deliriously turned on. I had an idea of what it would be like to be in his arms, but this was beyond what I had contemplated. This animal of a man was unexpected. Hurry up and fuck me then. I'll let you know after if lived up to that offer. I ordered, but inside I was begging. I was beyond saving now. My body fevered for his touch, for his possession. He immediately parted my legs. My dress slid upwards, giving him access to my womanhood. Fascinated, I watched his head drift down to the V of my thighs. His nose touched my lace thong and I stilled when I heard him inhale my scent. I was taken aback when he bit the top of my slit, over the thong. Shit! I unexpectedly hissed. It wasn't painful or anything, but I was shocked. What kind of kinkiness was this guy into? I got my answer when he started to eat me out over my thong. It was unexpected and completely different from anything I had experienced before, but maybe a change would be good. I certainly didn't need to be reminded of Harry. That man was a fan of traditional, missionary-style fucking. Taylor's large hand slid underneath me where he gripped my ass cheeks, locking me in place, at the mercy of his mouth. I started to pant when I felt his hot tongue trace the side of my thong, gliding across it in a tortuous motion, seeking entrance to my pussy. The first feather-like stroke was heavenly. I was dripping wet, burning hot and fucking ready. Yet Taylor continued taking the long route, and I didn't know if I should moan or cry from frustration. Oh! Taylor! I incoherently said, as that powerful tongue of his gave my clit a lashing, beating it with grueling accuracy. More, I want more, I panted, throwing my head back. My fingers reached out and clutched his hair, pushing my pussy into his face. A whimpering sound came from me when he stuck a finger inside my hot entrance. He used that finger to probe and tease me, while his thumb rubbed my clitoris at the same time. With his left hand doing its ministrations on my pussy, Taylor slowly trailed kisses over my dress, from my navel all the way to my chest. From the valley of my breasts, he stuck his tongue out and licked his way up until he reached the crook of my neck. He nipped there and sucked on my earlobe as his right hand hastily unhooked my halter top, exposing my breasts. He groaned at the sight of them. God, these tits. I've lusted for them for far too long. His large hand cupped one, feeling its weight before he gave it a hard squeeze. His thumb speedily circled my nipple while his mouth bit and sucked the life out of my other breast. 3 different parts, 3 different sensations, all with a relentless mission to make me come while getting me ready to be fucked by this gifted man. Are you on the pill? He asked, looking up at me while his tongue flicked over my puckered nipple. I barely heard him in my abandoned state. Yes, definitely. Yes. But I've never had sex without a condom before. Still looking at me, he playfully bit into the pebbled form. Me neither, I've always worn one. Can I take you without it? I have the condom if you request it, but I want to fuck you, skin to skin, and feel you clench around my cock as you come for me. My hips buckled when he stuck another finger inside my hole, stretching me, prepping me for his cock. I felt a gush of wetness as it trickled and dripped down to my ass. Out of nowhere, Harry's face appeared in my mind. Harry! I fucking miss him. No, no, no. I won't let him ruin this for me. There was no doubt in my mind that I still loved the prick. If Harry asked me back in person, I knew there was little chance I would decline him. Selfish, yeah, but love makes people stupid. Unfortunately, I'm part of the rat pack. Condom, Taylor? Whatever you wish, he fluidly responded before he captured my breast again. I let out a moan when Taylor's fingers went berserk on my G-spot. My mind shut down on me completely, and all I could focus on was the punishing pleasure that was being done to my breasts and the violent throb in my womanhood. I sobbed, begged and moaned at the same time. I was just so out of it. I cried out when his mouth left my breast and harshly bit into my neck. Harry, I want more, I screeched out, grinding my hips into motion. In a blink of an eye, lips, hands and mouth were not touching me. I felt bereft from the sudden impact of the departure of his hot body on me. Do I look like Harry to you? He asked in a tone that chilled my bones, his eyes glaring murderously. It was almost enough, to douse me out of my horny state. Hell, I cringed when I realized that I said it out loud. What a fucking gaffe. No hell. I apologize. Can we get a move on now? I pleaded, but he was immovable. His jaws locked as he kept looking at me like he hated me on sight. Why are you angry, anyway? Can you really blame me for calling out his name? I haven't been with anyone since him. It's insulting, Trista, Taylor said through gritted teeth. I knew it was, but it had already been said. I couldn't take it back. Certainly, I was more than ready to continue kissing and touching him. Not going to happen again. Are you done being a crybaby? My eyes darted to his pants, and by God, I devoured that hard-on with them. I wanted him like a drug. He had gotten me into this aroused condition, he simply couldn't back out now. Watch that mouth of yours, Trista. I'll make you pay for that foolish blunder. Taylor threatened. I watched in fascination when he started to move and strip before me. His toned, sculpted body and chiseled six-pack whetted my appetite some more. You're beautiful. I wanted to say, but held the words from leaving my lips. Instead, my mouth parted in awe as my tongue licked around my lips in a full circle when he took his jeans off. Oh God, I gasped. As turned on as I was, the reality of the situation still hit me. I was going to have sex with a man who wasn't Harry. Before I met Harry, it hadn't mattered. But it did now, because I had fallen in love. It was stupid, but I felt like I was betraying that love. Feeling guilty, I closed my eyes, not wanting to see anything. All I needed was to feel. I want to feel good, just enough to take this ache in my heart away, even if just for a short time. I wanted to forget Harry and his touch. Just for a while, I wanted him banished from my thoughts. I felt Taylor's large hands skim my thighs as he roughly parted them and planted himself in between them. I heard the tear of the condom packet. Condom in place, he held my hips and pushed me onto the edge of the table, my ass hanging halfway off. "Open your eyes," he harshly demanded. "No." I shook my head. His hand gripped my jaw and leveled my face to him. "Open them." Grudgingly, I did as he commanded. The second our eyes met, he roughly entered me, filling me with his thick, enormous cock. "Does it feel like Harry now?" he spat out, staring into me, penetrating my eyes while he fucked me. "Does it?" Taylor grated again, demanding. His fast, rapid, calculated thrusts were done with exact precision. Each time he slammed back inside me, I felt him stretch me completely, filling me to capacity. Each stroke expelled beautiful carnal friction. The sound of him fucking me, with the loud slapping noise my wetness made each time our bodies connected, was truly delicious. No, Harry doesn't fuck like this, and certainly doesn't have a monster of a cock. No. "This is definitely you," I shakily whispered as he numbingly pounded my pussy. "Say my name." "Say it." He grated in my ear. He was making damn sure I knew who was fucking me. Damn it with men and their prideful egos. God, this man was going to kill me. He used my entire body to cruelly punish me with his cock, crushing my pussy. "Taylor," I moaned his name. "Fuck." He groaned out. The sudden feeling of his hot body away from mine made me ache with need. Still buried deep inside, he swiftly rolled me on my stomach. I was positioned with half of my body on the table, my ass up in the air, legs stretched to their limit, and my feet planted on the floor. "Perfect. Now I'm going to put all of it inside you," he braggingly exclaimed. I blinked back a few times. My breasts felt heavy and too sensitized on the table. The throb inside my nether was uncontainable. "What do you mean?" "That wasn't all of it," I whispered, thrilled. Taylor's fingers sunk into the skin of my ass cheeks. He simply chuckled at my question. It was like a warning of what was to come. With a tight grip, he opened and lifted my ass before he rammed his cock in full force and its entirety into my salivating hole, hard. He filled me more than he had earlier, filled me more than anyone ever had. "No, this is all of it," he expressed with such potent hunger. "Holy fuck. Jesus, Taylor," I bellowed with as much praise as there was surprise. I've never felt this full in my life. It was an alien feeling. It was too much to bear, but it was too good of a feeling to refuse, and I couldn't get enough of him. I was gasping and panting while Taylor took liberties with my pussy, marking his territory, making it known who was the boss. "Do you want to come, Trista?" he asked in between thrusts. "Yes. Please. Talk to me dirty and use my name this time." Taylor placed his thumb where my clit and his cock met, teasing the sensitive skin. My body was on fire, different delirious sensations rioted in all directions. It was ludicrous. "Seriously?" I panted, a little confused at his request. I don't do dirty talk during sex. I was a smart mouth in other things but never ever during intercourse. "I won't make you come until you do," the boss warned. I groaned. "I want release. No, I needed it. Please pound me harder, Taylor. Use that big cock to fuck me until I can't walk anymore," I hissed when he tugged on my hair while he pounded me as I requested. "Fuck Taylor," I screamed. My orgasm entirely took over, seizing me completely as I sobbed his name. With his hand gripping my hair still, he turned my head sideways so he could kiss me. He stroked me torturously as he rolled his hips in a steadfast motion. He left my lips and whispered in my ear, "I'm going to fuck your cunt like it's my gateway to nirvana." I'm going to crush, pound and kill this sweet little pussy of yours. Do you want to be fucked like that, my beautiful hellcat? His tongue and teeth nibbled on my ear. Fuck. I was stuttering because I just had an intense orgasm, and Taylor's relentless cock was seriously killing my brain functions. Yes. He moaned as he sucked on my earlobe. Do you want to be fucked like a little whore, or like a good girl? Hottest question ever. A whore, I deliriously moaned. He softly chuckled, and it sent delicious thrills through my body. That's the spirit. Are you ready to come again, my little whore? Taylor asked as his large hand connected on my ass cheek, fiercely slapping it twice. Fuck, I loved it when he talked dirty. The spankings combined with his dirty words simply drove me insane. Absolutely. I gripped the ends of the table as he showed me how a whore was to be fucked. Both of his hands wrapped around my neck, gripping me hard, but still loose enough for me to breathe as he impaled me. Taylor made a loud, animalistic howl as he hammered me with his big cock. It dominated my existence. That cock fucked me until pain and pleasure pushed me to the edge. It felt like free-falling in the most extraordinary way. My body roared as another orgasm wholly obliterated me. Taylor! I screamed until I couldn't anymore. I was seeing black and white stars everywhere. I had never orgasmed so hard in my life. He came a minute after I did. Both hands cupping my breasts as his entire body hardened, his cock expanded before he shot his hot semen. Trista! He hissed in my ear. He stroked his cock a few more times to get all of his spunk out. His lips kissed around my spine. Kisses trailed onto my shoulder and neck. I spun my head halfway to meet his lips, and we kissed feverishly. With my eyes closed, he broke off our kiss and planted a soft kiss on my cheek. Shit, Tris. I think I have just found my drug. It's pussy crack. Our bodies were still connected, sweaty and heaving from our animalistic mating. Sex with Taylor was truly an out-of-this-world experience, and that's all it should be. Plain and simple, black and white with no gray in between. As long as we kept it that way, I would happily comply. Good, 'cause your monster got the job. I'm giving it an endless supply of me. I earned a spanking with that remark. Monster cock. Only you would say such things out loud. His palm massaged the part he just hit. I'm going to keep you sated, Trista. You will want for no one. I can guarantee you that. Is monster to cure me, huh? We shall see, Taylor. 14. Trista. We finally managed to emerge from the small office. After closing the door behind him, Taylor paused and looked into my eyes. Without a word, he kissed me, slowly and deliberately. The sweet kiss evoked a feeling deep within me. It was unnerving, and yet I couldn't stop him. No more throwing yourself at other men? He asked as his eyes searched mine. Definitely not, like I would want another summer fling when I got the monster boss around. No more men. I gave him a chaste kiss and pulled us out of there. When we were back amongst folks, my eyes scanned the area for Alexandros, but he was nowhere to be found. I guess he figured out that Taylor was doing me somewhere. I hadn't realized that Taylor and I were holding each other's hands when we joined the rest of the table, until Bass and the rest laughed at us. Thank God you guys finally got that out your systems. It was rather intense to be around you two. Taylor lightly smacked his head. Shut it, Bass. He sat and pulled me next to him, so I was in between him and Emma. I bit my lip and smiled at Emma, who nodded in agreement. She leaned close, her lips close to my ear. Fireworks, doll, she smiled knowingly. Busted. A blush crept up my cheeks. You betcha. We both laughed at that. Bass was telling Taylor and me that Lindsay was still out on the floor with Dimitris, when Emma stood up and strode in the middle, a few inches from the table, looking more flawless than ever. Her legs looked endless, and her simple baby blue fitted cotton dress looked divine on her. It screamed, "Be jealous of my hot banging body, bitches." I'm sure most men were checking her out, but her glowing blue eyes were on base. "Dance with me?" she asked him, a little shy. It was odd to see someone be shy with the person who was fucking their brains out on a daily basis, and yet, here she was, timidly asking the man to dance with her. Bass's eyes looked her up and down before he stood up and softly tugged on her dress. Was it this short when we left earlier? He wondered out loud with a frown on his handsome face. Taylor snorted. I poked him with my finger, shushing him. That made Emma sigh. Are you going to just check me out all night, or are you going to dance with me? If not, I'm going to go look for a partner. Emma looked at him sternly, her patience running thin. Bass gave her a harsh look. Over my dead body, Emma. He then took her in his arms and led her to the dance floor. It seemed that Mo and Tanya wanted to dance too, cause they followed the couple. Those two looked like they were hooking up as well. Awesome. Aw man, now I gotta find my own chick. I didn't know we're pairing tonight. Vincent de la Cruz muttered and left our table. I watched him go before I turned to Taylor. Why do you always snort, choke or laugh when Bass talks to Emma? Do you have something against her? Taylor's smile vanished quickly. God no. I like Emma. I think she's pretty awesome. It's not her I'm laughing at. It's Bass. He's just not himself. He's not one to care about how short a dress is, or get jealous. Seeing him all possessive about a woman for a change is, well, weird. I just never pictured him this way. It's just out of character, that's all. Oh well, that's great then, I wouldn't want Emma hurt. She had already had her fair share. Not to mention, Carter making his moves, and God knows what would happen if Bass learned of them. Fuck. Stop frowning. Come here and kiss me. Taylor plucked me off my seat and placed me on his leg. He kissed me thoroughly and deeply until we were both out of breath. I want you again, but I shouldn't. Not until tomorrow. He informed me in between kisses. Say what? Why the heck not? I frowned at him, not liking this idea at all. Not one little bit. His fingers caressed the inside of my thigh. They were innocent strokes, but they were arousing me. Taylor kissed me again before he spoke. I was too rough with you. You were tight, and I should have taken my time and made sure you were ready to accommodate me, but I was too selfish to hold back. I needed to be inside you so bad, I couldn't think straight. I haven't been thinking straight since you flashed me your pussy that night in IAS. Well, you did a fine job and I want it again. Maybe tonight you can sleep in my room? The idea came out of nowhere, but it pleased me to know that we would do it on something soft. Other places were fine, but I wanted to know what it was like with Taylor on a bed. Can't, not tonight. You're sore and you need to heal. I don't want arguments about it, okay? Tomorrow we have all day for me to make you come, but I promise to penetrate you once or twice. Then we can add more from there as the days pass. I just don't want you hurting. What the fuck is wrong with him? I was waving my vagina in front of him, and he's worried that I was sore? No, Taylor. I want Monster Boss. Desperately. Soreness and pain be damned. Taylor chuckled at my reference to his manhood. No can do, Trista. You have to wait it out. Think of what I'll do to you tomorrow, and how many times I can make you come. Hell, this blows bubbles. This sucks. You better be damn sure that you rain me with O's tomorrow. That I can promise you, my little starving hellcat. When everybody finally convened back at our table, we were ready to go home. Lindsay was extremely quiet, and when I asked her what the problem was, she just said to me, "Not right now, Tris." When I asked Emma about Lindsay's weird attitude, she expressed the same worry. Lindsay was acting all weird and bizarre. Well, odd, didn't even cover it. Vincent, Mo and Tanya left for their hotel, and the rest of us went back to the apartment building Dimitri's owned. It was 4 in the morning when the rest of us retired to our quarters. Taylor and I were in my room, kissing against the wall since he was too much of a pussy to get on my bed. "I have to go," he finally whispered before he devoured my lips again. "Now." "No." I sighed. "You don't have to." He cupped my cheeks, kissing me like there was no tomorrow. "I know, but I want to. Good night." He gave me a few more quick kisses before he parted from me. "Dream of me," Taylor said with a flirty smile before he finally left my room. I stood there and stared at the floor. My dreams, those I don't have a control of. The dreams had been relentless. Every night I dreamt of Harry, the man I loved. I was startled when I woke up thrashing. My heart pounded like I had just run a marathon. My dreams tonight flashed through my head. Taylor's touch, his lips, his possession, and those dirty lines he asked of me during sex kept replaying in my head. My hand reached out and dipped a finger inside my pussy, and sure enough I was soaked. I pulled my hand away and cursed. "Taylor! What the hell are you doing to me?" I mumbled out loud in total frustration. Frustrated was one thing. Being sexually frustrated was a total killer. I tried to train my breathing as my eyes closed. All I needed was to fall back to sleep and not think of sex or Taylor, but after 30 minutes of trying, I was wired more than ever. Fuck. I cursed in desperation. Okay, maybe if I could just make myself come then it might take the edge off, but how the heck do I do that? I recalled what Amber said when she found out I didn't know what the hell to do with it, one night during junior year. "Ah doll, even a nun knows how to touch herself. You need to get your groove on and focus on the clit. That's all. It's easy peasy." In full concentration mode, I parted my legs and ever so slowly, my middle fingers started to do what Taylor did earlier in the tiny office at the club. After a few minutes, I gave up. It didn't feel like how he did it. How the fuck do I do this? I was getting pissed off. I needed a release so bad I was in pain. Damn it to cocking hell and back. I was like an addict fiending for a quick fix. Now. Oh fuck it. I was going to get some. I clenched my thighs together since I could feel my arousal building as the time ticked away. Silently, I treaded out of my room and looked across the hall. Big problem. Which room was Taylor's? He had to have chosen somewhere close, since that man always watched me like a hawk. So, it was either the room across from me, the room next to it, or the room next to mine. I started with the room across from mine, and I found it was empty. I continued by looking into the room next to it. Again, there was no Taylor but Lindsay's things scattered around the room, but surprise, surprise, the woman wasn't in it. Well, where else would she be? I wondered, amused. Closing Lindsay's room quietly, I darted to the one next to my room. I swear if he isn't in here, I will cut a bitch. My hand slowly turned the handle, pushing it to open. My feet were silent on the plush carpet. I closed the door with barely any sound. When I spun around, I could see Taylor's things inside the half-opened bathroom door. Still silent, I stealthily moved inside the bedroom. It was dark, but my eyes adjusted enough to make out the silhouette form on the bed. I stood there, immobilized, as I took in the beauty before me. Taylor slept with his arms behind his head, his abs on display and only a sheet covering his lower half, but it didn't mask the tent of his half-mast state. In his sleep, though lax, he still managed to look in control of everything. Now that I was here, I suddenly felt unsure what to do next. Should I just hop on the bed and ride the joystick? What if he didn't wake? Wouldn't that be rape? Well, he did say I could use him, didn't he? So I did have his consent, sort of. What was I thinking when I said I wasn't attracted to him in the beginning? Why was it that I couldn't seem to get enough of Taylor lately? I didn't get it. I knew I still loved Harry, and yet I lusted for Taylor. The only reason that could justify my reactions was Taylor's mad skills. The man did know how to make me feel dirty and downright nasty. It was like he took all the modesty from me and made me his own personal slut. I had never been treated in such a ghastly way, the way he spoke to me during sex and how he roughly took me, but I shamefully loved it all. It was a novelty that I hadn't experienced before. Perhaps most perplexing of all is that I hadn't expected a model law student who was quite righteous to be so outrageously offensive. The icing that was a total surprise too was that I would get so turned on by his raunchiness. For sure though, I wanted more of that raunchiness and that filthy mouth of his. I had 1 month to enjoy what Taylor could give me, and I hoped that after it all, I would go home with less of a shroud around me. I wasn't naive to think that sex was the answer to my troubled life, but at least, I would go home with a better frame of mind. Maybe I would have enough resistance when I saw Harry. He was my in-law after all. I would eventually see him. Lightly treading to get to where I wanted to be, I nervously slid on the bed. Moving a tad closer to him, I lavished the heat that radiated off his body. With a thudding heart, my eyes took in the contours of his face, from his sensual lips and his perfect nose to his arched brows, then lower to his shoulders and down to his abs. I wanted badly to touch him. My fingers itched to touch and my tongue drooled to get a taste. Biting my lip, my forefinger reached out and lightly traced the deep ridges of his muscled abs. My finger stopped when Taylor shifted a bit and let out a soft moan. I froze, as did my finger that was half an inch away from his skin. God, I've elevated to creepy stalker level. Although somehow I couldn't help myself. Emboldened, I used my thumb and finger to lift the soft end of the sheet, but before doing so, I glanced at his face to make sure he was still asleep. Sure enough, he was breathing evenly. This whole thing was beyond naughty, but I haven't been this excited in a while. Please be naked underneath, I repeated in my head, before I reverted back to focus on the task at hand, and started to lift the sheet off his hips. I had to bite my lip hard from gasping at the sight of his manhood. Yeah, this fella was definitely a monster. His penis was half erect, thick at the head of the shaft and thicker girth. Even in this state, it could easily be about 6 inches. Now, I was curious how big this thing could really get when it's awake. Sure, I felt it earlier, but I never got the chance to see it up close and personal. Inching closer, I sat on my legs and bent down close to his shaft. I made sure my other hand leveled me, so that I didn't have to lean on him. My eyes kept checking his face to see if he was asleep or not. There was a small space in between his parted legs, and I placed my right hand there. Wetting my lips, I slowly lowered my mouth to the crowned head of his manhood. It felt big, hot and absolutely wonderful. I used a little suction as my tongue roved in circles, counterclockwise then clockwise in swift motions. Taylor shifted again as his cock became harder. I instantly paused and peered at his sleeping form. Oh fuck it. Let's see if I could wake up the boss and monster at the same time. Immediately, I slid lower to take as much length as my mouth could accommodate. Hollowing my cheeks, I motioned my mouth to go back and forth, up and down his hard shaft, stopping only at the head while my tongue worked around it, gliding it through the crack of the engorged tip. I used this technique a few more times until Taylor started to roll his hips, inching his cock more in my mouth, moaning and grunting. I wasn't a big fan of blowjobs really. It took dedication and hard work with any man, but now with this monster, it was harder since there wasn't much space left in my mouth for me to work with. When I realized that his cock was rock hard for me, I readied myself. On my knees, I hunched slightly over his naked form, parted my legs and slowly lowered myself to the tip of his cock. I had to make sure my knees were rooted on both sides of his hips before I went any further. I teased the head a few times with my wet entrance and let out a soft moan. Amazing was all I could think. My ravenous appetite hit me full force and I inched myself slowly down. A delicious current shot through me as I lowered myself a little over halfway down his shaft. Curious, I lifted my lingerie and checked out how far I needed to go to reach the base, and saw that I had a little over a quarter to go. It didn't matter since all I needed was to orgasm and leave him in peace. Shit, who said size doesn't matter? Because seriously, whoever said that hasn't experienced a good monster. Men like Taylor just filled you in a different way. It would be impossible to go back to something normal-sized after this, for sure. I moaned loudly when my hips started to roll slowly, riding him gently. Oh fuck. I yelped when I sunk a little lower on his length. I was keeping a measured pace, to be sure my pussy didn't swallow this thing whole, or I wouldn't be able to walk tomorrow. With my eyes closed, it was easier to just feel him and get lost in the beautiful feeling it produced. Trista. I heard Taylor screech, breaking my concentration. I looked at him innocently. Yes. Taylor seemed like he didn't know if he was going to be angry or fuck me. What are you doing? We had an agreement, his hollowed voice dragged out as his cock twitched and expanded inside me. A hungered moan came out of my lips when he did that. I shifted a bit and started to rock him again. We did. You told me I could use you, right? Well, this is me using you. I took off my silk lingerie as I rode his cock with violent determination. Nothing mattered then but the glorious feeling I was experiencing. I was maniacal, carnal and out of my mind from sexual rapture. Taylor savagely moaned and grabbed both of my butt cheeks, spreading them apart before he started to ground me harder on his cock. Squeeze my cock, baby. Milk it harder, he demanded harshly. I would do anything as long as he kept that filthy talk going. My pussy clenched around him like a glove, hard as he requested. I sobbed at the intensity it brought, because Taylor was not letting up with his hard grinding. With crucial friction from his size and his frantic grinding, I became crazed from the amplified intensity, magnified hunger and multiplied pleasure it delivered. Fuck, that's my good little slut, he growled out with passion. My body broke out in sweat as I rode him harder. He took one hand off my ass and started to tease my clit with his thumb. The relentless digit rubbed my clit in acute circles, while his other hand gripped me to ride him harder. Come for me. Grant my cock some gratitude, little whore. I couldn't. It was too much. I felt like I was going to burst into pieces. I felt like a balloon with air being pumped into it without caution, ready to pop as it filled to its capacity. Taylor. I don't think. Too much, I sobbed, my body shaking from the powerful, acute burning sensation of my orgasm, readying to be unleashed from my body. My palm landed on his stomach, trying to steady the craziness that was too much for me to take, but Taylor slapped it away. You came to me in my sleep to get an orgasm. I'm doing as you asked. I won't stop until you can't fuck anymore. Taylor took hold of my hips and rolled me on my back. With my ankles on his shoulders and his hands full on my breasts, he kissed me with wild abandon. He growled each time his cock pummeled me with fervor. Let me see how beautiful you come, Trista. Show me what my cock can do to your body. I screamed bloody murder when he bit into my neck at the same time my orgasm trumpeted out from my very core, bursting with such fevered wrath as it unleashed itself from its containment. It was a tidal wave of kaleidoscopic euphoria, in its most primal, exquisite form. 15. Trista. Shock didn't even cover what I felt at the moment. I was panting noisily, eyes focused on the ceiling to calm my quaking body, when Taylor started to kiss my face. "Are you okay?" he murmured in between kisses. I beamed at his teasing tone. Hell to the yes. "Wow. You're amazing." I wanted to add, "and I am officially addicted to you," but refrained from doing so. He might think I was in love with him or something, and I did not want to complicate things further. When he pushed his cock further, hitting against my cervix, I unexpectedly flinched from the alien feeling. One thing was blatantly obvious though, he was still in a hard, solid form. "Did you come?" "I wasn't paying attention, sorry." He laughed as he nibbled on my lips. "I haven't, but it's okay. In case you forgot, you rode me without a condom on. I'm clean, but you were persistent about wearing one earlier. I didn't want to assume that it's okay for me to come inside you." "That, I had forgotten. You could always pull out if you want." Taylor peered at me with his brows furrowed. "You sure?" "It's fine really." He eyed me with an arched brow before a slow smile formed on his scrumptious lips. "Well, unless you're using that as an excuse so you could get another orgasm? You don't have to be coy about it, you know." "Ha. Maybe, but I feel bad that you haven't. I practically raped you in your sleep." I bit back a smile when I admitted my crime of seduction. Taylor rolled his hips and started to stroke me with vigor. "Rape away, because I will take my own liberties with your body." "I think that's a decent exchange," he answered, a feverish rasp in his voice. Pleasurable satisfaction was etched on his face as he cupped my ass, opening me more for him to go deeper. Hell, the thought of Taylor using me for his pleasure evoked and flamed a new hunger within me. I'm counting on it. Gone was the guy who was in control earlier. Taylor was now possessed with potent lust as he sought his own release. It was raw and primitive, and all I could do was lift my hips higher so I could offer him more satisfaction. "Fuck baby," he grunted in between his labored breathing. His body was starting to tighten up, and I knew he was close to completion. "You can pull out and come in my mouth if it's better for you," I offered, knowing he would love it more. My pussy got wetter when he growled loudly in my ear. "Fuck, I love it when you talk like this. It makes me want to fuck you harder." Just as he finished delivering those words, he showed me how hard he could go. Everything pounded around me. My head, my heart, the headboard, and my vagina, and of course Taylor. He was now hitting the outside of my cervix, the engorged head pushing against my sensitive walls, demanding more access to my depths. It was painful, a needle-like stab, but it also brought great amounts of pleasure. The more he repeated his strokes, my body started to get used to the combination of exquisite torture it gave me. "Get on your knees. I'm coming," Taylor barked out. After a few more strokes, he stood on the bed. I obediently got on my knees and opened my mouth to him. His hand held the back of my head as he fucked my mouth. His head hit the back of my throat. I gagged as he did this a few more times, until his hot semen shot out. "Fuck Trista," Taylor howled as his dick still pulsated inside my mouth, unloading all of his seed until none was left. When his breathing evened out, he looked down at me, his shaft still lodged in my mouth. Watching him, I sucked his length a few more times before releasing it with a loud popping sound. His eyes glittered as he watched me swallow his cream. "God, that's so sexy." I grinned at him. "You're welcome, pretty boy. Now go back to sleep. We have to wake up soon." I was referring to our island hopping tomorrow, with the rest of the gang. In a flash, he was next to me on the bed. His arms wrapped around mine. "You got a point, but this fine body's not leaving this bed. You're sleeping with me tonight, Trista." I tried to protest, but he wasn't interested in hearing me. I made those rules earlier to give you space, slow things down a bit, but you didn't pay attention. He was kissing me again, lowering us on the pillows. He shifted until we were spooning, his face on the back of my neck and arm around me. His fingers stroked the valleys of my breasts. Stay. You'll sleep better in my arms anyway. Furthermore, I've got amazing skills with which to wake you. His hot breath tickled my ear. You're such a cocky monster, pretty boy. Fine, just for tonight. I conceded, giving in to his demands. He was right though. I liked sleeping in his arms. 16. Trista. We boarded the luxurious 5-bedroom motor yacht from the port in Piraeus at 10 in the morning. It consisted of a crew of 13, with a humorous Captain Abram Christou to take the lead. There were 4 men and 3 women on board who were about our age. The women of course gawked at the guys. They were in awe to meet the Greek hunk, the hot stud model, but of course they blushed and threw girly glances when Bass was introduced as Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, I'm Katerina. It's good pleasure to meet you, the brunette green-eyed purred at Mr. Bass. When Bass shook her hand, though he was polite, I still caught his eye check her out. So not cool, dude. Was the bitch blind? Emma was right next to Bass. I could tell she was boiling rockets, but refrained herself from busting out something. She wouldn't embarrass Bass like that. Although, I wanted to pull the other woman's hair out. She was exotic with an accent. It was a big red alert. The other hot two introduced themselves as Sonia and Bridget. Sonia, on the other hand, threw shy glances at Taylor. Once we were led towards the salon, I caught up with Taylor and threw him a glance. Cute brunette on board. I didn't know you swung the other way. Is this a warning that I'll be in a battle for your attention? Taylor pulled me next to him and kissed my forehead. I folded my arms and raised a brow at him. Do I look like I eat pseudo-raw, fishy squishy to you? Lindsay leaned over and kissed my cheek. You know you once did it, babe. All 5 sets of eyes spun around to watch my reaction. I'm sure the men were interested in the damn subject. Hey. No fair. It was spin the bottle back in my senior year in high school. Blee, I didn't even like it. Shit's nasty, man. I would have loved to have seen that, Taylor said laughing, followed by the other 4 murmuring the same sentiments. Whatever, we all did a lot of stupid stuff back in the day, so I wasn't perturbed about their sparked interest about that particular subject. We were all in the cream and mahogany salon, eating brunch. The U-shaped all-around glass windows overlooked the beautiful Aegean Sea. In the other half of the room, the glass doors were wide open and the salty breeze wafted through, giving a nice calm presence as we ate our meal. Since there were 5 bedrooms, Emma and Bass took one, Dimitri's, Lindsay, Taylor and me all had our own respective rooms. When I entered mine, I was shocked to find that the room was surrounded with 12 by 12 mirrors. Well, whoever designed this room was a total horn dog. Like the color theme from the salon, this one was cream and mahogany with hints of nautical blue. Captain said we're nearing Cophonesia. Who wants to go snorkeling or kayaking with me? Bass yelled through the hallway outside our doors 45 minutes later. Not me, I just want to relax, I called out. I'd rather enjoy the view of the island and the sea from the yacht, thank you. Last night's orgasmic events took a large toll on my body. Though sexually satiated, my body needed rest, and I was more than happy to oblige that physical need. The boys went kayaking and Lindsay was adamant about getting tanned, but she wanted to do it up front on the deck, with the male crew about. You know Dimitri's will not be pleased with that, right? He's Greek and them fellas are possessive with their lady love. I peered at her, as we all took towels from the towel basket. She rolled her eyes at me. I'm not anyone's woman. Who cares if he's Greek? Greek or not, some men are just possessive. Let's test this theory with Mr. Bass Cole himself when he gets back. I can just see the dude blowing a gasket. Lindsay was now speaking to Emma as we started to walk towards the front deck. Emma groaned with annoyance. I don't care. Don't pretend you two didn't see that lingering once-over he gave Katerina. I confronted him about it. It's petty, but hell, jealousy totally sucks. He basically told me it was a natural reaction, and I shouldn't think any more of it. Bass is not the kind that cheats, I know that. It just sucks because I don't have the right to be jealous, really. It's not like we're officially together, or anything. Say what? Dude. What are you talking about? You and Bass are so on. I immediately spouted out. Lindsay stopped walking and spun around with a big frown on her face. Not officially together? What the hell are you guys? Fuck buddies? 'Cause it sure doesn't look like that to me. Emma bit her lip, her indicator when she was confused or not sure about something. We started all of this with an agreement. We're exclusive here in Greece, and until we're done filming, but we haven't really spoken about any of it. It's fine. I mean, we still have a couple more months to go until the real world. If she was trying to convince herself, then she had a long way to go. Emma was obviously bothered by it, but she hadn't brought the subject up to Bass. I wondered why. More importantly, I wondered if Carter had to do with her staying mum on the subject. You and Bass will be good, don't worry. He's crazy about you, boo. Now come on, let's get some sun and get drunk. Lindsay gave her a bright smile before dragging us both to the deck. After we climbed the short steps, the large white polished expanse of the spot made the perfect location to sunbathe. Sweet. I can actually see the guys from here. I looked out onto the sea. The red kayaks looked like small dots from the deck. Will you stop checking out your stud muffin and lay out your towel already? Lindsay yelled from behind me. We get that you got laid, woman, but being cockstruck is so not you. Emma laughed and smacked Lindsay's ass with her bunch towel. Oh, shut up, look who's talking. I knocked on your door earlier, but you were too busy in the bathroom. I'm sure you spent more time scrubbing the tiles with your back than washing the dirt away. Lindsay busted out with a loud, high-pitched laugh. Shit, fine, I'm not even going to play embarrassed here. Trista and I forgot to tell you, though, that we saw you and Bass as he plowed you hard. That man's ass was mighty fine. Emma was stunned, cheeks inflamed. Her blue eyes popped out of its sockets. You didn't. Oh my God. You guys are insane. Oh please. It's great to know that the guy my friend is with is pretty talented. You like that nasty talk while you guys are doing the deed? Lindsay glanced at her as she rolled her towel. Both Emma and I followed in the opposite sides. Are you kidding me? That's one of the hottest parts. Bass is insatiable. I think the day that he doesn't touch me will clearly tell me that he's done with me. Emma looked out at the sea with a frown. The girls were talking as my thoughts reverted back to last night. I was still in shock how Taylor and I progressed, but I wasn't complaining. Monster Boss was pure dynamite. Seeing you look all dreamy and shit, so how is Taylor in the sack? The guy looks like he can throw down some serious punch. Lindsay wiggled her eyebrows, grinning like an idiot. Let's just say Pretty Boy is now Monster Boss. It's that huge. Shit, I felt like I was being attacked and I was trapped. Like a true damsel, I had to surrender to it, you know. Emma stood up and sat next to me. Good for you. What other way to go have fun with a guy like Taylor? Bass tells me that he's a good guy. He also tells me that he takes women seriously. So you're in good hands. Good stud, I wanted to add, but we were distracted by multiple beeping sounds coming from Lindsay's iPad. We both focused on Lindsay as she went through her messages. What? Facebook and Twitter. I had to update about where we are, duh. Let's pose and make plastic tits jealous. Cece, who else? I fucking hate that skank, Emma hissed at the mention of the woman who messed up her love life with Carter. Well, 1 of 5 anyway. Lindsay sat in between us and pointed the camera above us. Come on. 1 2 3 say monster boss. She took a few shots before she checked them out. Damn, Emma's boobies are huge and so are yours, Triss. Mine look off. It sucks that I'm in the land of big bosoms. Anyway, we look hot shizzle. I'm going to put a header like, new actress Emma Anderson sunbathing with her sexy tater tots. Okay, now there it goes. Lindsay announced, as she flipped the cover back and stashed it on the side. Lindsay started cussing when her cell phone started shrilling. Emma and I stared at her while she picked up the call, pissed off. What? I'm still alive and breathing. I haven't been kidnapped. She rolled her eyes. Where am I? If you must know, I'm taking a major shit at the moment, with the runs and all. Her face broke out with a grin and started laughing. Seriously, you shouldn't be watching movies like Taken if it turns you into a paranoid man. She frowned again as she studied her nails. I'm in Greece, not Turkey. Well, I'm somewhere in the Aegean Sea on a yacht rented out by Bass. Lindsay sighed. Yes, she is. No. Come on. Dude. Fine. But I think it's completely stupid. Okay, gosh, seriously, okay. She then handed her phone to Emma, who looked stricken. Carter. Emma's neck muscles came out as she stared at the phone, frozen in time. She then looked at me and then to Lindsay. Ah, shiznits. You don't have to. I trailed off, knowing she had a lot of questions for Carter at the moment. Well, I was caught by surprise when she actually took the phone and strode towards the tipping point of the deck, before she finally took the call. Her back was to us, giving us a nice show of her electric blue bikini-clad body. Lindsay and I sat quietly, but we could barely hear anything from her. After 5 minutes, she finally walked back to us. What do I do with your brother, Lindsay? Emma voiced out, as she handed her phone back to her. Lindsay sighed, shrugging. He's in love, apparently. I don't know why he had to fuck up big time for him to realize just how much you meant to him. I told him that you'd moved on him, but he's not listening. From what I've seen and heard, he's not even screwing or seeing anyone. Now that's shocking. Guess he's serious about this whole idea of winning you back. Emma shook her head and went to her towel. She sat there brooding. If Lindsay ever found out how serious, I think she'd be shocked. That sapphire ring sealed the commitment aspect for me. If I were Emma, I'd be all messed up by now. Okay, Carter fucked up, but when they were together, they were great too. He was crazy about his Emma. The bigger question was, how could a woman ever let go of someone like Bass? It didn't matter if both men were still in that heart of hers, because Bass clearly had to step up and fucking claim her before they got back to LA, before Carter got a chance to weave his way in and break that barrier she had against him. Lindsay was looking at her with concern. He still affects you. She concluded as a statement, a fact, not a question. Shit. I suddenly came to Emma's defense. They were together for a while and in love at that. Even if they broke up after that boathouse incident, they still made out a few times afterwards. That was what? 5 weeks ago? I don't blame her being affected by Carter. It's natural to feel like that towards someone you love. Lindsay shook her head as she placed her sunglasses on. I don't know. We had this similar conversation before you went back to my brother, remember? You chose him over Bass. I want you to be happy, that's all I care about. If you do think about it, just know that a man like Bass Cole will not take second rejection lightly. In a sense, Bass and I are alike in that department. I could just tell by the way he talks, his beliefs, and how he treats people. He's a great man, but he has limitations, Em. No matter how crazy you are about a person, without trust, that shit goes downhill pretty fast. Just be careful, okay? Emma nodded before responding. Yeah, I will. Was that what happened with Brody? Must be. Lindsay seriously forbade us from ever speaking his name while on vacation. Yes, we were on a yacht on vacation and yet we were all so depressed. Right, now that we got the bad doo-doo out of the way, can we have some fun now? I threw my sunglasses at Lindsay. She stuck a tongue at me and handed her iPad over. Here, bust out some good beats while I go get those guys to make us some drinks and cater to us. I arched my brow at Emma when Lindsay left us. Emma simply smiled and started to untie the string from her back. She was on her chest with her eyes closed. Good music please, she mumbled. Yes, Missy. The playlist I chose had Kesha, Maroon 5, Rihanna, LMFAO among others. We certainly needed upbeat songs to lift Emma's spirits. 17. Trista. Lindsay came back with the 4 buff crewmen dressed in white cargo shorts and white crewneck cotton shirts. One of the men with brown hair and brown eyes held a tray of champagne flutes containing pink liquid topped with frothy pink stuff, while the second man had a tray of snacks. The third had stacks of towels, and the fourth one had all types of lotions and oils in a silver bucket. The guy with the champagne flutes came over and handed me one. Strawberry Bellini. He then gave one to Emma before handing one to Lindsay. Trista, this is Jacques. He's French and he's going to be your masseuse. Lindsay referred to the guy who handed us our drink. She sounded so blasé about it, like we did this on a daily basis. Holy shit, Lindsay worked fast. Was this even allowed? Antonis and Gino here will take care of Emma. She directed the 2 Greek men to Emma, whose eyes sparkled mischievously. Yeah, who wouldn't if you had 2 men to cater to you? I get Preston here. Lindsay downed her drink and turned onto her stomach. Was I the only one who was shy and hesitant here? Emma had her eyes closed as one of her men started to work on her hand, the other on her foot. Do you want me to untie your bikini? Jacques said in fluent English with a hotter-than-thou French accent. His hand was located on the tied strings on my spine. Sure, untie away, I mumbled. It was somehow erotic when he applied the oil on my back and on my legs. My shyness dissolved as the Frenchman worked his magic on my back. Trust Lindsay to distract Emma in the most awesome way. Now, I couldn't really blame rich housewives cheating on their husbands if you had guys like these at your beck and call. To be quite honest, I think Lindsay's plan was to rouse some emotion out of Bass. This was Lindsay's vindictive, evil twin working. I was sure that the whole once-over Bass gave to that woman earlier was noted, especially since we knew the whole exotic brunette with an accent preference of his. The agreement Bass and Emma had bothered Lindsay. Then let's not forget Dimitri's. Lindsay meant well, but if I ever had confided about what I had gone through with Harry then, I don't think he would have survived it. Since Lindsay lost her parents in that tragic accident, she held her friends close to her heart and went overboard to protect us sometimes. That's Lindsay, passionate and feisty to the very core. I was drifting in and out of sleep when I faintly heard Bass's chatty voice from afar. I could hear footsteps drawing near, and so I twisted my head to the other side, away from where they were approaching. Bass was now on the stairs and Taylor was with him, talking. Missed out on ice climbing last year but this year is on. It's a blast, what the hell, Emma? Heck, I was way too curious not to watch Bass Cole lose it before my eyes, so I turned my head back to watch the action. Bass was shooting daggers at the guys who were touching Emma. When they tried to apologize and started to leave, Emma interrupted. It's fine, Antonis and Gino, please continue. The guys went back to kneading her shoulders and her thighs. She then spoke to the golden boy. Bass, don't be an ass. It's only a massage. Think nothing of it. I'll see you in a bit. My eyes flickered towards Taylor, who simply shook his head and left the scene. Yeah, we were definitely involved at only a physical level, no more no less. If you want a massage, then I will give you one. Honestly, Bass, 2 hands to 4. I'm good. Emma then turned her head away from him. It was a cue for Bass to leave her alone, but that gesture didn't sway him. Damn, she was beyond jealous with that Katerina woman. I'm giving you 60 seconds. If you don't get up and wrap that towel around you, I'm going to haul your ass out of here, with or without that bikini top. I don't think I deserve to suffer like this, Emma. And just like that, Emma dismissed the guys and went to tie her bikini back on. You're crazy, you know that? I was actually enjoying myself. Bass pulled her up and kissed her nose. You have no idea how crazy I am about you. He kissed her a few times before speaking again. You knew one guy touching your thighs was enough to drive me insane, but add another who was massaging your back and the side of your boobs, well, that was just asking for trouble. Bass looked at us, shaking his head. Pretty women with angelic smiles, those are the kind men need to watch out for. Lindsay snorted at that. Angelic is never associated with me. I don't know if I should be offended by that, or am I losing my touch? She teased, smiling at Bass. Emma let out a loud yawn. Bass held her hip, then directed his eyes on me. Want me to get Taylor? Why? I waved my finger at him and Emma. Taylor and I aren't like you guys. We're just enjoying each other in a physical sense. Fuck buddies, plain and simple. Both the girls laughed at my crudeness, but Bass seemed confused. Gotcha. See you ladies later. Emma made another yawn. Without warning, Bass effortlessly plucked her off her feet with her head on his shoulder. You're tired, babe. Lindsay and I watched the blonde couple depart from our sight. Yeah, he's not going anywhere. Lindsay and I agreed. After another half an hour, we decided to leave and nap in our quarters. I borrowed Lindsay's iPad to check on my funds and a few other things. Still with my bikini on, I sat on my bed and did what I had to do. After checking my bank account and sending an email to my father, I logged onto Facebook. I wanted to check Lindsay's page and see what she'd been posting on there. As I suspected, her page was full of her in a bikini, her dancing with us, and the places she'd been to. What did surprise me though was that there were no pictures of Bass, Taylor and Dimitri's, and that woman took tons of pictures. After going through my newsfeed, I paused and made a loud gasp. Becca, my cousin, had posted her ultrasound pictures. Meet our baby boy, Anthony. It said. I stared at those black and white pictures with anguish and a longing so powerful, I started to rock with sobs. Everything I had successfully pushed to the back of my mind was back in full, brutal force. Memories of my time with Harry, the pregnancy and the inevitable termination, then, sadly, back to my last conversation with Harry. My stomach felt like something was clawing at it, sucking the breath out of me, drawing me back into the arms of its darkness, welcoming me back with sick and twisted determination. No more, I cried out in vain. It was gutting me alive, choking me until I was too weak to fight it. I curled up, eyes wide open with endless tears, staring blankly at the mirrored wall, truly seeing my shattered self for the first time. Look at you, get up and fight yourself out of this rut, Trista, my reflection urged me. How did one get out of their own shadowed shackles? Harry, what have you done to me? I said to myself. After another 10 minutes, I found the strength to go to the bathroom and splash my face with cold water. My eyes burned behind their sockets, and when I scanned my reflection, my eyes were bloodshot. Something happened when I surveyed my pathetic image. There was a hard spark in my eyes reminding me to move my butt in gear. It was as if I was jolted back to life, and out of my depressing funk. I started pulling myself back together. Some eye drops helped my eyes appear less noticeably red, and I started to concentrate on my breathing. I willed myself to breathe deeply, 1, 2, 3, repeating this a few times before I marched out of my room and down to Taylor's door. I took a moment to make sure I was in fact composed now, and then knocked a few times before I let myself inside. Taylor was on his bed with his back to the headboard. His chest was bare, and he only wore his black boxer briefs with his laptop on his thighs, and he was typing away. A few moments passed before he managed to look up with a frosted gaze. "Yes?" he cuttingly asked before he went back to whatever it was he was working on. I hadn't anticipated this polar ice demeanor. "Are you busy?" It was a lame question because it was obvious to me that he was, but I wasn't ready to leave. I needed to distract myself with him. "If you came here to find some release, then say so," the Arctic man said without looking up at me. Damn, why was he acting like a complete dick? Yeah, I came for that. I should have been a bit embarrassed to admit it, but I wasn't. Shame wasn't a part of me anymore. Without looking up, Taylor closed his laptop and placed it atop the mahogany side table. He scooted in the middle of the king-sized bed, pulled his briefs off and chucked them to the side. He then placed his hands over his head in his majestic naked glory, before he seared me with his gaze. "Have a go at it, Trista." A part of me wanted to slap him, but a part of me was beyond excited at his rotten demeanor. I strode to the bed and joined him. "Push those bikini triangles to the side of your breasts. I want to see them while you suck me off," he commanded, nonchalantly. Biting my lip, I slid the bikini triangles to the side of my boobs, pushing them up, making them look like fuck me tits, and exposed them to him. When I positioned myself to take him on the side of his hips, he stopped me. "Go in between my legs. I get a better view that way." "Fucker. Make this difficult for me, why don't you?" I thought to myself. His cock was already hard. It certainly didn't need me to suck it to get him started, but he was being a total, controlling dickwad. Ticked off, I complied with his request and got in between his strong legs. From this vantage point, his penis looked bigger. Even though I was pissed at his demanding attitude, it hadn't escaped me to appreciate how gorgeous he was. His magnificent body, golden, chiseled and ripped, filled my wanton eyes. Yes, though I hated his guts at the moment, my hunger for him overrode common sense. "Don't use any hands," His Majesty threw out another obnoxious demand. If I was in tip-top condition, I would have spat back at him, but I wasn't. I was the one who interrupted him for a quickie, so I wasn't in the position to complain. I could feel the weight of his gaze as he watched me put both hands on his thighs, the pads of my fingers clutching his hard muscles as I bent over and took the head of his shaft in my hot mouth. A tiny drop of pre-cum came out of the engorged slit when my lips made contact with his member. I gingerly ran the tip of my tongue to wipe his rock-hard cock clean, and then started to work my way slowly down the silken length of him. No sound or reaction came from the man while I worked on his member until he spoke yet another demand. "Look at me while you work on my cock, Trista." I glanced at his stony face, but found no emotion there. If it weren't for the massive erection, I wouldn't have any indication that he was aroused. I disconnected our gaze, not wanting to look at his expressionless face any longer, and he spoke up again. "I didn't tell you that you could look away." Here I was, sucking him off, and yet he was still flying mad, making demands left and right. I met his glare once more, darting him a hateful look as I worked on his cock. Through his eyes, I felt his brutal anger as those beautiful orbs penetrated my being. "Crying more tears for the man you love, I see." I almost choked on his dick at his directness. "Get on your knees and face the foot of the bed, eyes and face ahead, looking at the mirror. Can we just get this over with?" I complained after I effortlessly released his shaft. Taylor merely shrugged. The doors opened, Trista. You were the one who sought pleasure. Meaning you could get out if you wouldn't follow simple instructions. Inside I was enraged but still managed to throw him a spiteful stare. Well geez. You were already hard before I gave you a blowjob. It's not like I'm the only one who needed it. That remark got to him. He barked out an evil laugh, like what I just told him tickled his fancy. Who said I was hard for you? Do as I asked you or you can go back to your room frustrated. Yeah, Trista. You're not the only woman around. Taylor doesn't even find you attractive. Brunette, I was not. He was right. He was probably hard for that little exotic Sonia for all I knew, and it made me feel like crap thinking that he might have been lusting for some other woman. Grudgingly, I followed his instructions, all fours and eyes on the mirror, watching him get on his knees with his proud cock a mast of sexuality in front of him. His hands only untied the left side of my bikini bottoms but ignored the other one, so they limply hung on my hips, just loose enough to expose my moist condition. Arch your back, lift your ass higher. He was now situated in between my legs as his eyes skimmed my exposed, glistening womanhood. His middle finger traced the outer slit, teasing it with a soft touch. My wetness seeped out of me as his feather-soft strokes drove me to become desperate. The pad of his finger was now coated with my essence, as it slid back and forth with a hypnotizing motion. How badly do you need to be fucked? Taylor asked, his eyes watching the mirror. He sounded like a bored science teacher who had asked the same question to thousands of students over the years. The wanton part of me was awake and desperate for him. Badly, no more teasing please. Taylor wasn't doing anything other than the light brushing of his middle finger, and it was pure torture. In the blink of an eye, I was against his hard chest, still facing our reflections in the mirror. His eyes cruelly penetrated me as I watched him brush his lips against my left ear. Next time, try to not to air our business with everyone. They didn't know about what we've been doing, nor does Bass need to know about us being fuck buddies. Taylor hissed at me. His eyes were like cold knives splitting me in two. Bass was a blabber? What did Bass say? Bass didn't say anything. I came back to get you but I changed my mind after your nice announcement. Hell, he heard that? Well, it was the truth, but I knew I shouldn't have said it so casually, especially when Bass was around. I suppose I did deserve his wrath. It won't happen again. I promised. The tip of his tongue grazed my ear. Good, he murmured as his left hand teased my nipple, twisting and pulling, while his tongue and lips worked their way down my neck. I expect, he trailed off as his other free hand ran in between the crack of my buttocks, finding its way to my throbbing core before parting my wet folds, nothing less. A loud gasp came from me when he stuck 2 fingers inside my dripping canal. I finally understood that Taylor loved multi-torture. He was truly the master of it. My body fought the turbulent ache that was going in all directions, causing me to writhe and pant like an animal in heat. Hurry, I begged him with utmost desperation. I quickly growled when he released me from his ministrations. On your knees and elbows, Trista. Not a word of complaint was spoken by me, as I positioned myself in accordance with his directions. My eyes watched as he stroked his cock, one hand spreading my ass cheeks. My pussy clenched and unclenched at the thought of taking his cock again. I was heated with anticipation and hungered for his domination. Ah, I hissed back when I felt the large fat tip of his shaft run over my parted slit. Taylor started to rub the full length of him against my wet dripping mound, in no hurry to penetrate me. His hands gripped my ass as he did so. When I thought I was going to die from the exquisite feeling of him rubbing against me, I felt the tip of his cock slowly pierce my opening. He did it in such a way that I felt my muscles slowly expand to accommodate his size. After he got the head inside me, he pulled out, frustrating every fiber of my being, and thrust 2 fingers inside my core instead. "Taylor!" I screeched as my ass pushed harder against his hand, willing him to go deeper into me, begging for release. Nothing mattered, other than his possessive fingers. They were relentless, flicking and rubbing with such voracious intensity that it didn't surprise me when I came hard and fast, instantly in need of more of those glorifying highs. When Taylor pulled his fingers out, I expected for him to use his penis, but I was surprised when he just gave my ass a light smack. "There. Now you've had your orgasm. You can go now." "You have got to be joking. What do you mean? You aren't going to fuck me?" He shook his head, suddenly looking bored. "Nope. My penis is not functioning properly today, sorry." Was he for real? His cock was a rigid purple. Monster was truly and undoubtedly functioning in my opinion. Are you fucking kidding me? It's fine from where I'm looking. Taylor sighed and got into his sheets before responding to me. "I don't feel like fucking you, Trista. Maybe you can try again tonight or tomorrow." He then had the audacity to close his eyes and feign sleep. Motherfucking shit. That's it. I'm not putting up with your megalomaniac self. This shit's through. Horrified from his pompous audacity, I stomped out of that room so fast that I felt lightheaded. 18. Trista. The yacht anchored in Santorini just before a sunset, which cast a beautiful glow over the gorgeous city. There were a lot of yachts anchored around. Not close, but enough to be able to see them. Dimitris informed us that most times, other yachts anchor next to another, so they can party together. I'm hosting one of those parties after Blasphemous wraps up. You guys should come. It's a ton of fun. Dimitris invited us as he sipped his red wine. You can count me in. Taylor added with enthusiasm. The idiot hadn't looked at me once tonight. I was saddened that our sexual agreement was over, but oh well, there were more fish in the Aegean Sea, right? Bass-eyed Emma. Are you going? It's going to be fun. I went last year and the year before, those times it was held in the south of France. She shook her head smiling. I'm sure it is, but I can't, I have school after Blasphemous. You guys carry on with your shenanigans. Both Lindsay and I chimed the same answer to Dimitris. We dined al fresco with the chef's seafood specialties, the food brought out by the 3 girls, Sonia, Katerina and Bridget. When the guys started discussing their own stuff, the 3 of us took the 2 love seat settees close to the dining table and enjoyed our wine there. I got an email about the dorm renewal form today. I'm so sick of living there. Do you want to rent an apartment with me, Em? Lindsay asked, hopeful. Sure, let's get a place that's right on the beach. Is that okay? Ever since Amber left for New York, I spent most of my time with Emma and Lindsay. Back in the day, we would hang out every other day. In those times, Amber and I did our thing together. We were close, but we're much closer now. Now that I'd bonded with these 2, listening to them talk about getting a new place made me feel left out. How about renting a house? Then Amber and I could move in with you guys. I added, smiling. Just as long as Lindsay stops waking me up, I mean. Yeah, I hated how she tended to wake people up. Lindsay squealed. Shit. That's perfect. Then I could watch Amber more closely, and we could have house parties all weekend long. Oh, I've got it. I'll be back in a minute. She took hold of her phone and left with it. She sure looked ecstatic to me, Emma spoke over the rim of her wineglass. Make sure you buy a lock so she can't barge in your room. I've already planned to hit Home Depot once I get back home. Brilliant. That solves my problem. Will do. Now I have something to look forward to. This is going to be cray-cray. We should have a sign that says, Skankerettes not allowed to keep 'em away. We both laughed at the thought of that. It took 2 minutes for Lindsay to return. It's all taken care of. We're moving into that house with the humongous windows in the kitchen that looks out over the shore. Emma and I must have a big question mark on our foreheads because she started to explain herself. I was on my laptop all afternoon looking for good places to rent once I read that email. Uncle promised to take care of it immediately. So it's pretty much a done deal. Emma cleared her throat. Isn't that house a block away from Carter's? She whispered. Yeah, but it's not like he's going to live there with us. It's the perfect spot. We're close to the strip, so we could have access to do more things there. Besides, just think of all those muscular pieces of perfection jogging along the beach while we sip our coffees in the morning. If that doesn't sound like heaven to you, then you're a total lesbian. That sounded freaking perfect. I'd love to enjoy my coffee with a dash of some sweaty muscled specimens of masculinity to ogle. Emma threw a tiny piece of cheese at me. You're hopeless. Fine. Just promise me that if we ever get into arguments, we will all discuss it together. Not like we ever do have major issues, but it can get catty for some girls when they live in the same place. Just no talking shit behind each other's backs, okay? Promise. I raised my glass at the two of them. Lindsay did the same. Yeah, that's pretty common living with a bunch of girls, but we're better than that. I trust you all with my life, and that's saying a lot. Damn straight, doll. I heart-to-heart your sentiment because I feel the same. I raised my glass again and blew them both kisses. A slick speedboat took all 6 of us to shore to enjoy the nightlife Santorini had to offer. First, we hit one of the beach bars on Kamari. Golden skin lurked everywhere, drinks flowed constantly, hot women wearing barely anything danced like it was the end of the world, and most of all sexy, rich playboys lurked about. Dimitris had explained earlier that this was how summer was in Europe. From Spain, France, and Italy to Greece, parties such as these scattered from the Mediterranean Sea to the Aegean Sea all summer long. Dimitris had secured us a VIP spot in one of the clubs before we arrived. When we decided to head towards the club, not one of us was sober. Yep, we were rolling drunk. Tris. Look. They've got poles to stretch those lovely gams of yours. Lindsay was dancing on her seat as she pointed enthusiastically to the 2 poles across from us. Oh please God. You and Emma do it please. Amber, Emma and I had taken pole dance and burlesque classes the previous year, but ended up quitting for no apparent reason. It took me 3 2-hour classes to get on that metal pole. Boy, one would think my skinny body could easily climb the metal stick, but heck, I lost count of how many times I slid off that thing. Emma and Amber were pretty good at it though. Emma winked at me. I'm not that drunk yet, maybe later. She laughed at Bass's expression. The man looked like he was going to go ape shit, but Emma could handle him. You got dollar bills, baby? Or not? The rest of us hollered at Bass Coles, what the fuck did you just say? Look he gave Emma, you wouldn't dare? You're going to get spankings for being naughty. Although that didn't seem to faze her. She batted her eyelashes at him and gave him a bright smile. I might just dare it, Mr. Cole. Emma taunted him while the man simply just smoldered. I bet that kinky imagination of his was working overtime in that handsome head. Yeah, sizzle dizzle, these 2 had it in spades. We suddenly became silent when one of the club managers came over to our table, addressing Bass and Dimitris. There are 20 girls who want to take pictures and won't leave until they see me ask. Is that quite possible, Mr. Cole and Mr. Costa? The British man pointed at the big line of women, who were only blocked by a thick velvet rope. I suppose the Europeans were familiar with Dimitris, but there were a bunch of Americans that were starting to scream Bass's name when Bass looked toward the line, a line that seemed to be getting longer as the time ticked by. That's fine. Give us a 5 minutes. Both actors agreed to please their fans. Lindsay stood up and took 2 champagne bottles. She then addressed my ex-sex stud. Taylor, I hope you have enough moves to please 3 insatiable ladies. Dimitri stood up dramatically and pulled Lindsay close to him. The glow in the dark blue eyes was possessive. Stay with me, Moromo. I want you close. This will be quick. Lindsay cocked her head at him with a weird expression on her face. Ah, you want me to take pictures with your fans too? People might think I'm the celebrity, and you're my butt boy. He gave a hearty laugh before he kissed her. I do not care about petty things such as that. Nay, Moromo? Lindsay looked bored and rolled her eyes. See this? 2 days and he's addicted to me already. Fine, okay. I don't want you to run out of air when I'm not around. She handed Emma and I the champagne bottles. Here, you 2 go and dance the night away. She patted both of our butts to see us off. Bass amorously glanced at Emma. You can stay too, Em. My friend just gave him a little wave as she stood up. Bass, I'm not going to dance with another guy except for Taylor. I'm not giving anyone a lap dance, and I won't dry hump anyone. Sit tight, I'm going to be a good girl. The golden boy looked exasperated, provoked. Hell, woman. If you hadn't worn such a short skirt, I wouldn't be paranoid. I don't know why you find it funny to taunt me. Emma giggled and pointed at his discomfited state. This is why, babe. Now, be the charming Hollywood heartthrob that everyone wants to take pictures with. See you later, lava. We left with Taylor right behind us. We were halfway across the dance floor when a woman grabbed Taylor, and within a second he was gone. Okay, he can go fuck off. You guys are fighting again? I can't believe you let your monster boss go, Emma said close to my ear as the music thumped loudly around us. Who cares? It's blah. It's not like he's the love of my life. It was a good ride, but it's not that big of a deal. Time to shake it and finish these bottles off. Then we can head over to the dancers, borrow short shorts, then bust some moves on the pole. Emma randomly pulled me towards a pathway packed with people dancing that led to the beach. It was still packed with blue and white cabanas and people partying the night away. The moon was high and torches were everywhere. This spot was definitely rockin' it. Emma grinned at me before she took a long gulp of her champagne. Love the master plan. Bass will definitely be pissed off. The angrier he gets, the more he will want to prove a point in bed, and I want that all night long. You're bad, Emma. I was grinning from ear to ear though. Her eyes lit up with a knowing smile. I know, right? But damn, he's made me into this starved woman, sexually, emotionally, mentally. It's scary really, but I can't stop wanting him. It's been going for 2 months now, yet each time he touches me, it feels like it's the first time. I keep thinking, what happens when he's got his fill of me? He's got so many options out there, Triss, and these women are much more sexually experienced and prettier than me. The light in her eyes was gone, and she seemed perturbed. You knew the downside of dating him, Em. Don't let this get to you. Once this movie releases, he'll be fighting the men off you too. Give yourself a little credit, doll. You're just not a normal pretty beach babe. You're so fucking stunning it makes me want to barf looking at you sometimes. Emma looked like she didn't believe me. Okay, of all of us women, you got Carter on his knees right now begging for you. Hell, that man would strip naked playing football if you asked him to. Not to mention you've got Bass Cole getting all possessive because your skirt is too short. Tell me, aren't you the luckiest bitch in town or what? She snorted at that, shaking her head. Carter playing football naked would be awesome. She cleared her throat and stopped walking. I dreamt of him last night, Tris. That's never happened since I started things with Bass. It's that damn ring. I think it's making me doubt everything. It's making me think that what I have with Bass is only temporary. Yikes. Did you ever think of getting back with him after the boathouse? Be honest with me. Emma studied the champagne bottle before she finally managed to speak. Yeah, I was close to accepting him back again. I was happy to leave for Greece, because it let me off the hook of having to make a decision about getting back with him. Now I realize that I want to be with Bass more than Carter, and he starts messing with my head. I just don't appreciate it when Carter does that. He loves doing it too. That's Carter for you. I was going to say more, but she interrupted me. What made you leave him? I knew if you had your way, you wouldn't have. I won't tell Lindsay, but you have to tell me. You have to talk to someone. Your fake smiles aren't convincing me anymore, babe. The angelic face gave me a serious look. Shit, she tricked me. She brought us out here to confront me. Damn it, very sneaky indeed. We're at a club somewhere in Santorini, and you want to talk about my problems? I tried to play it off, but she wasn't buying it. Emma glared at me before she pointed us towards an empty, nautical-striped cabana. I don't care if we're in the Vatican. I would still ask you the same question. Now spill, or I will dog you all weekend. Damn it, Emma. This is not funny, I whined and tried to look irritated, but her unwavering cool stare didn't falter. Oh, fuck it. I sighed and closed my eyes, trying to calm my nerves. Emma was going to be the first person I was going to confide in. This was a major deal to me. I knew talking about it would make it more real, it would finally be out there. Another person would know my dirty dark secret. I was pregnant. Harry asked me to terminate it. Oh God. Trista. All this time you've been carrying this burden. Why didn't you tell me? Emma was hugging me like she didn't want to let me go. I'm so sorry for not being there for you. I feel like a total selfish shithead. I was complaining about my life while yours was much worse than mine. That made me laugh. Trust me, your love life's a pretty good distraction. She pulled away and trapped my face with her palms. Really though, are you okay? Her thumbs wiped the small tears that gathered in the corners of my eyes. Yes and no. There are days that are good, but there are those that are really hard to get through. Being here with you all has helped me. Having a friend like you helps too. I will tell Amber and Lindsay together. I can't break this to Lindsay right now. I'm not strong enough to broach the subject just yet. A sad smile formed on her lips. Take all the time you need. Just know that you're not alone in this, babe. I'm here to go through this with you. I gave a small nod, trying to smile. Thank you. Okay, enough. If I don't get my shit together, I will look like a hot mess. I can't believe you did this in Santorini, Emma Anderson. You look good, Tris. Let's finish our bottles and spin on those poles. It's been a while. We might be rusty, but it'll be a blast. She tapped her bottle to mine in a silent toast before we finished the damned €1,000 French bubbles. Emma worked fast coaxing those short shorts out of the girls. We slipped those teeny-looking scraps of lycra on over our underwear, underneath our skirts. She also had one of the managers, poor besotted bastard, eating out of her palm when she batted her long lashes and those baby blues. She was able to convince him to not only let us dance, but to play our favorite workout song, Creator by Santigold, too. Emma, wired with alcohol in her system, was something else entirely. I loved watching her come out of her usually composed shell. Banana splits and shits? Emma asked for our routine. I was surprised that she remembered our nicknames for them. It was one of our practiced routines, the best one we knew. Grinning, I nodded at her. Banana splits and shits, baby. Banana splits and shits was a combination pirouette, walking sexily around the pole as you bend at the knee, carousel sexy shit, chair spin, where we spun around whilst sitting, bow and arrow upside down with both hands up holding onto the pole, a foot hooked around it and the other apart pose, and lastly the banana split, where we both dislodged our legs up high on the pole in the air and held on for dear life. Thank goodness we were in one piece after the song ended. We rocked it, dude. I thought I was going to die before the banana, but thank God I survived that. I gave Emma a high five as we stepped off of the glittered stage. Gosh. We should definitely do more of those when we get back. I forgot how fun that was. When we got to the table, the only one cheering us was Lindsay. Bass looked like he could commit murder. He was red from it. Come on, that was fun, wasn't it? Emma pinched his cheeks until she got a small smile from him. As soon as she was close enough to him, he grabbed her and planted her on his lap. I admit, you looked extremely enchanting doing it. Still, Emma, you shouldn't have. The men kept taking videos of you two. You're so going to pay for that. I think you've stolen 10 years off my life. I was smiling madly as I looked away from the couple, then my eyes landed on Taylor dancing with a brunette woman. They were practically having sex on the dance floor, but with clothes on. His hands were all over her, cupping her everywhere. Seeing him so into another woman made me feel sick. He had made his point earlier this afternoon, and I couldn't help feeling that this was why he didn't even want to fuck me. He wanted a different woman. Even if he had been purple with pain, I still didn't think he would have wanted me now. I wasn't sure if it was my pride, ego, or sexuality that was hurt more. Maybe all three, since the pain that was crushing me at the moment was so excruciating that it wouldn't even allow me to think straight. It was a different kind of pain, compared to what I had gone through with Harry. Although pain was pain and I was truly gutted. Lindsay pulled me aside, so I didn't have to keep watching those two pests dance the night away. Em and Bass are leaving to go back to the yacht. Why don't you go, huh? You look tired anyway. She was right. Today's events were rather too much. Watching Taylor hook up with another woman was the last thing I needed, even though he and I weren't anything to each other. He could do as he pleased and fuck as he pleased. I just didn't have to watch it go down. Yeah, that would be a wise idea. I finally conceded to Lindsay's suggestion. He's just being retarded, Triss. He'll come to his senses. Lindsay tried to reassure me, but failed miserably. It's no big deal. It was sex, nothing more. I was in love with Harry. Everyone knew that. Then why did I feel hollow saying that now? 19. Taylor. I watched Trista and Emma get on the pole, but my eyes were stuck on the woman who drove me mad with lust and affection. My hardened cock lurched at the scene before me as Trista's body easily melded with the pole, making love to it. I was sure the entire club was enthralled at the beautiful display of womanly art. A quick glance at Bass confirmed my suspicions that he was having the same feelings as mine. It was a sight to see, yes, but I did not appreciate the male audience roving their eyes over her body. The show was sexy, and it made me want to think about the ways I wanted to take her tonight. Pole dancing, it seemed, was a touch away from pornography. No matter what the entire population said, it was, without a doubt, sexual, sensual, and a blatant taunting display of sex. A man was bound to think of tits and pussies as they rubbed their bodies against that cold steely pole. Trista was doing a fine job at it, I had to hand it to her. Even though she and I weren't talking much tonight, she truly had captured my thoughts and wayward imagination. She was a contradiction of feistiness, beauty, and confidence with a touch of vulnerability, a woman who wore her masks well. That tortured soul inside was held at bay when people were around, but when left alone, her demons hounded her. At times I wondered if Harry cheated on her. I remembered eavesdropping at their conversation, hearing the vile accusations she had thrown at him. This led me to that very conclusion. There was no other reason I could come up with except that. What else could there be? As she stood to follow Bass and Emma out of the club, my guts were telling me to run after her. I stayed put, and tried to enjoy Libby's company though. She was more my type. Like my ex Megan, she was brunette, tall, composed and beautiful. Tonight, however, I found any woman's presence lacking. Well, apart from one, that is. The one who was too outspoken for my taste. The one who messed with my head in whichever way she could. The very woman who liked to push my buttons until I was seething with white-hot anger and rage. An anger that was matched with a simmering fire, making my cock hard with only a glance. Not to mention the fact that she was hopelessly and passionately in love with that bastard, named Harry. All of that combined to make her the woman I should stay away from. I was brought out of my frustrating thoughts of the Hellcat when I felt Libby's hand stroke my upper thigh, slightly brushing my cock while she was at it. "Do you want to drink some more, or do you want to head out? We can do it however and do whatever you like," Libby purred seductively in my ear. Since Trista had come to me this afternoon, I'd been sporting a hard-on. It would do me a world of good if I could get rid of it. I was tempted to fuck the living shit out of Libby, but there was only one woman that I wanted to scream my name while she was beautifully coming apart in my arms. Did that Hellcat really go back to the yacht? Maybe to fuck that man who was touching her body, out on the deck, earlier? Or was she partying with someone else? I wouldn't put it past her. She had needed much more than a quick release when she had entered my room. She had wanted it hard and rough, but I'd held myself back. It was my way of punishing her. Now that I'd thought about it, she was more than capable of choosing another man to satisfy her needs, since I didn't even manage to satiate that hunger of hers, but thinking of her with another man drove me a little crazy. Trista was a responsive woman. She was a beautiful, passionate woman, with a body that would tempt a monk. Push her over the edge and a man would truly see the beauty of what she could be, and then snatch her up. What was I doing? There was only one way I wanted the night to end, and it sure as hell wasn't going to be inside Libby. I needed to see Trista. What had happened this afternoon was stupid. I wasn't sure if it had been my pride or something else that was hurt more from her blatant admission, but I was over it now. I had to leave Libby and the party circuit. I wanted to be with her. Even though the woman I craved in my blood was in love with another man, I tried to not think much about the unconcealed fact. We were continents apart, and here in Greece, at least she was with me. With her body, but not her heart and possibly not her mind either. These barely leave me satisfied, but I found it difficult to resist when larger things rule my mind and simple common sense. When your libido and emotions come into play, there's not much I could do but ride with the tide. Now I was here, in her room, looking over her sleeping form, contemplating if I should wake her up or not. After this afternoon's incident, I wasn't sure if she would still let me touch her. Even with that knowledge, I found myself on the bed, shoes and all, continuing to stare at the sleeping Hellcat. My eyes glanced at the pillow where a large soaked spot marked her shed tears, tears of sadness, sorrow and love for the very special Harry perhaps? A part of me wanted to ease some of the anguish she was in. I guess the man in me wanted to protect her, but another part wanted to make her see that a man who was too weak to fight for your love simply didn't deserve all the love and admiration that she seemed willing to keep throwing at him. I wanted to make her understand what a real man could make her feel, what he could elicit from her tempting body. I knew I smelled of alcohol amongst other things, but I couldn't stop myself from reaching out to stroke her cheek, nor could I stop myself from leaning over and kissing her softly on the lips. My lips moved to her jaw and onto her neck. "Trista," I croaked out, my body responding to the smell of her. My hand roamed about and rested on her ass, cupping it as I pushed her body against mine. "I want you," I whispered against her soft skin. Since I knew nothing was going to hinder my lips from seeking her wet depths, I immediately moved downwards, parting her shapely legs along the way. The tip of my tongue stuck out to get a taste of her. She tasted so fucking good and I wanted more. I was working my way around her wet folds when she instantly bolted up. "Taylor?" "Yes?" I asked, still working on her. Trista brushed her hair to the side, staring at me with a shocked expression. "The brunette ditched you, didn't she?" Was that jealousy I detected? I dotted kisses up her thighs as I moved my body and lips upwards to greet the she-devil. "No, I believe it was the other way around. I apologize for my despicable behavior. I'm making amends. I'm sorry for treating you that way. It won't happen again." "You sure you're not here just to get laid?" "Okay, that too, but I really am sorry, Trista. What you did was wrong, but I shouldn't have reacted and treated you in such a way. You didn't deserve that. Hell, I was a total dick this afternoon. I had no clue where my anger had come from, but it seemed like wherever Trista was concerned, nothing made sense to me. As long as you promise not to be a prick again, then we're good. Come here and give me a kiss, you idiot." She pulled me by my neck and kissed me passionately. "You sure nothing happened with that brunette? She's more your type." She spoke in between kisses as she pulled me in between her legs. So that brunette comment I made to Lindsay back in Aspasia had gotten to her. I found myself liking the fact that it did bother her. Nothing happened with Libby, promise. I used to like brunettes, but I assure you, with all that I believe in, I want you with everything in me. Brunettes be damned. Trista bit my bottom lip before she heatedly said against my ear. "Good, 'cause I'd skin you alive if something did happen. Take your pants off, I need you." Here was the siren being bossy again. Despite this, I wanted no one else to spend my nights with other than this very alluring woman, who I had no real hold on. 20. Trista. The next day, we were anchored close to the island of Mykonos, after having already visited the island of Charis, Naxos and Paros earlier in the day. The captain had a large circular net attached to the back of the yacht. The rounded space was large enough for us to swim and play around. Kayaks, jet skis and a floating trampoline were all out for us to enjoy. We were amazed at having all of these things at our disposal. "How did you and Bass meet?" I questioned Bass and Taylor as we swam together. Taylor shrugged as he tried to climb onto the big mustard-colored trampoline. "Boarding school in Switzerland. Our parents were actually friends back in Los Angeles for a few years until my mother remarried again and moved to Paris. Over the years we kept in touch. Taylor didn't like Paris, so I suggested he come back to LA. It worked great for both of us, I guess." Bass added, as he swam towards Taylor, who was jumping on the trampoline like a little kid. "Wanna join the little munchkins?" Emma asked, smiling as she watched the two grown men jump up and down with entertained and childlike expressions. "You go ahead, doll. I want to jet ski with Lindsay and Dimitris." Those two were splashing each other with water, showing off their mad skills. I hardly had any skills with the machine, but today was fun and I wanted to try new things. Before we knew it, the three men had us riding behind them as the jet skis roamed playfully around the sea, making a loud ruckus while circling the large yacht. Lindsay went loco, jumping from her jet ski to land in the sea. She swam towards where Emma was clinging onto Bass, then strategically pulled the other woman's leg, making her fall off and land in the water next to her. Swim with the sharks, woman, she laughingly teased her while Emma panicked and started to swim towards the yacht. Dude, I was just joking. There are no sharks here. She screamed at the still swimming blonde, but Emma wouldn't have any of it. The rest of us joined the hilarious situation. She's only joking. Come back and join us. Bass interjected, as he tried with all of his might not to bust out laughing, but Emma just sat on the edge of the boat's footer. Emma merely shrugged, nonchalant. I'm good. Emma was scared of sharks. She couldn't even stand watching Shark Week when it came on TV, so that joke was going to traumatize her for a while. Heck, it was funny though. Taylor carefully shifted himself so that he could sit the other way, facing me. I have an idea. I was hoping you'd want to spend the next 2 days with me here. Here? Mykonos. I double-checked, taking in how the tan he'd gotten over the last couple of days made his eyes stand out all the more. He looked utterly and decadently divine in my eyes. Yes, Emma and Bass need to get back to filming, but you and I are on vacation. I want to spend more time with you. He then leaned over and kissed my sea-salted lips. Summer in Greece sure as hell was changing me. The hurt, the pain, the darkness, and the ongoing battle of evil that lurked in the depths of me were all slowly diminishing. Whatever it was, the heat, sun, having fun, that was causing the change, I liked it. I felt lighter. Each day I woke up with less heartache to weigh me down, when it used to sink its claws into me and try to drown me with it. Now, I felt like I was floating, as if those shackles were actually attached to buoys now, instead of anchors, keeping me afloat. It all reminded me of my past sins and actions, but purposely drove me to look into the future. The past had taught me, the present I could continue to learn from, and the future I could embrace. Sure, why the heck not? I'm honored to be invited to spend the next few days with you. His eyes crinkled as he beamed at me. His hand tucked a wayward hair behind my ear. Did anyone ever tell you that you're easy to please? I love how little things make you happy. I hadn't been easy to please before, but when I started dating a married man, I had learned that it was the little things I needed to be grateful for. You're an amazing guy, Taylor, and I'm one lucky lady to be spending this summer with you. Oh, I was bitchy at times, but that didn't make me blind of the fantastic things when they occurred. I definitely noticed. I can be more than amazing. You have yet to find out. The man kissed me, bearing me, exposing me to him, slowly and deliberately. It reminded me of that expression, kissed by the gods, since it sure hell felt like I was being kissed by one. The first day in Mykonos was practically spent indoors. When the next sunset rolled in, Taylor didn't want us to spend another evening in bed ordering room service, so here we were, arms around each other, walking the cobbled streets of Mykonos as we figured out where we wanted to eat dinner. We weren't in a hurry, we checked out each restaurant as we passed. When we spotted a nice cozy candlelit diner by the edge of the water, we both agreed to dine there. The glassy surface of the Aegean Sea was still tonight, the full moon high, stars dotted the darkened skies, glittering the treasured island with bewitchery and magical allure. The heady essence of romance was everywhere. It caressed and enchanted me. I was moved and most definitely spellbound. The man before me romanced me just as much as our surroundings. I couldn't help being a little amused watching as he was rather entertained with the candle in his hand, playing with it as he watched my face. The intense mossy depths of his eyes seared into me, touching me, sparking me alive and setting me on fire. Do you know the candle highlights your beautiful face perfectly? Whichever angle I place it in, it shows off your contoured exquisiteness. Blushing really wasn't my favorite thing to do, but tonight I was beet red. I'm pretty in a way but not like Lindsay or Emma. Why would you want to compare yourself to them? You're your own kind of beauty. I see it, I appreciate it and I love experiencing it. Never underestimate yourself, my perfect little vixen. Taylor had the key to my head, and he sure was screwing with it. For the longest time tonight, I was incandescently happy because he made me feel like the only woman in the world that mattered. Not only that, but I felt like the most beautiful woman. In Taylor's eyes I was, and that was enough. We had just finished an excellent meal, and were enjoying our wine as we waited for our dessert to arrive, when Taylor asked me a significant question. "What are you thinking about? You're in deep thought." "I'm not too sure you would want to know, actually. My thoughts were kind of my kryptonite, sadly." He studied me a moment, considering where this conversation could lead to, before carefully responding to me. "I do want to know, if you care to enlighten me." "I was thinking how different it is when you're not seeing a married man." I gave him a sad smile, before returning my gaze back to the sea. Harry was married to my cousin. I was his mistress. Taylor's eyes didn't leave my face. I could see my words sinking into that pretty face of his. When the waiter brought out our dessert, I graciously thanked him, but no words came out of Taylor's mouth. "It's true. Now I'm not so pretty anymore, huh?" That was only the half of it. I could only imagine what he would think of me once he found out the other truth. That explains a lot of the bitterness, but not its entirety. It sure as hell explains a lot. With your cousin's husband though, Trista? Isn't that a bitchy move? Yes, it was. Not that Becca wasn't a bitch in her own right, but I didn't care. I wanted to be with him. My stupidity sure ended up making me pay though. Trust me, karma didn't ask for an even exchange but a full fucking refund. I've learned the hard way. I'm not really a fan of cheating, but I believe you when you tell me that you've learned from your experience. I hope that someday you are able to make wiser decisions. I understand that some things can't be helped, but there are other things that we can prevent from happening. Sometimes being selfless is good for the soul, Taylor said thoughtfully. Selfless when it came to Harry, I was not. For the rest of the night, Taylor didn't bring up the subject of Harry and our affair. It seemed that the man was content with whatever information I had already shared. I appreciated that he gave me time to be comfortable sharing such shameful facts about my past with him, instead of pushing for every last detail. What I was truly grateful for was that he wasn't repulsed by what I had said. He never once passed judgment about my reckless and frivolous actions. People and society aren't as forgiving, but it pleased me to know that Taylor reserved his judgment, at least for now. 21. Trista. After a week and a half of our arrival in Greece, the main casts of the movie were being interviewed. I couldn't be any more excited about it. The other side of the island was transformed into a nice setting for the behind-the-scenes interview. Lindsay, Taylor and I were standing behind one of the screens that showed Emma, Bass and Dimitris with a beautiful lady named Jill, who was the interviewer. We all had headphones on as we watched the whole thing with a front row pass. Jill started with the bright star of the film, of course. "Bass Cole, how are you doing today? I'm thinking the Greek sun is agreeing with you, huh? I'm pretty sure America will think so too." She was grinning like a lapdog at Bass, eyeing him like he was the most delicious treat in the world. My eyes glanced at Emma, but she was calm and looked like she was enjoying herself. Was she really? Bass merely shrugged at that comment, before he gave a little laugh. "I'm doing well, Jill. I concur, the Greek sun has been more than agreeable. It's been fantastic, I love it here." Jill's face lit up as she looked at him through her lashes, a flirty look in her eyes. Blasphemous is gaining a lot of publicity due to its content. What made you sign up for a movie that's so different from your usual endeavors? I heard this movie's very steamy and graphically raw. Is there any truth to that? Bass gave her a winning smile. Graphically raw, I like that. Yeah, the movie is definitely raw and steamy. I've always wanted to make a movie with Martin, and after reading the script, I knew this film was something I wanted to be in, and that's mainly because it is different from all the other ones I've made. It's more dramatic, allowing me the opportunity to show a wide range of emotion that you don't see in my other films. You could just say that I gave my heart and soul to it, I suppose. The way you described it makes me want to see the movie all the more. Do you two agree with what Bass said? Jill directed her attention to Dimitris and Emma. Dimitris chose to respond first. The movie does need a lot of emotion, be it anger, passion, hate, or love. I think this movie as a whole is about passion. I don't think Martin could have done a better job than selecting Emma as the lead. This woman lights up on screen. He directed his smiling face at Emma. Emma was biting her lip, blushing and laughing. It's not that hard to light up. She laughed again. These men are great actors. I'm new to this, but both have been very generous to help out if I needed to make a certain scene better. Jill was laughing with her. I can just imagine. You've these terribly good-looking men to share scenes with. Women all over the world would die to be in your spot. How did it feel kissing Bass and Dimitris for the first time? Was it awkward at all? Emma looked comfortable on screen. The question barely fazed her. It was in the beginning, but after the first scene you're like, okay, here goes. Dimitris and I make fun of each other. He'd say something like, I brushed my teeth twice, I'm ready. Jill was now more than eager to pull out more juicy details. Who kisses better? Bass or Dimitris? You have to give us an answer. We're all dying to know. Emma bit her lip and took a sneak peek at the two men on both of her sides. Dimitris is an amazing kisser. He's very in control and sets the pace. Bass kisses like he's consuming you whole. Both men are different. It's hard to scale it that way. My left headphone was suddenly moved aside as Taylor leaned close. Do I kiss like I'm consuming you whole? I cocked my head a little so I could do a little consuming of my own, with my eyes taking in that gorgeous face. Why ask if you know the answer, pretty boy? His eyes danced as he gave me a few quick kisses. Just making sure, a guy needs a little assurance once in a while. Taylor winked at me before he placed my headphones back. I happily sighed when he pulled me against his chest and wrapped his arms around me. Lindsay caught us and simply stuck out her tongue, smiling. Jill gave a little blushing laugh after Bass said something I missed. Bass, your fans sent a lot of questions, but we could only choose a few. The first question is from Sheila M. from Seattle. Are you still dating Lydia Cornwell? Bass cleared his throat before answering the question. His blue eyes looked very pronounced on the screen. No, Lydia and I parted ways a couple of months back. I heard both men are actually single, but not the leading lady. Miss Emma, we did a little digging of our own, and we found out that you're dating a soccer player, Carter Mason from LA Galaxy. Carter's Facebook was packed with pictures of you both from when you guys started dating. Here, the team made a little video. All of them were watching the television that was on the left of Jill. Emma was uncomfortable. Bass looked rigid and Dimitris was frowning. The screen before us was now filled with Carter's Facebook page. It was like a timeline of them together from the first night they kissed, them dancing, more kissing, Emma being carried in his arms, Emma writing I love you on his chest with her lipstick, pictures of Emma's sleeping face, another one of her smiling at Carter, and the last one was of her wearing his jersey from LA Galaxy while blowing him a kiss. Shit, Carter didn't play for the LA team until a few months back. What was going on here? Lindsay and I shared a look of horror as we both turned our attention back to Emma and Bass. They looked the same as earlier, but if you looked closely, there was tension between Bass and Emma. Wow, your boyfriend's definitely gorgeous. I can tell you two are so in love. I like a guy who's not afraid to tell the world that you're his girl. Jill meant the words as she grinned at Emma. Yeah, that's Carter. He's very persistent, Emma murmured. After Jill asked Emma more questions in regards to the movie, she shifted the questioning to Base and Dimitri's. It went on for another hour before it finally ended. Jill was going to visit them again tomorrow during filming, so she could get a glimpse of what it was like behind the scenes. Since there wasn't much space on the island, Jill and her crew had to fly back to Athens instead of staying closer to the cast and crew. Taylor and I were making out on the outdoor couch when he heard someone slide the door open. It was Base heading towards us. They all were supposed to eat at the villa tonight, so I was surprised to find him here. Would it be okay if I could speak to Trista alone? He directed his gaze to Taylor, who simply nodded, stood up and patted Bass's shoulder. What's up, B? I asked when Taylor disappeared inside the cottage. I have questions, and I think you're the only person that can truly answer them for me. Base sat on the other end of the couch and stared at the sea, deep in thought. What are the chances Emma will go back to him, Trista? Please be honest. I know you love her, but I don't think I could stand it if she left again. I'd rather be prepared if there's a chance she would, so I can separate myself away from her sooner. Oh fuck. I was really getting punished. What the heck do I tell him? Base, maybe you should ask her that, not me. She's the one you should be talking to. I did. She brushed me off like it was not a big deal, but it is. To me it is. Those pictures brought everything back. Emma looked happy, and it was plain to see how much love was shared between the two. So please, just answer me truthfully. Where does Carter stand with her? The man really was hurting. Back in February something major happened, like a deal breaker I guess. Around that time she caught him with 5 girls. Since then he's been begging for forgiveness. She's crazy about you now, Bass. Don't let old pictures from her past ruin what you two have. Base just shook his head and didn't utter a damn word. You do love her, don't you? Base made a sad laugh, running both of his hands through his hair. I don't know if even should. He then stood up and looked at me. Thank you, I know there's more to the story, but I know you won't tell me anyway. I also know that you're protecting her, but you have to understand that I cannot go through this the second time with Emma. I'm going away for the night. I need to think away from her. Tell her I'll be back tomorrow morning before the shoot, so she doesn't worry. He left by way of the beach, looking torn and sad altogether. He doesn't look good, Taylor said behind me. My heart ached for Bass. He really was crazy about Emma, and my friend was crazy about him too, but she still felt something for Carter. I think that's what Base realized today, and deep down, I think he knew that. Yeah, I hope they sort that out. They're great together. They are. But for him to come out here and talk to you means that he's had his doubts for a while. One thing is for sure, he would have a hard time dealing with it, if he did walk away. Taylor took my feet and placed them on his thighs while he gently massaged them. His hands applied enough pressure to subdue my mind and body. Man, this dude was awesome. Gosh, I wonder what other skills you have up your sleeve. You keep surprising me, Taylor. I sagged against the couch, my body floating away from me as I lavished in the heavenly feeling. So foot massages get me praises? I should have known you're a sucker to being serviced. He pulled at my toe, teasing me. I simply giggled at his touch. It tickled the hell out of my foot. My soles were quite sensitive, and he seemed to be enjoying it. Tell me one person in this world who doesn't love being serviced, pretty boy. I bet the Pope even has his own personal fetch-me person. You and your nicknames, does it ever end? I lounged back, comfortable and satisfied with my ongoing present relationship with Taylor. Nah. It's fun and quirky when you make your own catchphrases. That's just the way I am. Don't count on it ever changing. I never said I wanted you to change, Tris. You're unique, quirks and all, and I like that about you, Taylor said before planting a kiss on both of my big toes. That's the sweetest compliment anyone has ever given me. I was way more than touched. My heart soared for a bit. Any more services you wish, Lady Princess? This guy was utterly killing me. I sat up and moved to straddle him. Intertwining my arms around his neck, my lips touched the tip of his nose. I want to do the dirty underneath the stars. I think I can easily make that happen, Taylor murmured as his lips hovered around the side of mine. 22. Trista. For 2 weeks, we explored the entire island. All the fruit orchards, the few small caves, creeks, and we tried to learn the Greek language. I failed this miserably. The most enjoyable part was trying all the exotic food and kissing Taylor in between bites. Yeah, we tend to kiss quite a bit. And I shamelessly adore it. I was out on the patio playing Bejeweled Blitz when Taylor sought me out with an overly excited grin on his face. Come here, I have a surprise for you. He held out his hand to me. Beaming, I placed mine in his before he dragged us out of the cottage. What is it? It's nothing weird, right? I hoped it wasn't. He led us down to the beach and started walking towards the right, the opposite direction of civilization. Taylor? I asked nervously when it started to get darker around us. The lights from the cottages were almost gone, but he kept walking ahead. Calm down, I'm not going to murder you. I smacked his stomach as he laughed at me. That's not funny, idiot. It's just dark and I can't see where we're going. I'm scared, that's all. Aw, baby? You have nothing to be scared of when I'm with you. I promise I'll protect you with my life, Scout's honor. I snorted at him. Yeah, right, there were no Boy Scouts at your boarding school in Switzerland. He kept on laughing. That's right, there weren't, but still I mean it. We're almost there now. Keep walking, lazy cat. I was stunned when I saw what he had done for me. Ahead was a big bonfire, a sleeping bag, a large blanket laid out with food, wine and pastries, all surrounded with red rose petals. The heady scent lingered in the air. I didn't know you were so romantic, I whispered in awe of the man who did all this for me. I took my sandals off and felt the soft petals on my feet as they sunk in the sand. I hide that trait very well. It only comes out during the full moon. He leaned over and kissed me passionately. Do you like it? You said you wanted to do it under the stars, and I wanted to be the one you got plenty of experience of that with. No man has ever done anything this romantic for me. Not a one. I was unequivocally touched. I love it, pretty boy. Thank you. Thank you. You're very welcome. Let's eat before I devour you instead of the food. Taylor kissed my forehead before he led me towards the blanket that was covered in petals too. While we sat enjoying our wine, Taylor took a piece of charred beef in his fingers and fed me. Taylor, did you forget forks? I didn't, but I want to feed you with my hands. I want to feel your mouth suck and lick them while you enjoy the food. Dear Lordy. I was a sucker for these romantic gestures. You're on a roll tonight, aren't you, Mr. Boss? Boss will most definitely be rolling non-stop tonight. All night long, baby. Tonight it was just us. Not even my mind or conscience could intrude on our night together. He took his time undressing me, placing small kisses here and there until I was completely naked. My heart was beating erratically, and I was mesmerized as he slowly undressed before me. His eyes never left mine. We stood gazing at each other, naked. The fire crackled close by, but all I saw was this man who was bulldozing his way into me, pounding cracks into the solid barriers I had erected. It was like a magnetic force, it was too powerful to resist as we closed the gap. When our lips touched, I opened up to him. I kissed with everything that I was, everything he meant to me, and everything he'd made me feel. Beautiful, that's what Taylor made me feel, truly, positively, exactly, and irresistibly beautiful. We kissed, as he slowly lowered me down on the blanket. He was atop me as his hands and lips were busy with my face and neck, kissing me like I was the most precious thing he'd ever held. "I want you," I whispered against his mouth as I opened my legs wider to accommodate him. His hard length nestled in between my wet parted lips, but he didn't seem too eager to move. "You will have me, I just want to savor you slowly, Trista. We have all night. I promise to make it worth your while if you let me take the lead, hum?" I gave a frustrated groan as my hips started to move against his shaft, wetting it with my essence as he kissed me. "You're not very good with instructions, are you?" "Nah. He should know that by now." "Then let me show you how a man makes love to a woman, Trista. I'm challenged to change your mind." And by God did he just. We made love with such slowness and sweetness, I was sure I was coming pure sugar. After coming apart 4 times in a row, I was sure my vocal cords were ready to join the opera house. My hazy mind diminished even more when Taylor's eyes bored into mine. "I hope that someday you will find the happiness you desperately seek, Trista." I hoped so too. He had no idea how much. 23. Trista. After having a quick lunch at one of the island's taverna, Taylor was adamant we learned how to fish with nets when one of the old folks invited us to join them. Hey! If the world ended tomorrow, and we had to live like they did back in the Stone Age, I think it's in our best interest to learn how to survive and catch fish. Since we both live close to the Pacific Ocean, it's the most plausible solution. You'll thank me for it. Get up off of your lazy bum now, Lady Princess. Taylor grabbed both of my hips and lifted me to stand. I love it when you're almost obedient. He bent over and kissed me. So we learned to fish with nets, laughing and telling each other jokes as we stood there, the water almost to our chests as we waded about. Our summer's almost over. The month flew by quickly, huh? Taylor closed our gap and pulled me close to his chest. There were things that needed to be addressed. It did. School beckons. I'm actually excited to head back this time. I was enveloped in his arms as I breathed him in. His scent mixed with the sea. I was going to miss this, but we hadn't discussed what was to happen once we left Greece. I had told him that this was to be a one-time summer fling, but I didn't know if that was what I wanted anymore. The last 4 weeks were blissful, and spending them with him made them all the better. I know, Taylor smiled down at me, melting everything around me as his lips came down on mine. We were walking back to the cottage right after sundown, when I noticed a familiar figure waiting outside for someone. All blood left my face when I saw who it was. So this is the man you're fucking to forget me, Trista? Fuck. Taylor started to move, but I pushed on his hard chest to stop him from doing so. That didn't stop him from dishing out a threatened remark. Watch your fucking mouth. I will knock you the fuck out the next time you insult her. He spat, infuriated at the unperturbed Harry. Taylor was in full protective mode. Truth hurts, doesn't it? Knowing how she is, I bet she screamed my name while you were doing her. The evil smile vanished as his eyes leveled with Taylor. She's mine? You might have enjoyed her body for a few weeks, but that ends now. Harry then turned to look at me. You and I have a lot to talk about regarding our future. I came to ask you to marry me. I gasped. No fucking way. My head shook in disbelief. I don't believe you. Marry him? He was divorcing Becca? Oh no. Fuck. From behind, Taylor grasped my hand, trying to pull me away. Come with me. Let's go. My flabbergasted face never left Harry's. My eyes bore questions while his eyes told me everything I needed to know. Everything I feared to know. He left my cousin and their baby for me. You can't do that, Harry. No. He couldn't have. For months I had longed to be with him, but the consequences were too high. I had finally realized that. Now that my wish was to be granted, I was more than conflicted. Could I do it? Be with him knowing I'd made him leave Becca and their baby? It was abhorrent, but back in the day, this wouldn't even have been a question. I would have gone to hell and back just to be in his arms, to be with him and make him mine forever. Married to Harry as my husband. Harry's face didn't falter as he responded. It's already done. I love you, and I'm risking it all to be with you, Trista. Taylor tugged my arms and spun me around. This man has done enough damage to last you a lifetime, Tris. Don't give him another chance to hurt you. Those green eyes looked desperate as he tried to reason with my heart and my mind. Be with me, Trista. No, don't ruin this. Not right in front of Harry, I pleaded with my eyes. Taylor, don't do this. From behind, Harry interrupted. You heard her, lady. She's basically telling you to go away. No, wait. Please. Don't go. Taylor's nose flared while his eyes darkened. His hand was slowly letting go of mine. Hey. What the hell is going on? Is this man Harry? Lindsay sprinted from the tiny street along with Bass, Emma and Dimitris. Leave her alone, you pig. You can't just come here and expect her to come running back into your arms after you dumped her like she was a piece of paper. You need to leave. Lindsay was ready to pummel Harry's ass to the ground, but Emma held her back. Harry broke loose as he spat back at Lindsay, at us. I hadn't planned on leaving her. I swear. It just came out that way. Things got too complicated with the baby involved. It wasn't supposed to end like that. We weren't supposed to end at all. Oh no. Not like this. I never intended for them to find out like this, most especially Taylor, who went completely still after I heard him take a sharp breath. What baby is he talking about, Trista? Lindsay was looking at Harry and back to me. She looked alarmed and sad at the same time, as she tried to comprehend everything at once. Fuck. I'm sorry. I thought they knew. The way she verbally attacked me, I thought she knew. Harry strode to my side and cupped my tear-stained face. I'm sorry. Why didn't you tell me? You should have told me. Lindsay trailed off as her eyes immediately sought Emma's. Why aren't you saying anything? You knew, didn't you? Emma nodded, biting her lip as she looked at me. I did, but it wasn't my secret to tell, Linz. Lindsay's teary eyes darted to my bare stomach before she looked at my face. Your stomach is still flat, and for the last few weeks you have been with Taylor, so I'm guessing there's no baby anymore, is there? I shook my head in response, crying in earnest as my body started to shiver. I'm sorry, Tris. Lindsay started to cry, but Dimitris was there to gather her in his arms. After a full minute of silence, Harry started to move. I'm going to take her inside. We have things to talk about. I hope you all understand that. He addressed Emma and Lindsay, who both nodded at his statement. As Harry was guiding me towards the cottage, I chanced to look at Taylor. He was rooted to the spot, his head down and staring at the cemented road. 24. Trista. We were inside the living room, as Harry waited for me to finish crying. As much as I tried to stop the tears, my tear ducts had their own agenda. I'm sorry for outing you like that with your friends. I really thought they knew, or I wouldn't have said it like that. I'm so sorry. Harry sat on his heels as he covered my hands with his. I'm sorry for everything. I'll make it up to you for the rest of my life, if I have to. He was here to ask me for marriage. How was that even possible, after what I had been through? Now he was back and I didn't know what to say or do. I was back to that old self. The overwhelming feeling of being around him again was decapitating me, making me mindless. Harry then did the craziest thing. He got on one knee and took out a mauve velvet ring box. Oh. Hell. Our love hasn't been easy for us, but I believe in it. There's more hardship ahead of us, but I know we can get through it, as long as we have each other. I've been selfishly stupid, and I will never forgive myself for walking out on you that night. I've regretted it every day. I didn't know how much love I had for you until I had lost you, Trista. I can't stand not to have you in my life. You have me, my heart, forever. Marry me and I vow to be your loyal, loving husband, who will love and cherish you for the rest of your life. Harry, for the very first time, had tears in his eyes. His hands pried the box open to reveal a large princess-cut 5-carat diamond ring on an eternity band. The ring was absolutely perfect. His proposal moved me more than words could say, but doubt still lurked within me. The trust I once had for him was no longer present. You have no idea how I've dreamt of this happening. I still love you, but I don't know what to say right now. So much has happened. No promises or vows will ever change that. I understand and I don't want to force you. His finger took hold of the ring out of the box and placed it on my shaky ring finger. Think about it. This ring was meant for you. I know I can't stay here tonight, and I have to get back home anyway. Harry moved and sat next to me on the couch, seeking my lips as he slowly kissed me. I'll be waiting for you when you get home. I hope by then it will be enough time for you to think it through. I love you. In my heart, you knew you were the only one in it. Sadly, I somehow did know, but before I managed to speak, the cottage door was violently opened, smacking against the wall. The loud bang echoed throughout the place. Taylor's face clouded as he took in how close Harry was to my lips. His purposeful strides didn't falter, his undaunted focus solely on Harry. Harry stood up and yelled at Taylor. Listen, this is none of your bussin'. Taylor didn't care to speak before his knuckles connected to Harry's jaw, twice, before Harry was knocked back on the floor. Harry tried to stop Taylor, but the man was blinded with rage. How the fuck do you figure you can just barge in here, after you left her to wither and rot with guilt? His other fist connected to the unaffected jaw, before he angrily grabbed Harry's chin and spat at him. I screamed in the background, however Taylor wasn't able to hear me through his pounding. Men like you don't deserve to live. Taylor was about to punch him again, but Bass and Lindsay rushed to his side and tried to hold him down. That's enough. That man got your message. Bass pointed at the bruised and bloodied face of Harry. The thunderous face Taylor gave me then stilled my heart. I had never seen a man so possessed with violent anger than this man before me, now. Of all the things to be embarrassed about, Trista, you should be more embarrassed to love a weak man who couldn't even protect you. Married or not, a man's love is supposed to protect a woman, not hurt them with it. He turned back to Harry. That's where you miserably failed. His eyes caught the ring on my finger. Unfucking believable. He said out loud before he strode out of the cottage. Dimitris picked up the semi-conscious Harry. Let's get him cleaned up and I'll have my pilot fly him out of here. Is he okay? He doesn't look it. Lindsay scanned his face when Dimitris and Base placed him on a chair, while Emma was busy getting stuff to clean his wounds. Dimitris busted out a cruel laugh before he planted a chaste kiss on Lindsay's forehead. He should be grateful he only had to face Taylor. Base and I were more than happy to help out, but I think Taylor did a good job beating the unforgivable ass. After Emma handed the guys what they needed to clean his cuts and bruises, the ladies came over to me, since I was in bright utter shock. "Here's some iced water. Drink some, please." Taylor acted like any man would. "He cares for you. You shouldn't be mad at him." Lindsay soothed my back while Emma wiped my tear-stained face with a cold cloth. "I'm not mad at him. I'm just... everything." I was feeling everything at the moment. The guys again promised to fly Harry off of the island. Harry, though, didn't leave until he made me promise that I would give him an answer when I arrived back home. Once he left, I knew there was one thing I needed to do: seek out the man who helped me. I found his dark figure in the alcove, sitting gloomily. The moonlight gave his form an untouchable look of beauty. Without glancing at me, he spoke out loud. "I'm leaving tomorrow." "You're really leaving? You don't have to." He nodded, staring at the dark sea. "Guess you're back together?" There was a tinge of sadness in his voice. I so badly wanted to erase it, but in my confused state I didn't know how. "No. I'm still thinking about it. I've waited for this all year, but now that it's here, I don't know what to think of it, to be really honest with you." "I'm sure you're just overwhelmed. You'll be jumping for joy once the shock settles. If he really makes you happy, then that's where you should be, with him." He never failed to address my happiness, and I knew he meant well, but this wasn't the time for that. I needed answers. "Taylor, about what you said earlier before everyone got back." Taylor sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling wildly before he responded. "That was random. I didn't mean to put you in an awkward position." It might have been random, but his eyes told me differently. "Did you mean them, though?" "Sadly, yes, I did. Don't worry your pretty little head about it. I'll get over it. I'm sure you understand why I can't stay here, even if you girls are leaving in a couple of days. I was supposed to visit my brother in Paris a couple of weeks ago anyway, but I've been stalling." He never once mentioned anything about leaving to go to Paris, ever. "What? Why would you do that?" Taylor shrugged, still not looking at me. "Shit happened." I wanted to say more, but I didn't know what. Everything would have sounded so trite. "Taylor." "Really, Trista? I'm sick of talking." Taylor decided to stand up and quietly placed his hands in his pocket. He stood tall, handsome, and suddenly in control. I stared back at his intimidating form, wanting to say a lot, yet I didn't know where to start. Taylor had been there for me, even if I hadn't asked him to. He had been there and offered to be my pillar of strength. For weeks I had been dependent on him. The very thought of that made me feel scared. He was leaving, and I wouldn't have him around to push me back into sanity if I needed it. I would have to stand on my own feet. With a huge lump in my throat, I looked up to the man whose body I had reveled in. The man who brought me to such delightful heights I hadn't known possible. The very one who saved me and helped me breathe again. With every fiber in me and with all of my heart, I thank you for everything. My hands wanted to reach out, but I knew better. Funny, how we were on this same spot only 2 nights ago, inseparable and unable to get enough of each other's bodies. Now we stood like strangers. I knew we would have parted anyway, but I didn't expect it to be this cold and distant. I was always thinking that someday we'd even joke of what had happened between us during our summer here. I guess I had thought wrong. I suppose we'll see each other around in LA then. I tried to sound light, except I failed miserably. The urge to hug him was strong, but the thought of him pushing me off his body made me think otherwise. Taylor was composed, bored and indifferent. He gave me an irresistible smile before walking away while my eyes followed him. Sure. Don't forget to send me an invitation for the wedding, he yelled off, not looking back. Taylor. I murmured to the night. My eyes watched the man walking away. I'll miss you. 25. Trista. Taylor, as promised, left the next day without saying goodbye. Going through those couple of days was rigorous. I was counting down the hours until we were leaving for London. Then maybe my sanity could come back to me. No one really understood how relieved I was when we boarded the plane in Athens to head to London for the weekend, before we were going back home. We were staying at Claridge's for our entire weekend. The hustle and bustle of the city of London brought good vibes in my down-and-out demeanor. Home sweet home, Lindsay announced as she opened the door to our hotel suite. Sweet. Emma chimed ahead of me. We were dragging our luggage on the small pathway when the three of us froze in shock. Holy shit! We exclaimed as a dark figure stepped in front of us. Surprise? Carter beamed, looking like a hot stud, those dark eyes never leaving Emma. Lindsay pushed him out of the way. Surprise my ass crack, Carter. Instead of freaking Emma out with your stellar stalker gawking efficiency, why don't you make use of yourself and put this luggage away? Carter moved closer to Emma and motioned to get her luggage away from her tight grip, but she just stood there like she didn't know what to do. Snap out of it, Emma. Now move that chunky ass out of the way. I need to unpack and whatever. I barked at her, just enough for her to get out of that weird Carter funk. Base Cole better hold on to this woman tight, 'cause the ex was officially back, and he's out to get her back. After we finally picked which rooms we wanted, we agreed to be ready in 2 hours to dine somewhere. Ready? Lindsay asked through the door whilst giving it a knock. I could hear her heels thump on the floor while she paced. With a heavy sigh, I scrambled to hunt down my gold clutch to go with my dress. I was in the middle of shoving my lip gloss and credit cards into the tiny bag when Lindsay yanked my door open dramatically. She was dressed in a corseted crepe red dress with gold heels. Her long dark hair and brown eyes made her look sophisticated and righteously gorgeous. This shit is a disaster. Demetres and I had a major fight, and now Emma is inside her room talking to Carter. What's the plan? For Carter and Emma, I mean. I smiled at Lindsay as I shook my head. Like we need one? Emma's a big girl. She can handle it, I hope. The woman knew what she had with Bass. This was all up to her now. My phone was sitting on my bed, and I anxiously glanced at it before sticking it in with the rest of my items in the tiny clutch. No messages from Taylor. I knew we parted under the most radical circumstances, but I hoped that he could at least send me a text message or two, which was silly of me, since we had never exchanged numbers. So here I was, hoping he'd call Emma or someone to get a hold of me, but no such luck on that front. Miss him, don't you? Lindsay muttered as she plopped on the bed, peering at me. Do I miss Taylor? I'm fiending for him. For weeks, he had been my addiction. Now, I was just an addict without my drug. Emotional withdrawals are bad, but the sexual withdrawals were the worst. He wanted you to choose him, you know? I mean, you two didn't really talk about it, but I think deep down, he wanted you to choose him. He was too shaken up about Harry and the whole let's get married and the whole baby thing to even ask that of you. Taylor's crazy about you, doll. I have no fucking clue why you'd let that hunky man run around Paris without you. There are a lot of brunette models in that city, you know. Not to mention the city of love is like an hour away. Maybe you should hop over the pond and claim your prince? Do you really want him to have sexy times with brunettes now? Now that was a total bitch move. Glaring at Lindsay, I became furious. I may be a little gutsy at times, but I'm not all the time ballsy like you, Lindsay. The first real relationship I had was with a married man. The second one was a total rebound, and purely for sexual gratification. I don't have guys fall at my feet all the time like the rest of you girls. I suck at this, and I totally suck at dealing with men. I was shaking now, so I had to sit at the foot of the bed to calm myself. I don't deserve him, really. He's too good for me because I'm still in love with Harry, Linz. Taylor deserves more than that. He's a great man who deserves a woman who's not messed up and irrevocably tainted like me. Lindsay was right next to me, holding my hand. You are the sweetest and the most generous woman I know. Okay, maybe next to Emma, 'cause that woman is oddly too nice. Taylor saw that. He saw through the hard exterior you put up to pretend that you were a badass biatch. He appreciated you as a whole, but if it's Harry that can truly make you happy, then follow that road. I'm your friend, babe, and I will support you no matter what. My arm squeezed her hard. Thank you. As much as you scare the fuck out of me sometimes, you're the best and I love you. I kissed her cheek before looking at her. So, you and Dimitris? What's gonna happen now? That made Lindsay look away and stare at the wall. He wants to make it official, like boyfriend and girlfriend official. I don't think I'm ready for that type of commitment. He wants all or nothing, and I threw that stupid ultimatum in his face, even though that face was made for masturbation. That made me snort and laugh at the same time. The stupid combination was painful. I don't know how you make serious stuff so funny, Lindsay. Go for it. Not every man is like Brody, you know. God knows that guy has groveled on his knees to hell and back for you to take him seriously, but you're relentless, and now you have another opportunity to have a good man that you could trust, one that hasn't plowed through Cece's field of wild oats. Yeah, but it's just too much. He lives on another continent, and is a sought-out actor, on top of that. There are just so many reasons not to pursue it. I just want to leave it at that, a summer fling, since those really don't have a chance in hell to survive out in the real world. It was fantastic, but now it's over. Lindsay looked thoughtful as her words sunk in. She seemed to have accepted this fact, and was not about to dwell on it anymore. I guess he and Taylor can chill and hunt down women together. Whatever. I stood up and offered my hand to help Lindsay up from the bed. At the same time, I could hear Emma's door open and close. The blast from the past couple appeared in our room. Emma's cheeks were pink, too much blushing perhaps. About damn time you two come out of that stupid room. Were you guys having sex or what? Lindsay accusingly glared at them, arms folded as she studied their faces. Goodness, Lindsay. What the hell? We were just talking. Emma interjected, miffed that her friend would think of her that way. Lindsay, will you please ease up on us? We're just talking, nothing more. So, how about I take all three of you lovely ladies out to dinner and catch up? Carter guided us out of the room. I noticed that his hand stayed on Emma's back, and saw how she stilled even at the lightest touch from him. The woman definitely wasn't immune to him. 26. Trista. We got into a black cab that was going to take us to dine in Rhodes 24 restaurant, close to the London Bridge. No, dude. You sit over there. It's the perfect spot where we can watch you. Lindsay pointed at the small square of a flip-down seat that was attached behind the driver's separator panel. We were seated nicely, facing the jock. Carter wasn't fazed whatsoever. So, how did you get out of playing soccer since it's in season? I asked the man who wouldn't let up at checking out Emma. Carter grinned wider before he spoke up. You know, I had to get creative. I told the coach that I had a family emergency in London, and I swore to head back out Sunday with my baby sister. Coach wasn't convinced at first, but he finally gave up, after I wouldn't let him off the hook. Like his coach had a choice, the Mason siblings were two relentless beings. Bet he was pissed at your persistence, Lindsay muttered before she paused and nudged Emma's arm. Your phone's vibrating, aren't you going to pick that up? Emma immediately took the call, as the rest of us remained silent, watching her. Hello? She murmured. I didn't even have to guess who was the caller, since there was a catch in her voice that gave it away. Yep, we're on our way to a restaurant on some high building close to the Tower of London, I believe. Hey, can you move somewhere that's not too noisy? Where are you? Emma started to sound suspicious, before she continued on. Are you in some kind of a club, Vass? She started to pick on her nails, as she listened to his explanation. In Paris with Dimitris and Taylor? Since when did you all start having guys' night? The sound of his name attached to partying made my insides churn like they were in an industrialized washing machine. Emma gave a long sigh before she responded to Bass. Okay, well, be safe then. I'll see you Sunday. Yeah, miss you too. After she ended the call, no one said a word. I was sure we were all thinking about certain respective men in our lives. Our thoughts were wreaking havoc in our minds, thinking of them and some hot French models, dancing and laughing the night away. Even if Lindsay was convinced that she and Dimitris were better off, I knew deep down she was affected that the Greek Mahadi was in Paris. All three men with no women by their sides, all single and ready to party the night away. Yeah, this night was going to torment us. Guess Bass is doing okay without you next to him. He sure will be checking out the ladies. Carter broke our thoughts with his venomous remark. For the love of all that's holy, shut your fucking mouth. Lindsay spat at him. Carter looked taken aback from the ferocity of her words, and gladly remained silent until we got to our destination. The rest of the evening was uneventful. Carter tried to get us out to some bar, but the three of us just wanted to go back to the hotel and sulk, though none of us were brave enough to admit the fact. Here we were in the great city of London, but our thoughts were somewhere in Paris. Funny, wasn't it? At 3:15 in the morning, I grudgingly got out of bed, due to being severely parched. I hadn't slept a wink, and I was bound to be awake for the rest of the day. Ever since we got back to the hotel, all I did was stare at the engagement ring Harry had given me. The expensive bauble seemed to mock me. I was putting the cap back on the bottled water when I jumped out of my skin, as a figure appeared out of nowhere. Shit. Carter! I yelled at the boxer-clad man. He gave me a light chuckle, then a small yawn. I couldn't help checking out those impressive thighs of his. Emma kept yapping about them back in the day, and I never understood her fascination until now. They were thick and honed to muscular magnificence. I stopped drooling over those epic thighs and nice body, after it dawned on me that he was wearing boxers coming out of Emma's room. You stupid little shit. You didn't have sex with her, did you? I hissed, careful not to wake the girls up. That definitely made him frown. I was close to making a move, but I stepped back. I knew if I did that, my chances would get slimmer. She needs to trust me, and I need to be patient to earn that from her. Well, the man did grow a heart after all. What the hell was Emma doing? She was playing with fire, having Carter so close. Even if she wasn't doing anything with him, it still was dangerous. Bass is going to flip about this, Carter. Why show up here? You could have waited until she got home. That was the plan, but fuck Triss. I fucking miss her. I just wanted to see her for a couple days, that's all. I just wanted to be around her smiling and laughing at some stupid jokes. It's bad. I've got it bad. You don't know how hard it is to fight for something you lost. The fucked up part was that it was too late when I realized just how much I fucking love her. Carter ran his hand over his hair and sighed, closing his eyes. Without opening them, he asked me a question. Is he good to her? Does he love her? Each word came out with such pain that I didn't have to guess how much it cost him to say them. I think he does. He definitely looked like he did, to me. Bass treats her with kindness and loving affection, like a woman should be treated. If Bass makes her happy, you have to set her free. Confusing her will not make her go back to you, Carter. That's like asking me to stop playing soccer, Trista. It'll never happen, even if she was married to another man. She still loves me, I know it, though she won't admit to it. She might be an actress, but lying about her love for me was something she was never good at. I stared at him, speechless, as he went back inside Emma's room. Fuck, Emma. Please be careful. 27. Trista. The next day, we found ourselves in the British Museum. The four of us were admiring the Elgin marbles that were originally from the Acropolis of Athens, when we heard an American girl speak behind us. I don't want to be weird, but are you that new actress that was on E! News filming that movie in Greece, with Bass Cole? Emma Anderson, right? The tall strawberry blonde valley girl asked, hopeful and a tad starstruck. That would be me. Emma smiled at her first official fan. I wasn't aware that they ran it already. The fan was all bright-eyed and smiling from ear to ear. Oh gosh, they totally did, like a week ago. My friends and I are doing the whole Euro trip thing. Do you think I could get a picture with you? Sure, just give me your camera and I can have my friends take the picture. Carter stepped in and offered his hand towards the fan. Here, let me take the pic. I promise I'll only take it from the best angle. He then immediately took care of the shot, before handing it back to the girl. Here you go. Shit, you're her soccer boyfriend, aren't you? Do you think I can get a picture of the two of you, please? You guys look so perfect together. Before we knew it, Carter stood behind Emma and wrapped his arms around her neck and kissed her cheek. The fan, of course, took a few instead of just one. Thank you, Emma. I promise I'll watch your debut movie. I'm sure you're going to be amazing. See you on the big screen very soon. The fan waved before retreating towards her friends. Emma glared at him after Carter unwrapped his arms from her neck. Did you really have to kiss me, Carter? And for the record, you and I are done. So do the rest of us a favor and take those pictures down from your page, please. Lindsay excused herself to pick up a phone call. She moved up ahead of the rest of us before she took it though. Why? Bass Cole can't take a little competition? Carter cockily said. God, Carter. You cheated on me. As far as I'm concerned, you and I are through. Emma grated on him, her eyes spat fire. Carter's jaws locked as he stared at the woman he was so crazy about. So if Bass cheats too, you're going to dump him? He bit out. His words were like bullets to Emma. Damn you, Mason. That's fucking enough. Really, please, she's already had enough. I interrupted their little spat. I wasn't sure what these two had been up to talking all night long, but I wasn't going to let Carter put doubts into Emma's brain. Whatever Carter Mason needed to say or do, he could pick up where he left off in Santa Barbara, but until then, he could just kindly shut the hell up. It had been 5 days since we got back from our vacation, and I was more than antsy since I was going to see Harry tomorrow night. These 5 days, though, were terrible, since thoughts of both Taylor and Harry hounded me day in and day out. My only consolation was that we were now in our new rented house, and just as Lindsay promised, I got to enjoy my morning cup of joe with some nice hot men as distractions. Amber came back 2 days ago, and I must say it was the best feeling to see my friend back after so long. She was still the same, sassy and bitchy as ever. Spilling my guts out about what happened wasn't the easiest thing, but Lindsay was there for me when I couldn't go on any longer. As to be expected, Amber wasn't very forthcoming about her situation, although she did promise that she was off her cocaine habit. At that point, Lindsay and I were just more than relieved that she was actually paying heed, and had stopped her deadly addiction to drugs. It was obvious that Amber was still coming to terms with whatever shit she had gone through. I wasn't going to force the issue, but whenever she was ready to spill her demons, I was always here for her, no matter what. When Saturday afternoon rolled in, I was ready to collapse from the nerves I felt about seeing Harry again. The man had booked the Four Seasons cottage for the occasion. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to be offended about his lack of sensitivity or to be touched, since that place held so many great memories of us together. Dressed in a cotton baby blue long dress that matched my eyes and nude wedge sandals, I strode out of the parking lot of Four Seasons and headed towards the cottage. Had I made a decision? No, I had not, but I had the ring with me. Questions and more questions plagued my mind since Harry and I didn't get the chance to talk much the last time I saw him. Taylor made sure the man was in no condition to do much of anything. When I rounded the corner, the first thing I saw was Harry leaning against the cottage door, waiting. He gave me a dashing smile when he saw me walk towards him. "You look beautiful as always." He greeted me with a big hug before kissing my cheek. I could see that he still had a few bruises from Taylor's act of madness, but Harry didn't even address it. "Do they hurt?" I pointed at the yellowish bruised spot on his face. Harry took hold of my hand and guided me inside. "Not anymore." I can't say I blame him. I deserved each shot. That was honest of him to admit that. He spun me around, his eyes pleading. "I'm sorry, but this is killing me. Do you have an answer to my proposal?" "No, I don't. I have so many questions, Harry. How do you think Becca and the rest of the family will react to this? You're going to be a father soon, for crying out loud. Divorcing Becca and then proposing to me was fucking insane. Especially after you ended things when you found out I was carrying your baby." Sighing, I continued. "How do you expect me to trust you after what you've done to me? If it wasn't for Taylor being there, I would be dead by now." Harry frowned as he stood closer. "What do you mean by that, Trista? You wouldn't have died." His voice was paper thin, but I heard him loud and clear. "I was swimming at night. I wasn't even thinking about suicide, it never occurred to me, but something changed while I was out there. I remembered feeling free of the weight of everything just before I passed out. If it weren't for him swimming out to come and get me, I wouldn't be here today." Events of that night surfaced in my mind's eye. The heartfelt concern from Taylor's eyes, the doubt, the scare, the horror, and finally, his determination to make sure I wasn't stupid enough to attempt it twice. "God, I feel like a monster. I had no idea you were that far gone with your pain, Trista," Harry whispered as he tried to read me, but my mind was back in Greece with Taylor. "He's gotten to you. I can see it in your eyes." It was impossible not to. Taylor was different, a one-of-a-kind man who marched to his own beat. Most of all, he had a heart. This truly magnificent human hadn't left my thoughts at all. It was him now. The moment Taylor broke through my facade and my barriers, I had no chance in Hades of turning back, no chance to go on with life without him in it. He left himself there, inside my head and with my now willing heart. The decision had been made, weeks ago. I just hadn't realized that until now. Without qualms, I handed the velvet ring box back to Harry with a steady hand. I can't marry you. Harry pushed my hand away, not willing to take the ring back. He gave me a sad, teary smile but spoke with a calm, clear voice. Keep it. It was for you. I wouldn't know what to do with it. I'm not taking this with me, Harry. Once I walk out of this door, I don't need any reminder of you. My guilt alone is enough. Tokens from you I can live without. When I took hold of his hand and shoved the box in it, he didn't argue. In a second, he had me in his arms, holding me like I was his lifeline. I love you. I always will love you, and I will always regret the day I hurt you. Losing you is my punishment. I don't know how I will survive without you. I want you to live your life. You deserve another chance at love, to marry someone who will never hurt you. I'm sorry I wasn't man enough to protect what I had in the very beginning. That's my regret, not yours. I tasted tears when his lips met mine but wasn't sure if they were mine or his. It was bittersweet. Goodbye, my love. After another kiss, he let go of me, stepping aside. I glanced at his sorrow-filled expression, but I knew this was it. As much as I loved Harry, there was no turning back the hurt, betrayal, and the wasted love. Goodbye, my love, I chokingly whispered behind him, before I slowly left the cottage. My heart broke, but the cracks were immediately filled with faith, for the future and for the man who held a major part of it, Taylor Montgomery. 28. Trista. Here's his address and cell number. I had to beg base, and made him promise not to tell his bestie a damn word about it. Lindsay slid a piece of paper with her lazy scrolls into my hand, before she sat next to me at the breakfast table. You have to go and see him. Whether it's for closure or just to pop in and say hello, you have to go, Tris. You're never going to move on until you do. We both know it, so do this today. 2 weeks had passed since I said my goodbyes to Harry. For each of those 14 days, I had tried to gather up courage to see Taylor, but I always ended up being a coward and kept pushing back the inevitable. Amber yawned as she strode into the kitchen, joining Lindsay's campaign. Yuppers. You gotta do it. You owe this much to him and to yourself. Stop thinking and just go, she said before she spun around to the fridge and took out a carton of orange juice. Tonight, I murmured to both of them. I had to make it or break it. Tonight was my D-Day. I was scared shitless, but it was today or never. I had no idea what kind of car he drove, so I wasn't sure if that was his in the driveway, but I knew I had to try and pursue my heartfelt mission or I might never forgive myself. My entire body felt like it had been electrocuted. My hairs stood up, and I was uncomfortably jumpy. Each step I took heading towards the 2 tall black main doors felt stone-heavy. I tried to clear my muddled brain as I pushed the doorbell. Breathe. I was in the middle of rehearsing the things I wanted to say to him, but every thought vanished the moment my eyes connected to his. I stood there speechless, nervous as hell and momentarily clueless. Fuck. For the past 2 weeks I had been so busy trying to figure out what to say to him, that I had overlooked what it would do to me to see him again. My memories didn't do him justice. My dreams couldn't compare to the realness of him. The overwhelming feeling of happiness, sadness, desperation, fright and insecurity were eating me whole, as we stared at each other in utter shock. Trista. My teeth caught the bottom of my lip as my eyes took in his dressed state. Hi, you're going out? Taylor was wearing a black expensive tux, unbuttoned around his neck with a black bow tie hanging around it, looking irresistibly and sinfully sublime. Good God, how did I even think it was possible not crave this sexy monster? I am, actually. I'm about to head out. He sighed and opened the door wider. We can speak for a bit. What brings you here? Where was he going? I wanted to ask, but didn't want to cause any rift before I had to say my piece. "Thank you," I murmured past him, entering his home. After he closed the door behind me, he motioned towards me to follow him. Quietly, I walked behind him as my eyes took in his home. It was not what I had expected. It was masculine, but homey. His living room was painted in pale honeydew, with dark wood flooring and furniture. He had two large white linen couches facing each other, and they looked rather comfortable. One wall had floor-to-ceiling hardcover law books in numbered editions. I became so engrossed studying his living room that I forgot about Taylor until he spoke. "You can take a seat if you want." His chin gestured at the couch while he stood there, hands in his pockets. I could tell he was studying me, probably waiting for me to get my shit together and start talking. Why was this so difficult? I found myself leaning against the couch, my hand on the edge of the armrest, needing something to hold me up. "How are you? I heard you came back 2 weeks ago." "I just came by to say hi and catch up." I blabbered out, awkward, edgy, and utterly nervous. I sounded like a complete idiot, and at this very instant, I certainly felt like one. Taylor's distant attitude didn't help calm my nerves. "I'm doing well." He paused when the house phone started ringing. He cocked his head to check the time on the clock. It was obvious that he was pressed for time. "You can go get it. I'll let myself out. Sorry for interrupting your evening." I hadn't. My legs began leading out of there, but I paused as I was leaving the living room when the voicemail picked up the call. "Baby, it's Meg. You're not picking up your phone. So if you're on your way, don't mind this message. It's crazy, I know, but I miss you already. Hurry." After a long beeping sound, the house became silent again. The pain that seared me then was so severely violent, I believed I may have momentarily blacked out. Taylor was back with his ex, Megan, the one who he toyed with the thought of going back to. Right, why hadn't I thought of this scenario? My stupid brain was too caught up thinking about him and our time in Greece, along with that time he asked me to be with him. "Trista," Taylor whispered behind me. I could feel him close, but he didn't reach out for me. The way he said my name told me it was too late. We had so much to say to each other, but there were no words to say. There was no strength or will left in me to turn around and say goodbye. Instead, I just gave a shaky nod and pushed my legs to take me out of his house. Just like that, with no words at all, I silently mourned my loss. That's what we were to each other, so much yet not much at all. Life was about chances. The bad ones always return, the good ones tend to come back, but the best ones haunt you for the rest of your life. I had mine. And I regrettably missed it. Going home would only mean I had to face Lindsay and Amber. That was one thing I wasn't in the mood for. I needed to be alone to regroup for a night or two. I needed to cry out my agony, my stupidity, and my lost chance to be happy with the guy who understood me. The man who had taken care of me even when I was a class A bitch, even when I was pushing him away and calling him names. Through all of that he was there, unwavering. It was barely 6 in the evening, and I found myself checking in at Chateau Marmont. It was funny really, I suppose you could call this my heartbreak hotel. It was the perfect place for me, and I didn't want to be anywhere else. 3 hours later, I was still crying my guts out. I felt awful and empty, like there was a big, gaping hole that needed to be addressed. Honestly, I knew I shouldn't be crying because Taylor had moved on. I should be thankful that I had the opportunity to meet someone like him, to know how it felt to be with someone of his caliber. Most of all, because of him, I knew what it was like to have a man that truly made me happy. One day I would look back on my time with him without any regrets. Instead, I would look on those times with hope for a future where there was life after heartbreak and loss. Taylor really was in truth my dark angel. He referenced himself as such in the very beginning. My heart poured with such endless emotions that I simply couldn't hold back any longer. While tears flowed freely down my face, I started to type him a text message. I came by today with a lot to say, but the moment I saw you, I was at a loss for words. How do I start to form the words I needed to tell you then, but couldn't? I know I have to start somewhere, so here I am, starting this while fighting the urge to delete this stupid message to begin with. Ever since that night you walked away from me in the alcove, you haven't left my thoughts, Taylor. I despised you in the beginning. You were arrogant and in my face about everything. Most of all, I hated how you had seen me at my lowest. You saved my life, yet I hated your guts more than ever. We clashed, we fought and argued whenever we could. One thing stood out though, our attraction to each other was just as strong. The only defense I had was for us to keeping fighting and bickering, but when you stopped that, and started kissing me instead, all of the fight left me. You made me want you. You adamantly broke through my barriers and got through to me. You'll always be that special person I will think about when I'm old and gray. You taught me so much and for that, I will always be grateful. Our time will forever be with me. Its mark will never be forgotten. I hope you find your happiness as you have wished for me to find mine. Greece will always and forever be yours. Sent. Goodbyes were the hardest ones. I was tired of giving them. I made a pact with myself that when I came out of this hotel suite, I would go home and look forward to starting my life again. This past year may have contained the worst kind of struggles, torments, and sins, but I was ready to pick myself up, dust myself off, and reboot. This time, I was hell-bent to do it right. 29. Trista. I woke up today with a restlessness that I couldn't shake off. So, at 6:30 in the morning, I headed home and dressed myself to jog it out on the beach. I needed to wear myself out since sleep was rather absent as of late. Though the happiness I had sought with Taylor was now non-existent, I was comforted by the thought that I had my whole life ahead of me. The sick, depressing feeling had subsided, as glimmers of sunshine were now breaking through my tinted life. Half a mile in, I stopped jogging and stood close to the shore. At the far end of the ocean was the first break of sunrise. I stood there watching, too late to realize that I had tears streaming down my face until a man stood next to me and handed me his white handkerchief. I murmured my thanks as I wiped my eyes dry. It's beautiful, isn't it? Sometimes beauty can be very deceiving. One day it's calm and quiet. The next it's brutal. I glanced at the kind man with crow's feet around his warm eyes. Whatever kind of demons you're dealing with, don't fret, my dear child. Even Jesus forgave those who betrayed him, those who killed masses of people, those who had sinned more than you have. Guilt is a vile thing, but let it serve as a lesson never to be repeated, because when guilt comes back the second time, it's very unforgiving. Shaking my head, I turned to the man, who I now noticed had a beaded rosary around his neck. How did you? The man of God gave me a reassuring smile. I see people like you on a day-to-day basis. Go on, child, live with love and everything will be okay. He gave me another smile before he started to walk away from me. That was seriously the greatest and, might I add, the oddest conversation I have ever had in my life. God worked in mysterious way, it seemed. Even if I had abandoned him, the good old man still looked out for me. Yes, I was beyond comforted. Sunrises, I wanted more of them. Today was a brand new day. My rebirth, my second chance, and I was done wasting any more time dwelling on the past. You promised to meet up with us? This is not some stupid excuse to make us go away? Amber arched her brow at me, suspicious. I groaned at her stubbornness. I promise, okay? Carter's house is a block away, seriously. Carter and the guys were throwing an end-of-the-summer party that would continue until Sunday night. I'm going to shower. Give me an hour to get ready. Bye. I strode out of the kitchen and went into my bedroom. I heard our doorbell chime just before I jumped in the shower. I'm leaving now, Amber yelled at the top of her lungs. Living with Lindsay and Amber was actually not so bad. We would occasionally bicker, but that was a given. I was excited to start school on Monday, but most of all, excited to see Emma again tomorrow. Ever since we had left London, our contact with her had been scarce. She said she was busy with the movie wrapping up, but I knew it was pure bullshit. Emma was dodging something important. My only guess was Carter was causing rift between them. To what extent, I had no clue. My heart ached for Taylor. Each day, I felt the agony of it. The only thing that kept me afloat was remembering how much he had persisted, that I had to start learning how to fight through the darkness. Fighting is progressive. Fighting is reason, he had once said to me. So here I was learning to fight for my life and for my future. Once I was out of the shower, lathered with body butter and with towel-dried hair, I grabbed my periwinkle-colored silk robe, loosely wrapping it around me. I strode out of the bathroom and headed straight to my walk-in closet. I halted when my phone chirped with a text message. Lindsay, going to Carter's now. See you in a bit. Smiling, I responded. Me, you betcha. Right after I sent the message, something caught my eye. I jumped out of my skin and no words came out. I got your message, Taylor said matter-of-factly. He stood there against my bedroom door with his hands slotted into his black jeans. Starved, that's what I was. My body reacted to him immediately. My God, how I have missed you. Wetting my lips, I nervously tried to speak. I sent that a week ago. Why wasn't he moving away from the door? Did he just want to confront me about the message and then leave? It took me the same amount of time to think about it. Oh right. Let's go outside, we can talk there. I closed the gap between us, but when I tried to open the door, he was immovable. His eyes zeroed in on me. Taylor? My breath caught in my throat when our eyes clashed. He was so close, and I was having a hard time telling myself that he's with someone. So you've missed me? He questioned, his eyes probing for more than just my answer. Shit, I hope I didn't cause him any trouble with Meg. Okay, maybe I wished a tiny bit of trouble for her. I'm sorry about the message. I didn't mean for it to. I found myself up against the wall before I even got to finish my sentence. If you didn't mean it, then why write it to begin with? His hand cupped my chin, his body close to mine as he hissed at me infuriated ly. Taylor was here, he really was here. My body was convulsing at the mere touch of his skin. I hyperventilated when the very smell of him hit me, hard. My sense of smell was at its peak, and I was endlessly hypnotized. I was out of breath, heady, and a few heartbeats away from fainting. I meant every word. Taylor hesitantly placed the side of his head next to mine, inhaling my scent before he whispered against my ear. What happened to Harry? There was a catch in his voice that spoke volumes. How did he expect me to respond when his hot breath was on my ear? It was impossible to form words and think coherently. I let out a soft moan when his lip grazed my earlobe. Brain, please think. I realized too late that you were the one I wanted to be with. When the tip of his tongue darted out and licked my lobe, I shivered from the burning heat. Oh fuck. I yelped at the sudden erotic contact. I've missed you every single day you weren't with me. Missed you every hour you weren't in my arms, every minute I couldn't hear your voice, and every second that I could not touch you. He breathed into me, his voice throaty, potent with emotion. When his lips sucked on my neck, I whimpered. "Please." Taylor pulled away and gazed down on me. His eyes poured over all of me as mine begged him. "If you choose to be with me, I demand to have your honesty, your utmost and unwavering loyalty, solid trust and hopefully your love. I hope to hear those words from you in the foreseeable future. If you can't give me all of these things, then we can't be together, Trista." Was he really going to give us a shot? After what I did? Tears filled my vision as I looked at him. "I don't deserve this chance with you, Taylor." His thumbs wiped my tears of joy away. "Maybe you do, maybe you don't." I was determined to move on and try to forget you. I couldn't believe that after all those days and nights when we were inseparable, that you could so easily choose him without thought. I had just gotten back together with Meg 2 days before you showed up. When you left my house, I was confused, but I tried to push it away from my thoughts. All of my efforts were for naught the second I opened the message. I knew I had to end things with Megan then. For 7 days, I was going back and forth rereading that text whenever I could. His lips brushed the side of my lip. "You've caught me." I inched my face to meet his lips. Just like that, we ignited each other into flames of passion. The kiss was demanding, painful, passionate, and mind-numbingly beautiful. There were not enough words to describe the celestial bliss this lovely, amazing, and uniquely divine creature brought out in me. Taylor's hands hastily untied my robe and hungrily sought out my breast. "Trista," he groaned against my lips while my hands fumbled with his jeans. "Promise me that you're only mine this time." I nodded, understanding the difficulty of his question, since I was body and soul Harry's when we first started off. I knew I would have no problem, from here on out, thinking only of him. Taylor had me. I was his and he was mine. "I promise you, this time I'm only ever yours." I barely pushed away his underwear before my hands desperately sought his manhood. My hand rejoiced at the hot silken feel of him. Taylor pushed me hard against the wall, making his thick cock hit against my stomach. His finger probed into me. "Spread your legs a little wider. I want to taste you." "Hell to the no. Later. Take me hard on the wall," I speedily said before I found my body pushed and lifted up as his cock slid perfectly inside me, his hard hot length demanding more. My body welcomed him. Each stroke brought out a cathartic euphoria. My nails dug into his back, deeply grazing it, as I possessively ran my hands down to his ass. We were both savages, like cats in heat, and no amount of heavenly stroking from his cock would be enough for either of us. "Hang on to me. I want to carry you to bed." Taylor's hands held my ass cheeks as my arms wrapped around his neck. He slowly lowered me down while his eyes worshipped me. The animalistic hunger we had just shared a second ago was now subdued to something else entirely. It was something absolute, complex, and without a doubt enigmatic as well as profoundly inescapable. Taylor's kiss sealed our fate. Just like destiny, it was simply and hopelessly unavoidable. Epilogue. Taylor. Griffith Park Observatory, Los Angeles. 3 months later. "I thought you said this place closed at 10 at night? Looks pretty deserted to me for 6 p.m. Trista observed as her eyes scanned the empty parking lot. "Need you comment on everything, woman?" I threw her an amused smile before gathering her close as we headed to our destination. I guided her towards the stairs that led to the second floor of the observatory. She looked more than beautiful tonight, and I couldn't be happier to have her in my life. She truly was a breath of fresh air. She was still feisty and was still unbearably crazy most times, but I adored her all the same. The Hellcat challenged me in all ways imaginable. Even our sex life was dominated by her demands, though that part one was more than ready to oblige. If she thought I was insatiable, then she was maniacally ravenous at any time of the day. We fought at times, but we agreed to not let the problems fester. We had to talk even if we were more than ready to just scratch each other's eyes out. Compromise. We learned it the hard way, but it was worth it. We were still learning as we went on. The best part about it was that we were both willing to do it together, for us to grow as a couple, as a whole. "Oh holy shit!" Trista exclaimed as she took in the setting before her. Candles were set up on the floor along with rose petals scattered throughout the room, which looked out over the city of Los Angeles. The cellist and the few violinists started to play atop the second-floor landing, Lost by Michael Bublé. "What's going on?" she shakily whispered, tears forming in her eyes. Seeing my vixen touched at my gesture, I was more than assured about our future together. "Happy 3-month anniversary, Trista." "You do this after 3 months?" "For you, yes." I gathered her in my arms as my eyes scanned her pretty face. "These past few months with you have been amazing. You've driven me mad with worry, blasted me with rejection after rejection in the very beginning, but here I am, in love with you more than I have ever loved anyone. You can always count on me to be there with you, to sit with you when you need someone close, to help you stand when you can barely make it. I'm here for you, to guide you, help you, protect you, but most of all, to share laughter and tears with you. I love you. I knew I did the moment you left me in Greece, and I'm letting you know now how much you truly mean to me. I'll never leave your side. For as long as you'll have me, I will always be here." God, why do you always do things that make me cry beautiful tears? She desperately kissed me before burning into my eyes. "I love you," she whispered, shaking her head. "I owe you so much, but you never ask for anything back. How could I not fall in love with you? Every day, I'm thankful for you. You were that light at the end of my dark tunnel, Taylor. I love you so fucking much. You have no idea how happy you've made me tonight. Hearing those words from you, after all this time, made everything worth it." "Sir, your dinner is ready." A man in uniformed attire interrupted us. "Dinner, my beautiful siren, awaits. I have a long agenda ahead of us tonight. You need all the sustenance you can consume." She went up on tiptoes and kissed me again. "I don't see any problems with that, boss." We still had a long way ahead of us, but love did have a way of healing the wounded. The broken ones are the bravest. The ones who love with pure unadulterated abandonment. I had found through Trista that these ones gave the best kind of love. The end. The Torn Series Order. Scornfully yours, Emma. Scornfully hers, Carter. Frayed, Trista. Blasphemous, Emma. Undeniably yours, Bass. Scorned, Lindsay. Fixated on you, Emma. Christmas with you. Unveiled, Lindsay. Crushed, Amber. Undeniably us, Bass. Carter Mason, TBA. www.pamelaannbooks.com/torn.html. The Guardian. A preview. When one is denied of something for so long, sometimes the best way to acquire it is through drastic measures. An heiress and a man set to take over her father's company. Arranged marriage with 2 stubborn and equally vindictive characters. Stifling sexual tension. A push and pull maddening, combustible chemistry. A war of words of love, thrusting them to the brink of insanity. Like oil mixing with water, one cannot drown the other. In the end, no one ever wins. 30. 1. Giselle. Are you sure you want to wear a wig? Vivian Woolf skeptically asked as she glanced at me, with her usually serene face now contorted with disapproval. She certainly had not liked my loony idea the moment it had hatched from my less than lucid mind. Yes, it's necessary. My heart raced as I studied my calm reflection in the brightly lit cosmetic mirror. Stripped of any artifice, my face flushed with a beautiful glow after the timely back-to-back facials I'd had for the past few days, making sure I was in my prime best for tonight. Nether region waxed bare, eyebrows groomed and tweaked, shaved and polished on every inch of my body. Yes, everything was as it should be. The plan on how to seduce the man I had designs on since the beginning of time materialized when I was 2 bottles deep into Dom Perignon. While Vivian and Blair busied themselves with swaying from one crush to the other, I remained resolute, beholden to one man, the unsmiling, all-serious Jared St. James. We were in Blair's bedroom in an adjacent vanity area, specifically for hair and makeup alone. It was lavishly decorated in pink, black and gold, the very portrayal of her personality, the bitchy princess. She wasn't royal, but she was every ounce of the pampered princess, all regal, snobbish, and anyone she deemed stupid would get a serious whiplash from her scathing remarks. She was the only girl of the infamous mogul Hank Rinaldi, who was recently outed by the media as having a bastard hidden in the background. That's the whole point. She has to look different, or he'd immediately recognize her. Blair Rinaldi irately remarked back at our friend. She'd been short-tempered lately after breaking up with the 23-year-old João Roberto, the hottest Brazilian man we had ever seen. She had stated she was too young to fall in love and at her blossoming stage. There was too much to experience in life to be caught up in a whirlwind romance and skew her fresh perspective of the future. Although her parents were still married, they lived in separate bedrooms, and her father wasn't particularly discreet with his mistresses. Her mother had drilled it into her head that no man was to be trusted. And I supposed her mother's wisdom reflected on how she treated the opposite sex, as if they were simply dispensable. And yet here was Blair, a week after breaking that man's heart, short-fused and desperately scouring for a rebound. Best friends since the age of 5, we were thick as thieves, sisters not by blood but a stronger bond that went over and beyond the normal call of friendship. Vivian and Blair had their fair share of going boy crazy, and through it all, I had been there standing guard, making sure their parents hadn't had a clue of the kind of mischief they were up to. Both women had their fun, and this time it was my turn. Little did they know what I had in mind. Oh, I could be naughty too. It just had to be with the right person. After years of being teased for being a good girl because I didn't want to date anyone else, the always designated, straight-A student and a certified sober bore was about to wander into the naughty world. One night was all I dreamt of, one night with him. Then I'd fully let go of this grand delusion of loving a man from afar. I honestly don't get why you have to put yourself through all this, Giselle. I'm sure you already know, but there's a sea of guys who'd die to have you in their life. Why can't you drop this idea of Jared? Aussie men are hot, I get the obsession, but there's so many of them out there, babe. You can get one who's chill and less intimidating. Besides, Jared's a little too old for you anyway, Vivian remarked. Vivian would never understand it. Though she wasn't prudish, she didn't like the idea of pursuing men. In her mind, it should be the other way around. We all love to be chased. I mean, who wouldn't? But my circumstances were different compared to theirs. While they lavished on young men's attention, as did I once in a while if they were cute and engaging enough, my attention had been held by one man and one man alone for as long as I could remember. Jared was the only male I had met who wasn't fascinated by my beauty. And since the man was worth billions, my father's riches didn't impress him either. My father, Peter Weber, was the world's top richest man. And Jared trailed closely behind him. The two were like father and son, but Jared never spared me a glance. He was always so reserved and only spoke when I politely addressed him, but he never went out of his way to converse with me. I suppose with the 9-year age gap in his mind, there wasn't much to discuss with me. I was more like my mother. Edna Weber had once been Miss Universe, a beauty queen from Brazil, and had caught my father's eye when he had been about to reach the pinnacle of his success. Though many would argue that she sought him for his riches, their relationship was built on love. I grew up knowing and feeling the love from both of my parents. Well, up until 3 years ago when my mother died from a throat surgery. My father had never been the same. The loss of my mother had taken a toll on him in every facet of his life. The once vibrant man now had his brightness dimmed with profound sorrow severely etched around his gaunt face. Before Mom died he had weekends off, but those days were long gone. These days, he spent every waking moment in his company, diligently going through new inventions and ensuring vast development progression in the evolving world of technology today. As much as I was in awe of my father, I wished he'd spare me some attention. It wasn't only him who had a gaping hole in his life, a massive void that couldn't be replaced. I lost her too. All at once I lost my mother, my best friend and my #1 cheerleader. And there wasn't a day that passed that I didn't mourn the loss of her. But she was gone, and there was nothing we could do about it. The only way we could remember her was to celebrate her kindness and cherish the beautiful memories she left behind. My father mourned in his own way. I wished that he'd seek me out so we could grieve her together. But Peter Weber wasn't the touchy-feely type. He wasn't severe, though he gave off that detached, hard-hearted kind of father. He loved me in his own way, the only way he knew how, by ensuring that I would want for nothing. Without his guidance and steady strength to help me through the toughest time of my life, I sought solace and comfort in my friends. Blair and Vivian helped me manage the loss of such a beautiful light in my world. My mother was truly a beautiful soul, and I missed her dearly. One of the things she taught me was to follow my dreams and to never stop fighting for what I believed in, and that's what I was willing to do tonight. So here I was, following my dreams, a dream that led me to Jared St. James. There was a deep sparkle in my eye, an unfettered burning in my soul, in every single fiber of my being, craving to be unleashed. I was ready to become unbidden and become the sensual woman who'd been longing to break barriers, metaphorically speaking and quite literally, the itsy-bitsy barrier in between my thighs. So what's the plan again? Vivian intently glanced at Blair and me. Her delicate features were accentuated with careful application of different highlighters. What if he shows up with that chick he's been seeing lately? What's the protocol on that? As much as I loved my friends, sometimes they give me so little credit. They should know that I wouldn't even take such a massive risk if there were a possibility of Jared having a woman in his life at the moment. He was quite the Lothario in a sense, but he stuck to one woman at a time for however long the relationship might be. Those women, they mattered not. She won't be there. Jared doesn't recycle past lovers. Giovanna was out the door the second she made that tabloid interview. How could you be so sure? Vivian gave me a sparing look as she scrutinized the inky black wig with condemnation. Because I know him. He hates being in the media. He keeps a low profile for a reason, and Giovanna blasted his personal business to the world. If my breakup timeline's right, he'll be on the prowl to replace her position. So in my book, he's been single for a week now. Vivian's pale blue eyes sparkled with amusement. Good God, you studied the poor guy. I hope he's worth all the trouble, Gi. Blair snickered before batting those long sooty lashes of hers. She loved to channel the modern-day Audrey Hepburn sans the gentle attitude. My friend was fierce through and through, and would never back down on a good verbal sparring with anyone. He's far from poor, but yeah, you can't fault Giselle for plotting this perfectly. I do hope you can tame the beast. I was devious and cunning, but only when I needed something accomplished. And tonight, my sights were on the man I had yearned for years now. All I need is one night, then I can begin living my life. One night. In his arms. No strings attached. Purely all-out delicious sex. One night of a desperate attempt to temporarily possess something that wasn't mine to hold. But somehow, I felt it was Jared's sole right to take away my virginity before I began dating men my own age. A sexual passage to womanhood, if you will. It was mad, understandably so, but it was how I felt. Tonight was Hank Rinaldi's 60th birthday, and the creme de la creme of Silicon Valley was going to be in attendance, including Jared. The second Blair had given me the green light that Jared's secretary had accepted the invitation, my plan had begun to unfold. My father was invited as well, but ever since my mother's tragic demise, he didn't deem it appropriate to attend parties without his dear Edna by his side. I had tried to coax my father out of his mourning, but each time I tried, I ended up getting yelled at, and he'd unnecessarily avoid me for weeks on end, giving me the cold shoulder for what he claimed was disrespecting my mother's memories by subjecting him to circumstances that he wasn't ready to partake in. As a result, whenever I was in his presence, I felt like I was tiptoeing on eggshells, making sure I wasn't going to keep offending him. It was a tedious dance, but it was the only way I could have a relationship with him. And I'd rather get the scraps of my father's attention than never having it at all. Even if he had drastically changed, I wasn't going to abandon him. He was my father, and I loved him through thick and thin. He had recently offered to purchase my own place, but I felt it was his own way of telling me he wanted more privacy, so I immediately rejected his offer. We barely saw each other living in the same house. If I moved out, I knew I'd never see him for ages. I didn't want to be one of those rich kids who was required to make an appointment to see their fathers. Vivian and Blair had done it their entire lives, and I knew how miserable that could be. I still believed, even after 3 years, that he would eventually get past the grief and become interested in me again. After all, we only had each other in this world. He wouldn't fully abandon his only daughter. He couldn't be that heartless. Earth to Giselle? Blair snapped her fingers before my face, breaking me out of my reverie. I rapidly blinked as I pushed my thoughts aside before blankly staring at her. Sorry, what? Blair's long nude lacquered fingertips brushed through the wig's silky hair as she frowned at me. I said, do you want to put on the contacts or the wig first? Let's do the hair. It seemed it'd be trickiest to apply. Jared preferred dark-haired women. It was a known fact to whoever knew him. He dated a few redheads and a string of blondes, but brunettes he favored the most. My vivid gray eyes would be blue tonight. My blonde tresses would be hidden under a wavy mass of black hair. I intended to seduce, and I had to make do with whatever arsenal I could enhance. Vivian and I had merely arrived here 30 minutes ago. Blair was already made up, hair majestically piled over her delicate head, subtle makeup accented with her favorite Chanel Coco Rouge lipstick. Her mother's glam squad had to tend to her first before they scuttled to beautify Mrs. Wolf. While I concentrated on painting my face, and with Blair extremely focused on getting the wig to snugly fit around my head, I watched Vivian from the mirror's reflection as she slipped into her champagne pink beaded gown. She shimmied her hips as she slid the tight-fitting designer frock over her toned, lithe body. Do you want me to zip you up? I paused in between my contouring application as I blinked at her thoughtfully. I'm good. I need to breathe for a moment. She shrugged before glancing over at me with that massive grin of hers. My hellish mother got me a size 0, even though she knows I'm a 2. She's being her usual vindictive self, 'cause I'm not willing to starve to please her. God, she can be so evil. Her French mother, Marguerite Wolfe, had a strict rule in her household: consuming fat was a sin. If you weren't a size 0, you were considered obese. She and Vivian fought constantly. And quite frankly, I couldn't blame my best friend's resentment towards her mother's severe treatment. She even went as far as making sure her little twin sisters were under a strict vegan diet. They were barely 3 years old. What mother would put a rigorous diet on these babies when they needed nutrition during fundamental years? Marguerite was a hard pill to swallow. She made Blair's mother's unfeeling, nonchalant demeanor seem warm. Sorry, doll, but if she were my mother, I'd have disowned her the second I slipped out of that frozen vagina incubator of hers. Blair wasn't one to hide her contempt when it came to Marguerite. I tended to keep my disdain lowered down a notch, since it was still her mother after all. If my mother had you as her daughter, she would have granted you whatever you wished 'cause you're terrifying as hell. Vivian chortled. I can so totally picture you hauling all of her haute couture from her favorite fashion houses, dousing it with gasoline, and making a bonfire out of it on the lawn to prove a point. We all laughed because Blair was one crazy biatch. There was a reason girls in our high school didn't want to cross her. She'd go above and beyond to make your life hell, and quite frankly, who needed a real breathing live experience of Georgina George in their lives? They knew better too, so that was why everyone bowed or cowered to Blair. The woman never went down without a hard fight. Delicate she might seem to be, but she wouldn't hold back before launching herself, sharpened claws and all, and give her opponent a free facial reconstruction. She was lethal in all aspects vital to bringing an enemy down. We had graduated last week, and the three of us would be spending our summer on the French Riviera with Ethan Rinaldi, Blair's brother, as our chaperone. Vivian's grandfather owned this gargantuan super yacht, and we were all looking forward to a fun-filled break lounging and partying before going to Stanford. Tonight would culminate letting go of the old me and my unhealthy obsession of Jared. Once I'd accomplished bumping uglies with his truly, I was setting myself free so I could engage in a normal, healthy two-way relationship. So yes, this was a quintessential step to get where I needed to be in life. Like a stepping stone, if you will, but with a penis involved. Tonight, I was supposed to be a 25-year-old socialite who'd recently come back from South Africa after doing charity work for her father's foundation. That was all I knew, and I supposed I simply had to improvise the rest, ensuring Jared would bite the bait I'd cast. Although I had no first-hand experience in the art of seduction, I had seen enough movies, read enough smut, to figure out how to catch a man's attention. Tonight was my night. No matter what happened next, I was going to get Jared to notice me. 31. 2. Giselle. I'd whistle if I knew how to, Vivian remarked, pale blue eyes roving over me with approval. You look like one of those Bond girls, a sexy smoking gun with a lot of spunk. Blair giggled as she roved her dark eyes over my face, pleased with the results. We've done a great job. The contouring's superb, babe. Your ultra-defined cheekbones and nose altered your entire face. The lip trick sure makes your already plump lips have a definite edge to them. Exotic. It was the first thing that emerged from my mind the moment all the finishing touches were in place. There was no trace of Giselle Weber. My eyes were heavily rimmed with kohl. The facial contouring profoundly altered my features. It sharpened them. I could easily pass as Russian or Brazilian. Long thick fake lashes. My lids were heavily painted metallic black. The black on black made my now blue eyes glaringly pop out. It was the first thing one would immediately notice, a first thing they'd be instantly drawn to. Sensual blue eyes. They beckoned. They seared, a glance of lust, a promise of a wild night ahead. Yes. This is definitely the look that will get his juices flowing down south. Good luck with Mission Penis du jour tonight, Blair teased as she brushed over the long voluminous tresses that stopped 5 inches below my shoulders. Don't act innocent. Men like Jared will run the other way if he senses you're not experienced. I knew him. He liked his women skilled, but I like to refer to them as seasoned. I'd have expected with someone with Jared's IQ, it'd be about a woman's intellect. Unfortunately, that was not the case. He was wired like the rest of the hot-blooded males, letting their mini-me's dictate their choice of mate. He dated movie stars, models, divorcees, teachers and lawyers, but never a college student. The youngest he had dated was a 25-year-old. 2 years younger than him. But somehow, he didn't have a specific age preference for older women. He even dated a 40-year-old once. A hot 40-year-old knockout. Nevertheless, his tastes fell along the lines of pain and pleasure and hot and the furious. Giovanna had attested to as much in the article, and the seasoned women preferred it too, or so it seemed. Seeing that the first part of the plan was already done, the whole thing became daunting all of a sudden. A hollow knot began to form in the pit of my stomach, making me feel restless and anxious. It was silly really, since I'd wanted this for so long, but now that the wheels were beginning to turn, I was a bit perplexed. As much as I thrived on positivity, this could easily become a disaster. What if he wouldn't be able to fit? The furthest I'd gotten with a guy was second base, and I doubted fondling breasts counted, not in the league of Jared's sexual prowess anyway. I evoked a soft sigh, anxiously eyeing my friends. Did it hurt? I mean that first time? Vivian thoughtfully gazed at me before pausing, seeming as though she was recalling that specific memory to mind. It didn't hurt, though it was uncomfortable for a bit. Blair snickered. I was desperate. Desperation doesn't hurt, I can tell you that much. To this day, she would never confess who the mystery man was. She came back one summer and announced she lost her V-card sailing somewhere in the Mediterranean. She quickly glanced at her vanity watch before reverting her gaze back to us. You have to go down first. Viv and I will follow in 30 minutes, give or take. We have to be mindful so people won't recognize you. The last thing we need is for him to hear you're Giselle. That's all he needs to hear, and his balls will shrivel. We all cackled at the image she painted of Jared. Everyone who was important in Silicon Valley was here tonight in Hank Rinaldi's palatial home in Atherton. There were 3 stairways in this household, one for the servants to use, one for the family, and one for the public, merely for show, rarely used because Mrs. Rinaldi would have a heart attack if she spotted an outline of a footprint anywhere on her sleek polished marble. Taking the usual route via the second stairs, I slowly descended, as I nervously skittered towards the rarely used passage leading to the garden. While I hadn't run into any guests, I did, however, pass by a lot of the catering folks. Relieved beyond comprehension, I took a moment, pausing just to recoup and recharge. My heart hammering against my chest did little to ease my tension. Drat. Get it together, I breathed out before resuming my steps until a voice halted me. Well, look at you, a familiar voice came out of nowhere, blocking me from continuing down the long, mirrored corridor. The mystery person skirted my tensed figure, stopping right before my face. Dark eyes sparkled with mischief and whatever else I cared not to name. This wasn't the playboy I intended to secure attention with. Move out my way, I gritted through my clenched teeth, earnestly trying not to show my irritation. Giselle. Wyatt, Blair's oldest brother, wickedly smirked before making a long winding whistle, enthusiastically checking me from head to foot. You're wow, he whistled again in disbelief. Just fucking wow. His eyes brightened with each word spoken. Typical reaction coming from this man. Oh, do shut up already, Wyatt. I'm wasting precious time conversing with him when Jared had most likely arrived. The man was never late. The party started 5 minutes ago, so he was out there somewhere, and I'd skin Wyatt alive if Jared was already targeted by some woman who'd want to be next on his list. Let's face it, women used such events to snag their next trophy husband. The competition was stiff, and I'd rather not get beaten at my own game. Make sure to stay out of my father's line of sight. I don't like to see him as competition. You, that's sick. I gagged, sticking my tongue out and all. I recoiled at the thought of Hank Rinaldi's slithering eyes on me. He already had 3 mistresses. Surely, a man could be satisfied with his mini harem. He cheekily winked at me, appearing not appalled at his father's indiscretions. He won't know who you are, so he might get a little jiggy with it. That's not funny. Not one little bit. How the hell did you know it's me, anyway? I chose dark makeup specifically to transform my features. How in the world did Wyatt figure it out? Surely, with Jared's sharp keenness on things, he'd immediately know too. That was not good. Knowing such a fact made my hesitation skyrocket to obscene levels. Oh honey, that perfume gave you away. His eyes sparkled, consuming me slowly. As you know, that night left me wanting. You've scarred me for life. No woman compares in my eyes. My eyes bulged out as I looked around, hoping no one was using this scarcely used side entrance. Oh shush. Your sister will hear you, and if she finds out, I'm going to tear you limb from limb. The breast fondling thing? Yeah, it happened with this man. Unfortunately. It was one drunken mistake, and to this day, he wouldn't stop pursuing me for another impromptu rendezvous. My outburst didn't dissuade him from gazing at me strangely. What are you doing? His face perked up, sensing something peculiar. You went to great lengths to transform yourself, None of your damn business. His hand loosely took hold of my arm, as if daring me to look him straight in the eye. I'm serious, Gi, he murmured, slowly closing in on me. So am I. Damn you, Wyatt Rinaldi. He wouldn't let me off the hook. He was too curious for his own good. Wait. Something flickered in his eyes before he cocked his head to the side. When his gaze landed on me again, I just knew he realized what I was doing here tonight. Oh no. Giselle, you bad girl. Shut it down, Wyatt. The man knew me too well. He immediately figured out my motives, without needing confirmation from me. My horrified, stricken expression said it all. But he's too old for you. 27 is not old. Yeah, but the man has sophisticated tastes, and you're a knockout babe, but you lack experience. You'll bore him within minutes. Maybe even seconds. Thanks for the vote of confidence, asshat. His words cut through me. Although I knew it wasn't his intention, it still affected me greatly. It's quite rude of you to say that. Wyatt's face softened as he used his forefinger to lift my chin. I care about you. That's why I'm willing to make myself a sacrificial lamb, so you can gain experience from yours truly. Although his demeanor was playful, I also knew he meant every word. Not happening, ever. He'd been attempting to get into my pants ever since I turned 15. Nothing had changed since then. It was not as though he wasn't busy sifting through one socialite after the other. He was just a flirt, a pervert of epic proportions. How you pierce my heart, Giselle. He feigned hurt with a ridiculous pout. My patience was running thin. Move. I have a man to engage and seduce for the night. All right. He held up his hand. The offer's on the table. Anytime. I'm only 10 houses down. Visit me anytime. He finally let me go. Be careful, Gi. He wasn't dubbed Voracious Beast for nothing. Bye, Wyatt. I huffed out, somewhat infuriated as I continued on. Don't let him eat you out for your own sake, he threw out for extra intimidation. I flicked a finger as I strutted the hallway. His laughter echoed as I reached the double doors and strolled towards the opposite side of the garden. "I'd bore Jared?" Wyatt's words rung in my ears. As Giselle, it was a given. But as Lexi Ann, boring wouldn't be in his dictionary tonight. Taking a deep steady breath, I hovered in the background. It gave me a great vantage point to see the throng of people from the back, mingling and drinking to their heart's content. Hank Rinaldi would show himself 5 minutes before dinner was set to serve. I would be sharing Jared's table, along with 6 other people. Jared St. James, as expected, had arrived and was now circling the crowd of CFOs and CEOs. As my father's second-in-command, Jared knew the lot. I took a moment to appreciate him. The ache still thrived, but this time it was mixed with exhilaration. Seeing him smiling and seeming so in control of himself made me a little faint. My heart skittered. Breathless and out of sorts, the list of things this man made me feel was rather long. For years, I had pretended he didn't affect me as much. On the occasion that my father invited him for dinner, I'd sit right across him and pretend my heart wasn't thumping loudly against my ribs. Blair made sure I'd be seated to his left since his right was reserved for his +1. But basing from what I had seen, no woman hung off his arm as I had predicted. Straightening my Dior black satin mini dress, I quickly gazed down to check that my sparkling stilettos were properly in place. My black painted toenails glinted back at me, my long tone stems tanned and aglow. "He's here. You're ready. Go get your man." Strutting through the pathway that was specifically set up on the manicured lawn, I stood a good 10 feet away, eyes honed on one man, brazenly appreciating him without an ounce of decorum. While the guests milled and conversed, a few admiring looks came my way, but I didn't budge my unwavering stare. I was on a mission, and getting distracted wasn't part of the plan. It was as if I summoned him, or maybe he felt the weight of my stare, because the man cocked his head to the side, intense cerulean blues boring into mine with great magnitude. The men he was surrounded by continued their conversations. He managed to continue the flow of conversation without looking away. His eyes remained unglued as our gazes locked and battled. My insides curled and twisted with immense apprehension and excitement. Despite managing to get his attention, his unreadable face made it difficult to know what the man truly was thinking. As the seconds ticked by, my confidence was being flayed layer upon layer. The intensity of his eyes made me feel faint. My breathing hitched. My confined breasts ached. My body involuntarily reacted to him in the most primal manner, and I knew then I truly was swimming in shark-infested waters. No, this wasn't a kiddie pool. This man would devour me, no holds barred. Blushing and beyond disconcerted, I hesitantly looked away, as if needing a reprieve. When I directed my sight towards where he stood, I saw my enigma continued gawking. My heart ricocheted. It teetered. Galloped. It skyrocketed to nirvana and to hell, and everything in between. Disconcerted as uncertainty filled me, I hastily broke contact and began making my way towards my designated table. Since most people weren't seated yet, I gathered my bearings as I stood behind my assigned seat, before glancing over to where Hank and Josephine were making their way into his party. Wyatt, Ethan, and Blair hovered close to them. Vivian was kept glancing about the crowd, as Ethan whispered something in her ear. While I trying to decipher what Ethan was telling my friend, I felt someone right behind me, making me stiffen, standing ramrod straight, as my capability to breathe had all but left me. Business or pleasure? His distinctive deep toe-curling thong-drenching, heart-attack-inducing voice hotly grazed the back of my neck. His Australian accent more pronounced than before. Hail mother of insanity! I gulped air, and whatever was left of my rationality and lucidity, I surrendered them all, in one hefty succession. It took every ounce in me not to shudder in ecstasy. I willed myself to remain blasé, unperturbed by his close proximity. Without daring to spin on my heels and face my kryptonite, in fear I'd hyperventilate to a full-blown heart attack, I appeared calm, unhurried as I silently basked in his presence. His sheer masculinity permeated the air, even though he was a hair's breadth away from touching me. As steadily as I could muster, I responded, "Pleasure." He leaned forward, and I had to bite back the urge to moan as his lips brushed against my lobe. "What do you do for pleasure?" His hot breath teased my diminishing resolve. And it just dawned on me, if I relented right this instant without baiting him further, he might disengage and find someone else with more challenge in them. So with that thought in mind, I knew this flirty banter had to last longer if I craved to have him tonight. "Is this how you seduce women to your bed?" I snickered, feeling quite wicked. "You tell me," he responded huskily, amused. "Is it working?" Still deciding? The heady rush of seducing the man of my dreams thrilled me like no other. Gradually my nerves eased a little, so I wasn't a basket case. We were interrupted when it was announced for the guests to take their designated seats. Jared, like a true playboy and a gentleman put together, pulled out my chair, ensuring I was seated first before taking his right next to me. The candlelit affair was as intimate as it was gorgeous. Mrs. Rinaldi sure knew how to throw one lavish soiree. My eyes properly took in the scene just as Hank and Josephine Rinaldi began thanking their guests for coming on his special night. "Where's your +1?" he murmured faintly enough for our newly seated guests not to catch on. My brow arched as I cocked my head to him, amused. "Where's yours?" "I guess that makes us both single." He threw me a sexy devilish smile, making my heart palpitate for a good second. I suppressed the crazy need to roll my eyes as I lightly chuckled at his not-so-subtle innuendos. "What do you do apart from flirting with strangers?" The flow of conversation between us was great, and just when I was starting to come out of my shell, I saw Wyatt wink at me 5 tables to my right. Fuck. I nervously looked away. "I'm going to skin him alive," I silently swore, before I diverted my attention to a more pleasing subject. "Oh, I do plenty," the man uttered just as the waitstaff began to serve or refill our alcoholic beverages. Once Jared took hold of his cognac, powerful blue eyes held me hostage. "I only flirt when something pleases me." God, if only I could devour him right this instant, I wouldn't hold back. How was it possible to want and crave someone I had barely touched? "What pleased you tonight?" He leaned closer to my ear before divulging his secret. "I'm looking at her," he succinctly stated. I made a coquettish smile while my heart galloped against my chest. "You're skilled in making a woman blush." "My skills are legendary." Sending him a scrutinizing look, I took the provocative route. "Care to elaborate on those skills of yours?" His eyes glinted, the candle's reflection dancing before his arresting face. If I give my secret away, then they wouldn't be legendary any longer, now would they? His eyes lingered on my lips as he spoke. I'm more of a direct approach, hands-on kind of man. My hands are my weapon. My head the mastermind. It thrives on new ideas, eager to thrust for new experiences, and enthused in exploring wicked thrills. Its inventive pursuits are relentless, utterly ruthless. My throat dried. We both knew he wasn't referring to his head, but his notoriously legendary penile pursuits. My body flashed hot and cold, unsure if I should ask him to relieve me of my unbidden thoughts or to run the other way as far as I could. My riotous emotions were unnerving. But there was no mistaking how much I longed for his touch. One hasty look at his handsome face, and all doubt left my mind. Since his words were loaded with sexual innuendos, I resorted to safer subjects such as world hunger, just to diffuse the escalating carnal tension between us. There was no question I needed a break to reboot my wavering confidence. I still intended to walk into the lion's den, so to speak. But before I did so, I'd need to load my system with hefty amounts of alcohol. Losing one's virginity was a terrifying ordeal. And after witnessing the animalistic glint in his depths, I knew he might not be gentle. Unless I beg him to be, my mind countered, planting an alternative. Throughout the 5-course meal, our conversations were enlightening. For a moment, I wondered if he altogether dropped his sexual intentions with me, since he stopped leaning close and whispering into my ear. In between courses, he actually excused himself to speak to someone, a couple, but the woman seemed too flirty for anyone's comfort. So, while he was engrossed in conversing with someone, I quickly darted my eyes towards my friends, and I was greeted with thumbs up. Upon returning to the table, Jared and I carried on in a friendly manner. Powerful men came and went from our table as they whispered into his ear, some congratulating him, some desiring to do business with him. As my father's top person, Jared's ideas had navigated the company to new territories. He was brilliant, and although his ingenious mind was impressive, I simply wanted him, without the accolades, the fame and fortune. As dinner drew to a close, the string quartet upped their momentum. I was just about to mention something hilarious to him when his forefinger lightly touched my arm, sending goosebumps, fireworks, and exploding stars, causing an electrically charged supernova to burst into my system, engulfing my body in flames, liquefying my insides as it sent a tingling sensation in between my legs. Damn, his touch already felt insane. I couldn't fathom what sex with him would be like. Good God, I'd most likely convulse and die on the spot. I was going to be royally screwed, I just knew it. Dance with me. Not yet. I needed more time to prepare me for his holy vaginal exorcism. I knew how he worked, I'd seen it a few times. He used the closeness of dancing to make you hyper-aware of him. By the time the song ended, you'd be a hyperventilating mess, going absolutely gaga over him. I'd be one of those too. That was why it was safer to decline his go-to, slow dismantling tactics. So you can slowly and excruciatingly disarm me? I'll pass. A show-stopping smile appeared on his lips. His eyes sparkled. Feral and dangerous, as if I had baited him with a good challenge. Good. I need him hungry. Very hungry. Ravenous to the point of madness. His frame fully faced me, so I pivoted my body, slanting towards him. There was no mistaking how much he desired me. His eyes did all the talking, and boy did they strip me bare. They were explicit in their exploration, and even if I was in my dressed state, I already felt naked before him, ready for the taking. Through those magnetic blues, he slowly disarmed me inch by inch until my reservations were non-existent. It was time to cast the bait. My hand caressed his jawline before I leaned in, making sure my thigh nudged his member, and whispered, "Maybe I'm not all that interested." I made a coy smile before sipping on my champagne. I waited a beat or two before timidly rising from my seat and exiting the tent, then beginning to stroll in the opposite direction, towards the vast dimly lit garden. The moon was high, and it highlighted my path. I had grown up in this house too. I knew every inch, nook and cranny the grounds had. And just as I concocted, the perfect spot was a few more minutes away. It was a good enough distance not to be disturbed. The party could be faintly heard from a distance, but it wasn't loud enough to drown out any sounds if there was someone heading in this direction. The koi pond had a mini waterfall surrounded by cherry trees. It was one of my favorite places growing up, so much so that my father actually began planting the trees on our estate too. I'd used to dress in my princess attire, custom armed with my magic wand as I played pretend in my cherry kingdom. But alas, tonight wasn't about playing pretend. Well, in a manner, it was, since I wasn't forthcoming about my real identity. But nevertheless, it didn't make the situation less nerve-wracking. If Jared were truly interested, then he'd have followed me. So I waited. facing the pond as I stood, gaping at the moonlit sky above, silently praying to grant me this wish. In less than 2 minutes, the loose gravel surrounding the pond crunched underneath his shoes. I felt his presence approaching me from behind. There was a hesitation, a pause, as if he was waiting for me to say something, but when none came, his body engulfed me, pulling me against his solid frame. I closed my eyes and shuddered, savoring every second of being with him. He didn't say a word. But I felt his lips behind my neck before his emboldened hand smoothed over my silk dress, reaching between my thighs and cupping my mound over my dress. "You are such a tease," he growled into my ear as his possessive hand curved harder into my groin, making me gasp and pant for air. When his lips nipped my skin, my eyes rolled to the back of my head, moaning as I pressed my bottom against his hardness. "You seem to like being teased." Desperately eager to match his hunger, I was heady as his hands and lips traveled my body, cupping, squeezing, teasing me to the point of oblivion. The need in my loins grew, and when I couldn't hold back any longer, I brazenly spun around to face my seducer. Gradually backing towards a tree, I coquettishly lifted my dress slightly, inviting him to come and join me. "You're breathtaking," he hungrily stated, as his eyes roved over my figure, absolutely ravenous. As if he couldn't hold it any longer, he sat on his heels. Greedy hands began to lift my long dress, before his fingers brushed the insides of my thighs. Wantonly out of my mind, I hastily shifted to spread my legs farther apart for his convenience. He groaned appreciatively when he felt how much he affected me. He pressed my body against the tree, slanting me at an angle before he lowered, leveling himself in my wet crevice. He let out a guttural moan when he breathed in my arousal before his tongue stuck out and tasted me. My knees buckled from the first lick. Jesus! He was amazing. I was drunk, horny as hell, so it didn't take a lot of tongue coaxing to throw my inhibitions aside. Looking down on him lapping up my womanhood, I was a quivering mess as I came on his tongue several times. He didn't relent, as he stuck a finger in me. "So tight my finger barely fits," he ardently hissed with unconcealed hunger. Oh shit. It was almost time. Hopefully, I wouldn't scream like someone was trying to murder me. A sheen of sweat coated my body, as I nervously tried to relax while Jared prodded my untried hole. "It's been a long time since my last, a few years actually. Does it not please you? Does it not please me? You have no idea," he groaned, "bloody hell, you're such a fucking tease." He nipped my clit, before slowly getting up to slide the thin silk straps off my shoulder. Feral eyes devoured my breasts before he dipped his head, capturing a nipple into his mouth while his hand tugged and pulled at the other. "I didn't bring a condom with me," he huffed out against my nipple, while his hardness rubbed against the side of my thigh. "I have a room in Four Seasons. Come with me. Let me show you what I can do to this tight body." "Yes. Oh God, yes." Unzipping, he immediately produced his impressive size. His hand led my mind towards his manhood. "Touch me," he hoarsely commanded as he wrapped my hand around his incredibly engorged length. I almost fainted on the spot. My hand could barely grip him. I gulped, perplexed and terrified at the daunting prospect of having this mammoth size impale me sometime tonight. My ministration over his silky pole took some time to get used to. Tentatively, I stroked him, sliding my hand up and down his swollen shaft. He let out a guttural sound as he savored what my hand was doing to him. "Christ, we ought to leave now. I need you naked, spread-eagled on my bed, my lips, fingers and cock feasting on this luscious body all night long." But instead of leaving for the hotel, his lips found my breast again. He began to knead while kissing my neck. With my hand gripping him, he led it towards my parted thighs, rubbing his cockhead against my entrance, faintly piercing it but not. "Fuck, you feel magnificent, and I'm not even inside you yet," he roughly croaked out in wonderment. His prodding hadn't halted. It only intensified. His cockhead pried my entrance, stretching it open to accommodate his girth before pulling back slightly. "Squeeze it harder," he harshly grated out. "Don't let go until I tell you to release me." Christ. Bloody fucking hell, Lexi. I was a shuddering mess, but I couldn't stop him. I wanted him just as much, and even though I was beyond nervous, as crazy as it sounded, it somehow felt right to be with him. "Are you safe?" He buried his head in my neck, biting and kissing with urgency. "Safe. I am." I wasn't on a pill, but Blair had made sure I had Plan B in my purse. I supposed I was so consumed by mentally preparing myself to go through the process that I'd forgotten one important tidbit. Just as my train of thought finished, Jared propelled his cock inside of my passage. The pain I felt earlier was nothing compared to the debilitating pinpricks spreading in my vagina. My fingers dug into him as I tried to stifle the sting that ricocheted through me. I gasped. I reeled. I recoiled from the ungodly pain sawing through me. Jesus, is that a dick or a fucking submarine thrusting inside me? "You feel fucking divine, simply and utterly sublime, Lexi," Jared groaned, shuddering in ultimate pleasure. "Are you ready to take all of me?" he dauntingly asked in a way that entailed he was about to go ham, and he was trying his damnedest to restrain himself. I gulped. "All of him?" Abort, mission abort. My mind rattled. My body reeled at the thought. His cock literally planned to murder me. I could scarcely breathe, and he was barely halfway. Yeah, all the way meant pussy carnage. "Be gentle, please." "It's been years," I begged, shivering as felt him nod against my neck. He took me at a measured pace, but no matter how much he tried to slide deeper, my body was too wounded tight to accommodate him. Jared waited for my body began to relax, until he hastened his speed. Pain and pleasure entwined, neither distinguishable from the other, as he rapaciously thrust with deathly savage precision. I screamed his name as my body seized while my first orgasm washed over my body. My vaginal muscles tightened around his girth as I rode my release. Wave after wave, it spread through me. Jared was close behind. He harshly bit into my neck, as if stopping himself from screaming as he bathed my newly broken canal with his seed. "I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't hurt you. I lost control when I felt you squeezing me tight. I had to have you right then and there. I lost control, which is unprecedented in itself." He nipped my neck, kissing my jawline before gathering his breath. "I'll make it up to you tonight. I promise." The man had kissed me in my most intimate parts, but never my lips. He was quite careful too. "Let's clean up, then we'll leave." Holding him close, I knew after this rendezvous, going to his hotel where he could easily pull hair during sex would put me in a very dangerous territory. But instead of rejecting his offer, I beamed at him, as if everything was simply dandy. 15 minutes. I'll meet you at the valet." He nipped my neck before biting into it. "Don't make me wait. I already need you again." We strode with his hand around my hips. We parted just before the clearing. He was a few paces in when someone flagged him, needing his attention over something business-related. I stood there for a moment, knowing that even though my wish had been granted, the anguish that would soon follow in trying to move on while tonight's memories were fresh in my mind would be a brutal process. But such was life. And I had to make do with what I was dealt, and that was never knowing what it would be like to be truly with him, without needing to pretend to be someone else. With a heavy heart, I hastily went upstairs via the servants' passageway into Blair's bedroom, and immediately took my mini dress off and washed my achy throbbing bits. There were minuscule traces of blood, but it was faint and not gory. Thank goodness. I didn't want to impart a lasting impression with him, believing I was on my period. It was a ghastly thought. Once freshened up, I scampered to change into a long pink chiffon gown. I then rummaged for a makeup towelette, swiftly smearing and wiping off my dark-hued makeup. Carefully, I coaxed the fake lashes off with an oil-based solution. Finally, the uncomfortable colored lenses came next. It took 3 minutes to successfully wipe any traces of Lexi away. My face bare, I made sure to reapply foundation, a few swipes of mascara, a dewy cheek tint, and lip gloss. Lastly, I slipped off the wig before I flipped my hair over and made a light, tussling gesture to give it a little depth. I then teased it with setting spray, giving it volume and body. Coming downstairs, I was a few steps away from the foyer when Blair caught sight of me and instantly broke her conversation from someone before hurriedly coming towards me. Vivian magically came out of nowhere too. They had obviously been on the lookout as they waited for me to make an appearance. Vivian spoke first. "He's been waiting outside." "Why's that?" "I told him to wait for me, Lexi did. He invited me to his room at the Four Seasons." My eyes averted to the entrance, guilt washing over me, as I wondered if I made the right decision of not indulging in another romp with him. Should I go say hi? Vivian paled at my suggestion. "Are you crazy? What if he recognizes that it was you, fucking him dirty at the pond?" I just wanted to see him off for the last time. God knew when it would be until I saw him next. We won't know unless we test it, right? My decision was set. "You're insane," Blair blurted out, wickedly grinning. "That I am, my dearest friends, that I am," I murmured as I strode towards the foyer. They had a grand entrance reminiscent of Versailles in the designer's mind. The moment I spotted him, my heart lurched then ached in a span of a minute. It had been over 15 minutes and yet he was here still, waiting. It was so out of character for him to wait for anyone at all. I supposed Lexi had made quite an impression then. "Jared." "Hi," I called out to him as I descended the steps. The love of my life spun to see who was calling his name. His eyes lingered on me as I approached him. With the way I was sauntering, one wouldn't guess the inferno in my crotch. But I had a performance to finish. The inferno could wait to be doused later. He and I never did the customary cheek-on-cheek kiss, so I stood a good 3 feet away. "Giselle, good evening. Always good to see you." His eyes quickly noted my dress. There was no spark in his eyes, not the way he had eyed Lexi tonight. There was no feral hunger. He simply eyed me like one would if they saw something unimpressive and unappealing to their sight. The vast difference was striking. And as much as it pained me to admit it, my chances with him as Giselle were never going to be more than nil. Might as well bury it now before I continued my hopeless quest. His black Aston Martin DB11 drove up, and the valet attendant rounded the car to hand him the keys. Jared graciously thanked him after giving him a $100 bill. "You're not leaving already, are you?" I mustered enough enthusiasm to faintly smile at him. He distractedly glanced at his watch. "I'm waiting on my date to come out, then we'll leave for the night. It's been a long day, and I have to oversee the new project your dad and I have been working on tomorrow." He wasn't all that exhausted to commit to a fuckfest all night long though. Shifting my stance, I cleared my throat as I longingly regarded the gorgeous man before me. "How is he?" "Papa, I mean. He hasn't been home and each time I call, he doesn't pick up." Something crossed his face. "He's been busy, we both have been. Do you want me to tell him to call you?" "No." I vehemently shook my head. "I'll tell him to take care and that I miss him though, will you?" "I will." He nodded, staring at me for a moment before catching himself. He shrugged as if dispelling a horrid thought. "You can go to the headquarters and see him yourself, you know." I doubt he'd be pleased. I get how eccentric he can be when he's on the verge of completion. I'll let him be the great genius that he is." He glanced at his watch again before blowing out a slow breath, his patience evidently running thin. "Where's your date?" Pressing his lips, he shrugged, clearly perturbed. "I have no idea." I could have stood there, staring at him until he left. But I'd done it so much over the years, that ogling him like a morsel, with people milling around, clearly was out of the question. "Well, it's good seeing you, Jared. Have a good evening." "You too, Giselle." Walking away from him then shattered something inside me. He was waiting for Lexi, who would never show up again. The only reminder I'd have of tonight was the memories and the epic soreness in between my thighs. Apart from that, it was as if it had never happened, it had never existed. Like an aberration. A momentary relapse that would eventually be forgotten. 32. 3. Giselle. We were basking in the bright sun, sunbathing on the vast white glossy deck after enjoying a hearty lunch consisting of jambon beurre, roasted chicken, pasta niçoise, classic croquet monsieur, green salad, strawberry crepes, lemon macarons, an endless supply of rosé champagne, and finishing off with a tasty grand cheese board. We were marooned off the coast of the French Riviera, a little off Monaco, before sailing towards Capri, then Sicily to Malta and Corfu to Croatia, then to the Greek islands before rerouting back to the French Riviera. Some of these places we'd be staying for a day or two, and then we'd be off to the next destination. "He does, doesn't he?" Vivian breathlessly gushed before directing her gaze towards the junior deckhand, one level below us. He was guiding Ethan, Blair's brother, to his jet ski. "I say, hop on it, babe. High time you indulge in summer flings, if you're not against going for the help, that is." Him being a deckhand took no part in my hesitancy. I wasn't a snob. I didn't value people through their net worth. It's freaky, but then again, Giselle might find it arousing. Blair cheekily winked at me. His name's Jack Yates. 21 years old. British. Very single and very ready to tingle. She tilted her head towards the sun, eyes closed with a tranquil look on her face, the epitome of contentment. This Jack Yates had been the topic of conversation from the moment we had boarded the yacht yesterday. The man had a wee bit of a resemblance to Jared. It was more pronounced on his side profile. The front? Not so much. Shaking my head, I huffed out a breath, smiling at their mad suggestion, before shifting onto my stomach so my backside would evenly tan. I can't just hook up with anyone. I didn't purposely lose it so I could bed hop to the closest Jared-looking candidate my eyes spot next. Reaching behind my back, I untied the knot on my bikini top, quite ready to drop the subject. However, my friends seemed too tickled at the idea of tasting variety. They believed I was depressed after walking away from Jared. I wasn't technically that depressed. Saddened, yeah, but who wouldn't be in my position? But at the same time, I had made a deal with myself to move on. They deemed my reluctance to hook up with the deckhand as not moving on from my unrequited fixation. Vivian chucked a sunscreen bottle at me, beautiful light blue eyes full of mischief. I took the liberty of inviting him to go clubbing with us tonight. We'll sail right after that. He didn't have any reservations about having fun and posing as our protection at the same time. Good deal all around. We already had Ethan to keep us in check. Our parents, no, scratch that, Blair and Vivian's parents insisted a man tag along. Ethan volunteered for the job, since the thought of interning under his brother, Wyatt, in their hedge fund company didn't appeal to him. So, with Ethan around, there was no need to add on another muscle for protection. My friends had concocted this plan so Jack Yates and I could converse in a friendlier environment. Fun night ahead for our Giselle. I bet Jack can chase Jared out of you. Relax, sit back, and let him take you for a good ride, I say. I blushed deeply. Blair's lurid suggestion created a vivid visualization in my mind. I was writhing underneath Jack's large muscular frame while he roughly darted in and out between my thighs, all inhibitions thrown out the window. I swallowed the thick lump in my throat, feeling somewhat parched. You guys are becoming obnoxious. I'll get there when I get there, okay? After roughly tying the knot on my white bikini top back into place, I pushed against my palms before getting on my feet. I need a drink, I muttered under my breath before strutting towards the short flight of stairs, abandoning this momentary annoyance. They laughed as I left, and all I could do was shrug it off and not take it personally. Blair and Vivian meant well, but they went above and beyond to make it such a hellish experience for me. I fingered through my hair before I lightly tugged at the ends, hoping the wavy beach locks were still in place as I absent-mindedly strolled towards the bar. I momentarily paused when I spotted Jack behind the bar, seeming engrossed in the list he had in his hand as he went over the inventory. I cleared my throat as I carefully approached the bar. His uncanny resemblance to Jared when I was facing his side profile was jarring. I felt my heart pick up speed. A nervous smile crossed my lips as I rested my hands on the white marble counterpane. Hello. Jack Yates looked up with a smooth grin that lit up his face, showing perfect teeth. He had warm brown eyes, not cerulean blue ones like the man back home. Miss Weber, can I get you anything? He placed the clipboard down as he focused on me. It was unnerving to face him when only minutes ago my friends were taunting me to pursue him. You know your way around drinks? Normally, a bartender or one of the waitstaff was around. But I suppose they were having lunch, and if that were the case, I wouldn't want to intrude. He granted me a perfect smile before licking his lips, drawing my eyes to his red puckers. Of course. I'm quite decent, he said with a light chuckle, warm brown eyes dancing with amusement. I broke into a matching grin, feeling quite silly. I was even nervous being around him. I want something light, non-bubbly, definitely alcoholic and fruity. Jack made a quick nod. Right away, madame. A flirty, playful smile tugged at his lips. Focused on making the drink, Jack gave me a great view of his side profile, and my stomach immediately dropped. My eyes absorbed everything he did. Oddly enough, I found myself fascinated. Damn. Whether I'd like to admit it or not, apparently any man who looked like Jared had an effect on me. Unfortunately. Engaged in filling the silver shaker with alcohol, freshly crushed berries, he took a peek at me, catching me intensely scrutinizing him. Are you having a bit of fun sunbathing? He softly inquired, his husky British tone making me tingle in certain places. My blush deepened. Had he been watching us? Probably. It was somewhat part of his job to make sure he knew where we were at all times. Yeah, I suppose I am, I calmly responded before I reached out over the bar for a piece of olive, and then I felt something snap. In a heartbeat, my bikini top unraveled on its own. It came loose around my torso. Since the top part was still secured, it rode above my breasts, giving Jack Yates a full frontal of my bountiful assets. What the ever-loving fuck? How embarrassing. My cheeks profusely flamed as I tried my damnedest to cover my full C-cups. Unfortunately, they pushed up and overflowed over my hands. Let me help you. Jack came behind me. His hands softly grazed the sides of my torso as he instructed me to let go so he could pull the triangles. Reluctantly, I did as he asked before I felt the top tightening around me, secured. He dipped his head close to my ear, warm breath teasing my ear. You don't have to be disconcerted. You have a gorgeous set, he murmured before I felt him let go of me. Oh hell. He was toying with me, and I wasn't sure how to respond to his blatant flirtation. I gulped nervously as I tentatively watched him round the bar to finish my drink. I licked my lips, still aroused from his breath brushing my skin. Are you always this frisky? It depends, he responded before glancing at me and rapidly beginning moving the shaker with one hand, then tipping it over the champagne flute, and purplish liquid poured out of it. I couldn't help it. You looked quite rattled. You're too gorgeous not to see you smile. He liked me, there was no mistaking it. But his bold compliments hadn't necessarily bought me over yet. Well, thanks all the same, I said as I grasped my drink from the counterpane. See you around. I threw him a frown before walking back on the deck barefoot, and quite unsure what to make of that impromptu incident with Jack Yates. No way in hell would I tell my friends though. They'd take it as a sign that it'd let him chase Jared out of my vag. The image of Jared standing in the foyer while waiting for me to show up still made me feel like a totally cold-hearted person. It was awful to do that to him, but I feared had I declined his offer, and since I'd already said yes to his previous invitation, that he wouldn't take no for an answer the second time. I had taken the easy way out, but it had been the only way I could get away from him without drawing suspicion. It had been 8 days since that night, and he hadn't left my thoughts since. Had I crossed his mind? With his active sex life, he'd probably replaced Giovanna in his bed. His job was demanding, and one of the ways he unleashed stress was through sex, obliterating mind-numbing titillating out-of-this-world sex. And based on my one-time experience with him, Jared was also a demanding lover. Had I gone with him back to the hotel, he'd have taken me a few more times. The hunger I felt vibrating off his body as he thrust inside me was too intense to die out quickly. He'd have expelled all his strength and energy on me. Those sinful lips of his whispered the delightful things he intended to do to me the second he had me fully naked and at his disposal. All night long, he promised. My bosom felt heavy. I could feel my aroused nipples straining against the fabric of my bikini. A shiver ran through me at thought of him. To this day I could still feel him inside me, throbbing, larger than life. Oh Jared, I thought with great regret. Was it foolish of me to walk away? The question still haunted me, but the truth also couldn't be denied. Jared lusted after Lexi, not the real me. So debating and harping over it was futile, since he never cared to look at me twice. Admitting the truth still profoundly wounded me. Unrequited love. It was the most damning kind of emotion. Like a whirlpool, it sucked you in, and it ceaselessly spun in a maddening merry-go-round, never stopping until it had drained you dry and stripped you of any inhibitions, of any rights, until you'd surrendered. It mercilessly took you apart piece by piece, it dismantled you, pillaging every layer you had until you were fully exposed, barren and unshielded from its fickle clutch. It perfectly depicted my sorry state. From the very moment my eyes caught sight of him, I'd been drawn to him since. One obliterating look was all it took to make me fall at his feet. Try as I might to get his unwavering attention, the man simply wasn't interested in me. Nothing like being doused with ice-cold truth. It stung like no other. It is time to move on, I thought with a heavy pang in my heart. Pining for a man who plainly saw me as Peter Weber's daughter was a waste of time. Tonight, maybe I'd decide to walk on the wild side. Maybe Jack Yates wasn't a bad idea, after all. 33. 4. Giselle. We'd been seated in the club for less than 30 minutes, before Blair and Vivian deliberately left me at the booth with Jack while they dragged poor Ethan to dance with them. They weren't so slick. It stunk of a setup, and I hoped Jack didn't see it that way. I'd feel triple embarrassed after this afternoon's incident if he did. A smile tugged at Jack's lips, amused at the blatant attempt my friends had made to try to make us happen. It seemed he was the type whose cheeks reddened once alcohol got into their system. The look softened him, it enhanced his boyish good looks. "I'm sorry," I said, grinning. "I swear they're not normally crazy. Wait, I take that back. Yeah, they're always insane. Shrugging, I downed my martini in 2 gulps, feeling brave enough to hold out my hand, staring at him. Dance with me. About time you asked, he stood up. I obviously knew he wasn't Jared, but somehow I found comfort at the thought that this could be the second best. If I couldn't have the real one, then his close doppelganger would do. Insane didn't come close to describing my train of thought, but a broken heart wasn't known for rationalizing things. And in this moment, I simply wanted to forget. Lose myself in Jack, hoping he'd be the man who had the power to make me get over Jared St. James. Well, it didn't necessarily happen in that order. It took me 5 days until I allowed him to kiss me. Another 3, until we did the dirty. I wasn't sure what I expected. My naivete sure caught me by surprise. After experiencing Jared's size, having a quarter of that magnitude trying to poke you, well, I was beyond astonished. Sure, it still felt good, but it wasn't anything mind-blowing or earth-shattering. It simply was, well, shallow poking. Things weren't all that splendid, but I appreciated Jack's enthusiasm since he was a great diversion from my broken heart. But after the first night we had sex, his demeanor changed. He began to complain that work hindered us being together. Stuck in a sticky situation, I didn't utter a word to my friends. Dating me shouldn't alter his work ethic. He was specially hired on board to do a job. But each day, he would grate about it to the point where he even offered to quit, so we could be with each other at all times. I'd have said no too, but I was getting lonely, and I reluctantly budged. My friends weren't pleased, but they kept it to themselves. After all, if it weren't for their insistence, I wouldn't have thought of Jack as my rebound person. With my allowance bankrolling our shopping, and whatever activities we did out of the yacht, I thought we were on the same page. But on several occasions, I caught Jack drunk and flirting with other women. On one particular night in Capri, I yanked him away before he almost kissed a woman. We had our first major row back in our hotel room. After promising me the moon and back, I forgave him. I suppose I should have seen the signs. But I was truly caught off guard when I found his unlocked phone after passing out drunk. Jack was dating 2 more women, apparently one was back in UK and another in Monaco. After learning the fact, I wasn't necessarily angry. Disgusted maybe? A little bit used. But then again, I argued that I was somewhat using him to get over Jared too. So in a way, we're quite even. I'd have kicked him off the boat right then and there, but we were in the middle of the sea, sailing towards Croatia. So for another half a day, I endured his sullen presence. He felt attacked when I confronted him about it. His fury doubled when I broke up with him without an ounce of hesitation. But I didn't give a damn. He'd crossed me twice now. The first offense I could forgive. The second? Never. Besides, the decision wasn't a hardship. It wasn't as if I was in love with him or anything, or he was granting me obliterating sex, so might as well cut my teeny losses and get on with life. The second we moored off the coast of Croatia, Jack instantly rushed out of my bedroom, huffing as he obscenely mouthed how ungrateful I was before hopping towards the speedboat, leaving me alone. We previously had plans for a spa and sightseeing, but when my phone alarm went off, reminding me of my period, well, things became quite interesting. Dread filled me as my body began to profusely sweat. I was insistent with Jack wearing a condom every single time. Unless. My throat ached at the idea. Jared didn't wear one. Was it even possible? God, I hoped not. This would be cruel in the cruelest of ways. So, instead of joining my friends to explore the new city, the moment I spotted an unassuming pharmacy, I lamely excused myself, telling them that I had to search for Jack. At this point they were over him, as was I, but they didn't know that yet. Hello. I need a pregnancy test. I nervously smiled at the 70-ish old man who stood behind the counter, blankly staring back at me. When he simply frowned, I wanted to die on the spot. Could this day get any worse? Fuck. Okay. Breath in. Breath out. There's no point in panicking. The poor man might need me to be elaborate. After all, I was in a foreign country. One shouldn't expect everyone spoke English. I'm sure most of the country do, but a few were an exception. It was just my luck, I had to step into one that made my life more of a struggle. Surprised at my unlucky streak as of late? Not entirely. I awkwardly said as my mind scattered about the small pharmacy and found a stack of diapers. Pointing at it, I began to describe it to him. Test for Biba. My hand mimicked a burgeoning baby over my belly. Biba testing pregnancy test if there's a Biba. His frown deepened before mumbling something I couldn't catch. He lifted a finger in the air, wagging it, as if to tell me to wait before he went behind the curtained door, only to emerge with a baby milk bottle. Poor guy. Poor me. My energy deflated even more. No. I vehemently shook my head, mightily trying to block the frustration slowly creeping into my resolve, imploring the confused frowning old man before me. No Biba. Pulling my phone out, I figured my AI would be able to help me translate, but to no avail. My roaming was down. Shit kebabs. What now? I pointed my finger towards the door where he recently emerged, feeling hopeful. May I go in there? I took a few steps and I heard him shuffle behind me. Can I go in there, please? I tried to do the best animated hand gestures possible before I saw him nod, seemingly understanding what I was trying to convey. Relieved, I took a few steps and entered the storage room. The back was lined with shelves and my eyes roamed one after the other until I found what I needed, or the closest to the pregnancy test I'd seen back home. I took 3 altogether. 1 for each brand. The man only grinned, showcasing his toothless state before giving me a thumbs up. I couldn't help it, I let out a riotous laugh because my life was far from great. Based on the chain of bullshit knocking me down, my chances of not being pregnant were nil. Since I didn't have any kuna, I handed him 5 $100 bills, mostly thanking him for trusting me enough to let me inside his storage room so I could hunt down these bastards. Vala tea. Thank you. I shoved my items into the purse. Where the hell was Jack anyway? I thought, as I strode back to where the speedboat was stationed, waiting for anyone ready to head back to the yacht. Vivian and Ethan were still out and about, and Blair was at the spa. But I wanted to go into my room, and was ready to get on with it. I carefully undressed, and only pulled my Japanese soft blue silk robe with cherry blossoms on it before entering the bathroom. Quite unready for doomsday. 10 minutes later, my suspicions were confirmed. All 3. Pregnant, it said in small bold letters. No. I chanted agitatedly as my hand shook while gripping the slender stick. There's got to be a mistake, I whispered unsteadily as my tears welled around my eyes, my sight glassing over at the daunting word that changed my life forever. I can't be. Then a thought came to me. Maybe I need better lighting, maybe something was broken. I desperately reasoned, as I rashly strode over to the door, yanking it open. My head pounded as my mind repeated the damning word over and over again. Lifting my hand to the side of my head, I dug my fingers into the roots of my hair, frantic and seconds away from a serious meltdown. In my current hysteria, of trying to get to the window where the bright sunshine beamed brightly, I didn't see the figure until it was too late.